We're live, we're live, we're live. I'm just going to start the stream by saying I don't want to be cocky and I don't want to be conceited. You know, I know that can get annoying. But I mean, what did I tell you would happen? If you haven't been listening to me, maybe now is the time to start listening to me. If you don't know what I'm talking about, previously I predicted that these ceasefire talks, these peace talks would not go anywhere. A lot of people were hopeful because JD Vance was a part of these talks. And so if you haven't been paying attention to the whole Iranian conflict, our Middle Eastern envoy, consisting of Jared Kushner and Stephen Witkoff, were usually the two consistent members that would engage in peace talks with the Iranian officials. The parliament speaker being Mohammad Gharibaf, and then the Minister of Foreign Affairs, that is Abbas Araghchi. These four, as well as other members from the United States and Iran side, have engaged in talks for actually the last month and a half now. They were speaking in the middle of February, then the war started, obviously talks halted, and then we resumed talks, and people thought that some sort of change would be introduced because JD Vance is now a part of these talks. However, both sides have rather maximalist demands, and both sides, really Iran primarily, has the right to request certain things that the United States probably wouldn't supply. Now, I believe we released some frozen assets during the talks. That's what I was seeing last night while I was reading the news. But ultimately, they failed. And JD Vance had reported to the U.S. and the press that the talks really didn't get far. There were a couple things that were conceded upon, allegedly, according to Trump's Truth Social post that we'll take a look at in a moment. But ultimately, the biggest ask of the United States was to give up the nuclear enrichment, completely give up their nuclear program. And of course, this is something that could have been feasible maybe 3-4 years ago. But when you systematically kill the leaders of all of the proxy groups located in the Middle East belonging to the IRGC, and then you deem them a terrorist group, and then you bomb their country, and you destroy their infrastructure, and you threaten to genocide a whole group of people, that being the Iranian people, and then you turn around and you say, hey, can you give up your nukes? They're probably not going to do that. And I had expressed this prior. I said, Iran is going to ask for some things from the United States that I don't think we're going to come to the table on. Now, one of the requests in the 10-point plan that Iran had proposed prior to these talks was for us to control Israel and seize or really at least stop or pause the bombing in Lebanon. Of course, Israel exacerbated the issue, and you see my most recent video. I went into detail about that. They continued to bomb primarily southern Lebanon as well as Beirut. Of course, southern Lebanon is home to the resistance group or the Iranian proxy Hezbollah, and they probably pose the largest threat to Israel in the region aside from the IRGC itself. So, you know, we had these talks on Saturday. Caroline Levitt had reported that it would be Saturday morning, so everybody was eagerly waiting. Both delegations arrived in Islamabad, Pakistan, and of course, to no surprise, there was no real agreement that was made. Now, of course, Trump and JD Vance front-facingly may make it seem like there were some things that were agreed upon, but now Trump is flirting with the idea of resuming strikes in Tehran. At least he has not taken that off the table or denied that that's a possible reality in the next few days. Now, he has an interesting plan, and that is to block the Strait of Hormuz. That's what Trump said in his Truth Social post, a long-winded post that I'm not excited to read, but we'll read it for you guys. And there's a couple different things that come to mind as to what his plan is, what the strategy is there. So me and my brother will go into that. He's going to come on stream in a moment now. Pause. But, you know, overall, really a demoralizing series of events over this weekend. And I said that prior. I said it in a tweet. What's the point of peace talks if Israel can always just destroy everything in a moment, right? Let's say we did make an agreement. Well, who's to say Benjamin Netanyahu is not just going to resume strikes on southern Lebanon? Who's to say that he's not going to keep attacking Gaza? Who's to say he's not going to continuously attack attack Palestinians in the West Bank and charge up the settlers? You know, IDF soldiers have no problem telling CNN journalists that our goal is to change the law internationally and locally, and so that we can actually take Palestinian land in the West Bank, which is illegal according to international law, something that Barack Obama had condemned. And so the walls have been caving in for Benjamin Netanyahu in regards to the ceasefire. And so I'm sure he's super happy. And he said just the other day to the Hebrew media that our mission in Iran is simply not done. Why is it not done? Because aside from the missiles program and aside from the nuclear enrichment, which Iran is not going to concede upon, They ultimately just want regime change. They want a new leader installed, and they killed Khamenei, but they got something worse with his son, Mujtaba Khamenei. And you want to know what's funny? In a statement just about 2 or 3 days ago in the middle of the week, Benjamin Netanyahu had expressed that Iran is now under more violent leadership, more extreme leadership. But then your method of regime change doesn't work, that being from the air. Just strike the shit out of the country, kill all the leadership, and then now you get a natural organic revolution from the people. Or strike the country from the air, right? Gain air dominance or air superiority, whatever it really is, because who knows at this point? It's arbitrary due to Pete Hegseth's incompetence. But seize air power, kill the leaders, and now you have a more radicalized country, and you have now created a rally around the flag effect where the people are charged up. And this analogy has been given several times, my brother being the one who came up with it. He said, imagine you're in the U.S. and, you know, you've got the left and you've got the right, and regardless of whatever side of the political aisle you're on, a country comes in, kills Donald Trump, kills Marco Rubio, kills Pete Hegseth, kills all the leadership of the country, really, and starts attacking our oil facilities, starts attacking our central infrastructure, starts threatening to genocide us. Regardless of whatever side you were leaning on prior, now it's a union. Now it's all bets are off. That's beyond the pale. The country is now one. It's unified. And that's what we have effectively done in Iran. If there was any argument about secular Persians not liking the government, certainly that actually had weight before the conflict started. But now that we've bombed the country and leveled a lot of Tehran to the ground, not all of it, but we've done a good deal of damage militarily. We've beat them, only militarily. Well, then, of course, everybody who was on the fence about how they felt about this regime now has to take up arms with their own people. Because it's obvious that the United States and Israel doesn't just want regime change. They obviously want to control the Strait of Hormuz. And so if you're an Iranian citizen, you've been suffering from the economic sanctions posed by the United States for the last almost decade now, actually, since 2018, when Donald Trump tarnished the Iranian nuclear deal, a deal that gave Iran economic relief from the sanctions. We released those sanctions. And so, you know, you look at every single one of these factors, it's quite obvious that the people of Iran are it's not really two-sided, you know, and don't believe the people here at home who tell you, but they're upset, but it's a terrorist regime. You can bet your ass that if you go to Iran, more than half of the people, I'd probably say somewhere in the ballpark of 70 to 80% of the people are now sick and tired of the United States and Israel. I don't think that's a crazy thing to say. So we'll get into everything. But yeah, the peace talks failed, as I said. And it's obvious. You got two sides that are not willing to negotiate anything because we've been constantly backstabbing them. So who's going to actually concede? It's actually our right, or really it's our duty to discharge ourselves. You know, we're at full-fledged war with this country. We started the war. We waged the war. Who are they to give up the Strait of Hormuz? Why would they give up the Strait of Hormuz? Why would they give up their nuclear enrichment? Why would they give up their missiles? We started this. Who are we to tell them to give these things up that have single-handedly been responsible for keeping them in existence? They've survived for these 40 days. And now this war is going to enter a second stage. This war is going to enter phase 2. And phase 2 is probably going to be a lot more harsh than phase 1. And there's reports, at least U.S. intelligence reports, that China is now going to militarily support Iran and give them even more weapons than they did prior. Now, a lot of U.S. media outlets are denying that China ever gave Iran weapons in the first place. I beg to differ. But what does this look like in the next couple months? Things could get worse. So we'll see. Let me call Myron and get into everything. I don't want to get into too much of the juicy stuff because we'll cover it with him. My closet's open. Oops. I'm calling Myron right now. Mr. Ferdinand, thank you for the $2. Yeah, I'm calling him right now. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Who would have guessed, huh? Who would have guessed? What's up, though? How was our weekend? How was your weekend, guys? I love Sunday so much. That was sarcasm. It's my least favorite day of the week. You want to know why it's my least favorite day of the week? Because now I got to get ready for work tomorrow. I just meal prepped chicken and did my laundry. and I have to be a good boy and get ready for work tomorrow. So, but it's okay. It's okay. Let me not gloat and be a crybaby. So this dude, I'm calling him. Let me actually call him. Bear with me, guys. Like the video while we wait for Master Myron. Yo, I'm calling on Discord. Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, let me get you one right now.
Or I'm in the video chat, so just join it. All right, bet.
You got me?
Yes, sir.
Let me get my face off the camera here real quick. Chilling, man. I had some idiots in the chat say a million times, yo, your brother's on. I was like, bro, like, shut the hell up. I know he's on. I don't get it. Like, as soon as when you come on, you like to kind of talk to your people for a bit before you start yapping. And yep. Yeah, yeah, they're behind it, and also like some niggas are retarded. So it's like, you know, I had to send 2 guys to the shadow room for being idiots and spamming that shit like morons. But what can you do, right? Not everyone is intelligent. Okay, so did you want to kind of, because I covered my red pill stuff. I was gonna get into like the Trump stuff with the blockade and everything else like that. I don't know if you want to do that first. Actually, let me hold on, give me 1 second. Some of this stuff. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. So we could talk about the Pakistan talks. Yeah. So you have a video ready to go for it? Okay. You have a video ready? Okay. So I'll kind of bring these guys up to speed. So guys, real quick, a recap. So basically, JD Vance, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner went to Pakistan. Okay, Islamabad, Pakistan to be exact, to negotiate with the Iranians. Right. In this, as you guys know, there was a 2-week ceasefire that was agreed upon too. The United States has a 15-point plan, and the Iranians have a 10-point plan, right? And basically, they met up and they couldn't meet. They couldn't get into like kind of a middle ground, right? And they negotiated for roughly 21 hours, according to JD Vance, and left without a deal in place. And the reason why this is very important is because this means that more than likely the conflict is going to continue. Now, from what the U.S. says, their big red line is the nuclear program, right? But we all kind of know that this nuclear program is a little bit of a ruse, because the Iranians had, since 2015, had agreed to some type of nuclear oversight with their program. But the U.S. is trying to say they can't enrich at all, and the Iranians will say, no, we are never going to give up our ability to enrich. We're never going to. We're going to run a civilian nuclear program. We're never going to give up ability to enrich. Okay, and that is a red line. Like that is under international law, we have the right to do that, right? So, but the U.S. keeps pushing for them to not enrich. And the other thing also that the U.S. has a problem with is the ballistic missile program. right? They want it to be, the Israelis as well. They want it to only be roughly 300 kilometers, so it can't attack, so they can't attack Israel, which is kind of ridiculous. But in general, both of them are kind of making maximalist demands, right? Iran wants to continue maintaining the Strait. They want sanctions lifted, both secondary and first. They want to be able to charge people the toll at the Strait. They want to be able to ensure that Israel's not going to attack them, but also not attack Lebanon. That was another big point of contention. The three biggest points of contention, I would say, are probably enriching uranium, and then including Lebanon in the ceasefire, and then the ballistic missile program. Those three things are the three things I think probably were the deal breakers.
Yeah.
But if you're looking at it from Iran's side, like, let's be honest, would you trust the United States at this point? They've attacked you twice while you were doing negotiations. So, like, at this point, our reckless foreign policy, like, of course they're going to want to get a nuclear weapon, right?
Exactly.
Of course they're not going to give up their ballistic missiles.
Exactly.
But that's the general gist of it. So, yeah, basically the negotiations failed, but we'll go ahead and let you guys listen to JD Vance's situation. But that's how we got here to this ceasefire. And it's also important that you guys know that the ceasefire, Trump took the ceasefire, like he posted Aragachi's tweet where he said that, the U.S. has agreed to agreed to negotiate based off of the 10-point plan. That's very pivotal that you guys know that, because idiots like Will Chamberlain say, oh no, well, they didn't agree to anything. No, dude, they gave their 15-point, the U.S. gives Iran their 15-point plan, Iran counters with the 10-point plan, and then Trump posts Aragachi's post talking about the 10-point plan on Truth Social. So obviously people thought, oh, okay, so the U.S. is at least considering these 10 points that Iran has brought and is willing to negotiate with these 10 points in mind. Then they kind of walked it back and said, "Oh well, no, we didn't agree to Lebanon, Lebanon being involved in the ceasefire. The Israelis don't kind of want to agree to that, blah blah." So there was all this, bullshit, as you guys know, in between ceasefires. But that's kind of what occurred prior and what led up to the discussions.
Yeah, absolutely. And one funny thing that I'll say before I actually start JD Vance's address of fame, or address of shame, I should say, really, is when Trump had said that the 10-point plan is going to be the foundation from which we will negotiate on, I think that he really screwed things up. I don't know if and like this has been the theme with Trump where he's saying things that he shouldn't say. Maybe he shouldn't have said that, because that allowed Iran and Pakistan to weaponize the ceasefire violation against us. Had Trump never said that, then we could always just be like, hey, well, we'd have plausible deniability. Hey, we never said that we're going to work from the 10-point plan. We said that we'll just negotiate. But, since Trump had said that, you saw JD Vance answering questions when he was outside Air Force One, and he was like, there's like 3 different 10-point plans, and the one that we agreed to didn't have the ceasefire for Lebanon proposal inside of it. But then Pakistan came out in an official statement, and they said, wait, no, yeah, it did. And the United States actually explicitly said, we'll agree to that. So, Trump is making things really difficult for the envoy and then JD Vance himself as well. But you're completely right, man. It's not going to make a difference whether it's JD Vance. It doesn't matter who goes to these talks. If we continuously make maximalist demands and we're not equitable, why would they come to the table? We just started war with them. So anything that was potentially feasible prior to the conflict, like nuclear, ballistic, or I don't know, something even in regards to sanctions, we could have gotten somewhere. But now we just destroyed Tehran for the last 40 days and other provinces in Iran. And so what is there for them to concede on? We have to actually exercise some good faith. We kind of have to, take the hit a little bit, not all the way, and not make at least these crazy demands up front. Like, how is the first negotiation with JD Vance going to consist of them completely disarming their nuclear program? They should have just not have wasted their time traveling to Islamabad. Go ahead. Real
quick, I'm going to prove, because we got one retard in the chat and they like when we call this out. Hey, King McCoy, you fucking retard. You said y'all are both wrong. Y'all been crying about the war, saying things y'all have no idea about, and been doing all this crying. Okay, King McCoy, go ahead and tell me how me or my brother are wrong, okay? Because it's very clear that you're an orangutan retard. More than likely, probably black, because you want me to talk about Pooh Shiesty as I read through your other chats. So go ahead and tell me how me and my brother are wrong about what's going on with the Middle East, you fucking dumbass. Because quite frankly, I guarantee your monkey ass can't even point Iran on a map, or Israel. So go ahead and tell me how we're wrong, you stupid fuck. Okay? Because a lot of you niggas like to go ahead and talk shit in the chat or whatever, and then when I call your dumb ass out, you don't got nothing to say. So go ahead, McCoy, on Kick Chat. Tell us how we are wrong. He said, y'all are wrong. Okay, buddy. Go ahead. Kool-Aid Assassin. Tell us how we're wrong. Okay? Otherwise, the shadow realm awaits you and all the other morons that are in the shadow realm. You can join them. Right? Your boy Pooh Shicey's already there too. You're about to join him, motherfucker. Dude, this fucking idiot, man. Yo, dudes are so stupid, bro. Like they think they can come in and troll or whatever, and they get called out, and then they have nothing to say. Like, oh, shit. See his dumbass probably typing right, trying to figure that shit out. That's why it's taking him forever. Fucking dumbass. You stupid ass thing. You type with your elbows out like this and two index fingers like this. That's how you fucking type, you dumbass. You Flintstone fucking retard. Holy shit.
And you know, the sweetest, in regards to that, the sweetest thing is all these Trump shills, like yesterday it's a good buddy of mine. He was telling me in the beginning of this conflict, like, yo, you're wrong. Dude, this war is necessary. And I said, look, bro, I'm not about to argue with you about this because I just IQ mog you to oblivion. I'm not going to waste my breath. You can go watch my videos. And then if you have any disagreement with the things that I'm saying in my like 4 or 5 hour streams, all of my videos, then come back to me. I'm not going to waste my breath. And yesterday he came to me and he was like, I'm not going to lie, bro. This war actually is hurting the United States more than, like, I want to apologize. I realized I was wrong. I was like, look, nigga, I don't fucking speak for no reason. Like, so it was a good feeling. But yeah, anybody who's still saying you're wrong, I mean, bro, how much more vindication do we need? I mean,
yeah,
and
look, all this is going to happen.
This is going to make me seem like a warmonger, I'll be honest. But like when I saw the ceasefire talks didn't work, I just was tweeting like, what the fuck did I say? And then I, retracted the tweet. Like, people need to listen to us, bro. We have not gone one thing wrong. I'd say the only thing is we've been waiting on a ground invasion, and that's well underway. We're now about to enter the second stage of the war. And if it wasn't going to happen before, now China is allegedly sending weapons to Iran, and they're making it public facing. Trump is condemning them, threatening them. So I don't know what that Xi Jinping meeting is going to look like in May. And, now there's other countries that are going to be directly militarily involved, front facingly. So now this is actually going to turn into more of a regional conflict, like more like a fucking Eastern Hemisphere conflict. Like that part of the world is all going to be involved in this conflict in some regard. So, it's, we're trying to tell people, but you still got, what was his name in the chat? Dummies? I forget.
Yeah, his name was McCoy, fucking idiot. Like, King McCoy, or actually King Retard. But like, it's just crazy how people don't get it. Like, once you actually like know all the facts and everything, there's no way that you can sit there and be like, oh, this war is a good idea. And just so you guys know, the only reason we probably agreed to the ceasefire, and they haven't done the ground invasion yet, is because their plot got foiled to steal the uranium. For those of you that are wondering, right, last week when the F-15 got shot down, it got shot down in the middle of the CIA running a clandestine operation to attack the nuclear facility located in Isfahan. And they had to divert all their resources, right, from the assault into getting this pilot back, or this weapon systems officer. So that is the issue here as to why, we had to kind of abandon ship on that. But I think if had that F-15 not went down, they probably would have proceeded with the ground assault at Isfahan, and then maybe had done the operation with the Marines as well in Karg Island.
It was an entrance. It was to open the door and make it smoother. But I mean, regardless, it foiled. And a lot of people have been saying, and I honestly agree, these ceasefire talks were not for the purpose of ceasefire. It was just for the United States to kind of gather our marbles, take a break, and go in with a different approach, because there really were no options left besides either a nuclear weapon or ground invasion. And both options are highly unpopular. I don't know if Trump was flirting with the idea when he said a whole civilization will cease to exist, or whatever he said in that Trump Truth Social post. But, threatening to destroy energy infrastructure was highly unpopular. And Trump probably saw the response from people who were prior in his base, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly. All of these people condemned Trump heavily. And so maybe he thought, okay, I'll do like a little ceasefire recoup, and then we'll figure something else out. Maybe he really was going to hit the energy infrastructure. Maybe it wasn't an empty bluff and he realized it was a bad idea. I don't know. So, ultimately, I say everything that we're saying right now is just to say we've been on the ball. So the haters are just
And then
hoping.
also, you guys got to understand that this ceasefire really benefits the United States. For the Iranians, them doing a ceasefire doesn't really benefit them, because their strategy is to create pain for the world, so that people say, oh, let's come to the table. Which the only reason the U.S. came to the table is because there's an enormous amount of pressure across the world for energy. Otherwise, the U.S. would never re-engage. And keep in mind, the U.S. is the ones that asked for a ceasefire early on with the Italians, and the Iranians rejected it. So for the Iranians, they actually have zero incentive to go into a ceasefire, because if they go into a ceasefire or they open up the Strait of Hormuz, that actually benefits the United States. So these people sitting here talking about, ceasefire this, ceasefire that, it's the United States that benefits from this, because now Trump is letting the market stabilize a bit before his next move. And that's what this 2-week window gives him, is to allow the markets to kind of recover a bit before military escalation begins. And then he made this whole blockade thing. But we could definitely go in and talk about what's going on with JD Vance. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to get off YouTube. Guys, I'm getting off YouTube. Come on over to Kick, okay? I'm going to drop the Kick link in here. Or you guys go watch from my brother's channel, but I'm definitely going to get off YouTube right now. So come on over. Okay, and we'll also react to the Dave Smith debate and stuff like that. I'll do it with my brother. We could do it after we cover the Pakistan stuff.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be good. That's going to be funny.
Yeah. So, guys, I'm going to end the YouTube stream here. Come on over to Kick Ninjas. Kick.com/MyronGainsX. Open up another tab. My bad. Sorry about that.
You're good. Take your time.
Yeah, let me give you guys the link on the YouTube chat. Come on over, guys. Switch on over. Getting off of YouTube.
Here, I'll read
makes no sense
while you're switching over. Okay.
You could mute yourself if you need to.
No, there's just two. Trump put out a Truth Social essay attacking the Pope. Yeah, we'll take a look at that. He actually I just saw a video of him attacking the Pope as well, so we can watch that if we have time. And then, thanks for the super chat. And then Regime Talk says, we can hear my... Yeah, I know. I was muted for like the first 2 minutes. Sorry, guys. Okay, sorry. The thing is, I switched the scene on OBS and then it's still muted. It's so stupid. Anyways, my fault. I take accountability. Whatever. All right. Yeah, let's watch what JD Vance said. So,
okay, guys, come on Kick. And there's no ads on Kick, by the way, guys, either. It's better to be on Kick. There's no ads, better latency. It's honestly better for streaming than YouTube anyway. So come on over, guys, to Kick. I'm ending the YouTube stream now. Come on over. Let's get all you guys over. You had like 2,400, 2,500 you guys watching over there. Come on over to Kick. Or you guys could go check out my brother's link on YouTube as well. To type in Riyadh's report. And then open the tab for both, man. It helps both of us out quite a bit. So I'm ending the YouTube stream here. Come on over, guys. All right, let's get this JD Vance thing going.
Matt. Okay. You able to see that?
Let me look here.
Kind of lagged for a second. You should see it, though.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, good morning, everybody.
I just got to
behind.
Point this
if you guys
out.
are wondering, yeah, go ahead.
No, I'll turn the volume up very briefly here. I got to point this out. Look at both of them, bro. Why are they grinning? Like, what's going on with that?
Because they know that that ceasefire done.
What is this face right here? What is this, yo? It's like, yeah, I sabotage this shit. So go ahead and deliver the address of shame. Anyways, I thought that was funny. But let's see what he says.
Well, good morning, everybody. And let me say a couple of notes of appreciation. First of all, to the Prime Minister of Pakistan and to Field Marshal Munir, who were both incredible hosts. And whatever shortcomings in the negotiation, it wasn't because of the Pakistanis, who did an amazing job and really tried to help us and the Iranians bridge the gap and get to a deal. We have been at it now for 21 hours, and we've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. So we go back to the United States having not come to an agreement. We've made very clear what our red lines are, what things we're willing to accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And we've made that as clear as we possibly could, and they have chosen not to accept our terms. Questions?
Sir, Nick Robertson from CNN. Precisely what have they rejected here? Can you help us understand it a little bit?
Well, I won't go into all the details because I don't want to negotiate in public after we negotiated for 21 hours in private. But the simple fact is that we need to see an affirmative commitment that they will not seek a nuclear weapon, and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon. That is the core.
So real quick, how stupid of a demand is that up front after you just started a war and killed 3,000 plus people inside of a month. I mean, is that realistic? Is that a reasonable ask? And I understand that's the ultimate goal. And I'm not going to say, well, the JCPOA, we got to figure it out. We beat that to a pulp already, but that is true. But it's like, that's the most upfront facing thing that you're going to tell people. And he's like, we negotiated for 21 hours. I'm not going to talk about everything. He probably doesn't want to talk about everything because he realizes the United States was asking for unrealistic things, which again just points to the fact that these talks seem like it was just more for a break than it was to actually reach peace, Yeah.
Yeah. Especially for the United States. For them, for the U.S., like we needed the break badly because the markets were going crazy. I think right before Trump announced the ceasefire, a barrel of crude was hitting like 120, between 120 and 40, if I'm not mistaken. So they definitely needed that break to kind of.
We're back up, by the way. We're at like 106, if I'm not mistaken.
We're back at 106 now, right? Yeah.
We're above 100. That's for sure.
Yeah.
By the way, and full tank today was $100.
What was that?
Full tank was $100. First time in my life.
Yep.
$100 for a full tank in my car.
And also, what were you paying before to fill it?
65.
So it's almost doubled.
Almost doubled in price. And everybody in your chat and my chat will tell you same thing for them. I fill a full tank of premium and I'm about 18 gallons, so that's why. But even people who are filling regular or mid-grade gas, it probably went from like what was 40 to 60, 70, or 80, depending on where you are. But I'm in Southern Connecticut,
bad too.
What?
I said diesel is pretty bad too.
Yeah,
it's all bad. People doing diesel.
It's all bad. When these ceasefire talks failed and he delivered this address, right away oil shot back up. Right away. So
yeah. And I mean that makes sense. Like I said, I think this was more of a tactical retreat from the Trump administration to kind of regain a bit of composure, let the markets recover a little bit. Once the markets recover, then they're able to go ahead and figure out that hey, how can we move from here? Because I do think I think Trump was putting all his eggs in the basket of this Isfahan assault, and it failed. And he said, all right, now I got to go back to the drawing board, but I need time to, draw something else up. And when that thing got foiled with the F-15 shoot down, even though they were able to reframe it and make it look like a heroic, rescue, etc., that absolutely destroyed that operation that they were trying to do, which me and my brother have explained this already, guys. But long story short, CIA was setting up to do an operation to steal the uranium that was at Isfahan. That is why we saw, MC-130s, Little Birds, all these aircraft that have almost nothing to do with a rescue mission, rather more of a role to do with assaulting somewhere and bringing in staff and equipment, as well as we saw a military idea of a female that has a nuclear skill set, just so to speak. So more than likely, special forces, Delta operators, etc., were all there staging a forward base to assault this nuclear facility. And that's when F-15 flight went down. And that's why the weapons system officer that went down was a colonel. More than likely, he was attached to this CIA operation, and they got shot down, and they could not risk letting him go. That's why the CIA was so heavily involved in getting him back, if you guys remember. The CIA was pretty much the lead on this operation and rescuing the guy. And they utilized all these unorthodox aircraft to do it. So that's the telltale sign that, the goal wasn't to rescue. They weren't there originally to rescue him. They were there to do an assault first. Yeah. And it failed. So this is what led Trump to doing this 2-week ceasefire, because, again, for the Iranians, there's no benefit to them doing the ceasefire. Their entire strategy in this war is to create as much economic pain for everybody on Earth so that they come to the table, kind of like the United States did, and they're more favorable to negotiations. But in this case, I don't think the U.S. cares about negotiations. Rather, they want the markets to recover to a bit, reassess, then come back and attack again.
Yeah. Yeah, because when we announced that we were going to visit Islamabad on Saturday, oil was sitting at like 94. I think at its lowest, I was paying attention around 94 or 96. It was kind of jumping to those two price points. And then right when it failed, it shot back up. So again, like you said, yeah, this is a tactical recovery. This is one of Trump's many ways of weaponizing his truth social to control the oil prices as well as the stock market. And, it's a temporary bandage for a long-term issue. And we're just probably going to have to go straight through the issue, which means getting a ground invasion, starting the war, and effectuating our goals, which is regime change or at least seizing the uranium, which is going to be very difficult, right? But starting it, look, if this administration wants to do it, they better just start now, because the sooner they start, the sooner it will presumably finish. We're trying to go around every single way and step around it, but at this point, Iran has shown they have mosaic defense, and they're kind of ready for every single trick that we have up our sleeve, and nothing is working. And now, Abbas Araghchi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, he said, and we'll play the Vance video after this, but he said in a statement after the talks failed, he said the United States was making ridiculous maximalist demands outside of the actual nuclear issue. And so that was probably just the tip of the iceberg. Yeah. And
okay, so the nuclear just yeah.
Yeah, he said there were other things that were ridiculous that they were asking for as well, which makes sense, right? I mean, if we're going to ask for the nuclear, we might as well just say, hey, the missiles too while you're at it. Because the missiles is Netanyahu's main concern. That's Israel's main concern. At least it was since June, you know? So there was probably some of that element
the nuclear,
there as well.
Understand, guys, that the real reason is the ballistic missile program is the biggest threat. It's just that the United States can't threaten that. Wait, the United States can't justify using that because those ballistic missiles can't hit the United States. So it's going to be very difficult for them to sell, their ballistic missile program is a danger. People are going to say, well, how is it a danger if it can't even hit the United States? So they need to use the nuclear angle because number one, it sounds better politically. Number two, it creates this aura of like, yo, the entire world is at risk if these guys get nuclear weapons. That's why they have to constantly demonize the government. But if they were to say, oh yeah, we're going after them because of the ballistic missile program or their proxies, right? Which is Israel's two chief things. You know, people could push back and be like, well, who cares? The Hezbollah is not in America. Why do we care? And then why the missiles can't reach us? So what are we doing here? That's why Trump has to keep using the nuclear angle to justify this conflict. But we could keep going on here because I'm interested to see what Aragachi says after this.
Core goal of the President of the United States, and that's what we've tried to achieve through these negotiations. Again, their nuclear program, such as it is, the enrichment facilities that they had before, they've been destroyed. But the simple question is, do we see a fundamental commitment of will for the Iranians not to develop a nuclear weapon, not just now, not just 2 years from now, but for the long term? We haven't seen that yet. We hope that we will. Jen.
Was there a framework on anything? And also, did the Iranian frozen assets come up, and did you reach any conclusions on those frozen assets?
We talked about all those issues, Jen, and we talked about a number of issues beyond that. And so certainly those things came up. But again, we just could not get to a situation where the Iranians were willing to accept our terms. I think that we were quite flexible. We were quite accommodating. The president told us, you need to come here in good faith and make your best effort to get a deal. We did that. And unfortunately, we weren't able to make any headway. Preston.
Mr. Vice President, how often did you communicate with President Trump throughout the negotiations? There were reports that there were multiple rounds where there were breaks in between negotiations. How often did you communicate with the president throughout those rounds, and what was he saying as you were going through these negotiations that you said fell short?
Yeah, obviously we were talking to the president consistently. I don't know how many times we talked to him, a half dozen times, a dozen times over the past 21 hours. We obviously also talked to Admiral Cooper, to Pete, to Marco, to the entire national security team. We talked to Scott Bessent a number of times. So look,
just so you guys know, Trump was at UFC while these niggas were negotiating. Yo,
this nigga Trump, Rubio, correct? I believe Rubio was there as well.
Him and Rubio were watching UFC, bro, while these niggas were in Pakistan trying to negotiate this shit. FYI,
MAGA, folks, you gotta love it. That's MAGA for you.
You know, like, dude, like, look, okay, I get it, because, like, let me be charitable here. You can make the argument, yo, the supreme leader's not there, so why should Trump be there? It needs to be equal facing, right? But, bruh, like, let's be honest. Marco Rubio, as Secretary of State, like, this is his job. He should have been doing he should have been doing the talks from the beginning. Witkoff and Kushner are basically special envoys. And just so you guys know, special envoys basically are like the president, like, giving you the blessing that you can do something for them, right? It's not like an official position where you have to get confirmation by the Senate. It's like an informal position. Like, what's his name? Like, who's the other guy? The border czar. Tom Homan, for example. Yeah. Like, he's border czar. That's an informal position that the president can kind of give you, where you don't have to go through Senate confirmation, right? So that's essentially what Witkoff and Jared Kushner are. They got, you know, appointed here, especially by the president. And it's actually kind of a way to get around going through a Senate confirmation, because at Senate confirmation, obviously they could grill you, make you look crazy, ask you a bunch of questions while you're under oath. This is what they did to Pete Hegseth. This is what they did to Kash Patel. This is what they did to Pam Bondi, to Kristi Noem. They really beat up Kash Patel and Pete Hegseth pretty badly on the thing. They also went at RFK Jr. also got beat up pretty badly.
Yeah, he did.
So, you know, on his beliefs.
Anybody inside of the cabinet, you know, if you're a part of the Trump cabinet, you're going to get grilled really hard. And Tulsi Gabbard as well, all of them. But and that's, you know, it's just a sinking ship at this point. But you know, you can make the argument. You're totally right. You can make the argument. Maybe he wants to show public face. You know, strengthen pride in the fact that the United States is in a good position. He's there at the UFC event, not a care in the world, but you know, Trump is probably the most stressed he's ever been. He started an issue that's just very difficult to fix, and we can't put out the fire. We just tried to, and we tried something new with JD Vance, right? And still didn't go anywhere. And it's not because of who's there, whether it's JD Vance or Stephen Witkoff. Our demands are just not going to be met. And now Iran is charged up. They're pretty confident. I mean, they just withstood U.S. attacks for 40 days. Sure, they got a lot of damage, but they made sure that we felt every single moment of it, you know, with the Strait of Hormuz, with the Gulf countries and everything else in between, as well as Israel. You know, Israel is a factor as well, and that's something that concerns Trump. So it's not just the U.S. and the economic market, but he's got all these other vantage points that he has to delegate safety to.
Absolutely.
We were constantly in communication with the team because we were negotiating in good faith. And we leave here with a very simple proposal, a method of understanding that is our final and best offer. We'll see if the Iranians accept it. Thank you.
The Strait of Hormuz.
Did you going back to war, sir?
Yeah, he stepped all around the Strait of Hormuz question, though. He was not ready to answer that shit. And, I mean, we'll find out why right now. I'll go ahead and pull up Trump's Truth Social post. But, yeah, I mean, kind of a whole lot of nothing except for the fact that we effectively failed. You know, we didn't reach our goals. So, super disheartening to hear. But, of course, if you have half a brain, you could have seen that coming from a mile away. So, this is Trump's Truth Social nuke in regards to the failure of the talks. Again, just ongoing cope. He had a couple, but this was the main one out of the White House. Rather, their X page is what I mean. And so I'll read through all of it, I guess. Should I read through all of it, or what do you think?
Yeah, read through all of it. Fuck it. And use your Trump accent whenever you can.
This dude is just going crazy, bro. The dementia is real. You did not need to type all this. So anyway, Trump said this.
Do you want to see what the Iranians said first before you read this, or do you want to?
Yeah, let me see. I have a couple statements. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, because like that way we get both sides about because to be honest, to be fair to the United States, the Iranians were making maximalist demands too. They were too. But
yeah.
But at the end of the day, to be honest with you, this ceasefire benefits the United States way more than it benefits them.
Yeah. So
because for them, they need the strait closed and economic pressure to exact their military strategy in this situation.
Yeah. This is 3 hours ago. Now, obviously, Abbas Araghchi, Minister of Foreign Affairs, doesn't have a Truth Social like Donald Trump, but I could read it for you guys. He said, in intensive talks at the highest level in 47 years, Iran engaged with the United States in good faith to end this war. But when just inches away from Islamabad MOU, we encountered...
You want to share screen? So they can see it?
Yeah, it's just a rerun post here.
Okay.
Boom.
There you go.
We encountered maximalism, shifting goalposts, and a blockade. Zero lessons earned. Goodwill begets goodwill, and enmity begets enmity. Now, I don't know if there was another here I can find. It was from Al Jazeera, but there were reports that he was saying they were asking for more than just the nuclear program to be given up. So give me 1 second while I pull that up, because you're right. We should show both sides here, and kind of be fair. It'd be nice if these guys had Truth Social. Yeah. And then also, I don't know if you had saw this, but on, I believe, Tuesday, the Prime Minister of Lebanon will be in Washington, if I'm not mistaken. That was out of Al Jazeera as well, to hopefully find some sort of negotiation or ceasefire. Interestingly, though, he's dealing with Israeli strikes, but he's fighting. He's going to talk to Washington. Yeah, so that was his only official statement, that, and then the fact that they shifted away from nuclear and went into other directions as well. However, I can't find it right now, but if I find it, I'll pull it up. But Trump had 2 Truth Social posts. There was one that was shorter. So this was the first one. And I think this was before everything kind of hit the fan. So it says, this is, I think, like 12 hours ago. It says, so there you have it. The meeting went well. Most points were agreed to, but the only point that really mattered, nuclear, was not.
I'm going to take a quick piss. Go ahead.
Yeah. Effective immediately, the United States Navy, the finest in the world, will begin the process of blockading any and all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. At some point, we will reach an all being allowed to go in, all being allowed to go out. So Trump is effectively blocking the Strait of Hormuz. what the kind of strategy calls for here, we'll go into some speculation, but I'm very confused about that. However, I can see where he's trying to get at, but again, we've seen every single try of strategy from the United States in regards to the Strait of Hormuz not be successful. So militarily, you know, he may be planning on starting some sort of ground invasion or presence of Marine, which 50,000 are currently present in the region. That might be the move or the plan of action there. However, I'm not too sure. So anyways, it continues on, but Iran has not allowed that to happen by merely saying there may be a mine out of there somewhere that nobody knows about but them. He's talking about the mines under the water. This is world extortion, and leaders of countries, especially the United States of America, will never be extorted. Well, we kind of just were for the last 40 days. He continues on, I have also instructed our Navy to seek an interdict every vessel in international waters that has paid a toll to Iran. No one who pays an illegal toll will have safe passage on the high seas. We will also begin destroying the mines the Iranians laid in the straits. Any Iranian who fires at us or at peaceful vessels will be blown to hell. So you can kind of see where this is going here. Iran knows better than anyone how to end this situation, which has already devastated their country. Their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft and radar are useless. Khomeini and the most of their leaders are dead, all because of their nuclear ambition. The blockade will begin shortly. Other countries will be involved with this blockade. Iran, by the way, other countries have said they're not going to join the blockade. Iran will not be allowed to profit off this illegal act of extortion. They want money and, more importantly, they want nuclear. Additionally, and at an appropriate moment, we are fully locked and loaded, and our military will finish up the little that is left of Iran. President Donald J. Trump. Okay, so that's that post. And then this is from the White House. This is a quote from his Truth Social post, but this is the actual post here. And as you can see, it is a mouthful. But we'll go through everything Trump is saying here, and then me and Myron will kind of go through what we think the plan is or what we think the next 72 hours will look like. And remember, this plan to block the strait is effective, I believe, Monday, if I'm not mistaken. It's Monday that we're going to start this. So he says, Iran promised to open the Strait of Hormuz, and they knowingly failed to do so. This caused anxiety, dislocation, and pain to many people in countries throughout the world. They say they put mines in the water, even though all of their Navy and most of their mine droppers have been completely blown up. They may have done so, but what ship owner would want to take the chance? There is great dishonor and permanent harm to the reputation of Iran and what's left of their leaders, but we are beyond all of that. As they promised, they better begin the process of getting this international waterway open and fast. Every law in the book is being violated by them. I have been fully debriefed by President Vance, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner on the meeting that took place in Islamabad through the kind and very competent leadership of Field Marshal Asim Munir and Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan. They are very extraordinary men and continuously thank me for saving 30 to 50 million lives and what would have been a horrendous war with India. I always appreciate hearing that. The amount of humanity spoken is incomprehensible. I don't even know why. Had nothing to do with nothing. But anyways, okay, the meeting with Iran began early in the morning and lasted throughout the night, close to 20 hours. I could go into great detail and talk about much that has been gotten out, but there is only one thing that matters. Iran is unwilling to give up its nuclear ambitions. Again, we knew that would probably be the case. Why would they give it up? In many ways, the points that were agreed to are better than us continuing our military operations to conclusion, but all of those points don't matter compared to allowing nuclear power to be in the hands of such volatile, difficult, and unpredictable people. So Trump is kind of insinuating at the fact that maybe there was some sort of deal, and this is what Vance said at the end of the video. There was some deal that was made, and we're leaving it on the table for Iran. It's like kind of another step or maybe a last resort aside from military action to continue, but Trump had said to the press prior that military options are not off the table. Of course they're not. We still have so many troops in the region. But anyways, he says, my three representatives as of this time went by, became, not surprisingly, very friendly and respectful of Iran's representatives, Mohammad Ghalibaf and Abbas Araghchi and Ali Bagheri. But that doesn't mean that they weren't. They were very unyielding as to the most important issue. And as I have always said right from the beginning and many years ago, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. So there you have it. The meeting went well. Most points were agreed to, but the only point that really mattered, nuclear, was not effective immediately. And this is where you should listen. The United States Navy, the finest in the world, will begin the process of blockading any and all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. At some point, we will reach an quote, all being allowed to go in, all being allowed to go out, end quote, basis. But Iran has not allowed that to happen by merely saying, quote, there may be a mine out there somewhere, end quote, that nobody knows about but them. Again, this is world extortion. So there's like a flip-flop here. Trump seems to really be caring about the fact that Iran is damaging the global oil market. But just a few weeks ago, he was saying, NATO, who gives a shit? Figure it out on your own. It doesn't bother us. So you can see the diplomacy is kind of shifting because the United States is in a corner, and we've exhausted all of our options that temporarily relieve the global oil market. We did the whole CIA op. It failed. Maybe that was for boots on ground. We tried bombing the hell out of them. We were going to exercise the ability of hitting their power plants. Maybe that's next, but we didn't do it for whatever reason. So
release 400 million barrels of oil.
Yeah.
Release, strategic reserves, 400 million barrels of oil.
Sanctions on
Trump
Iran, sanctions on Russia.
Yeah, lifting sanctions on Russia and Iran. Like, guys, we've done so much to kind of massage the energy crisis, and the energy crisis is still going strong. Because keep in mind, guys, we're sitting at 105 right now, and this is with them releasing 400 million barrels, with them releasing sanctions, and the price is still high, right?
Yeah.
So, like, even with all that damage control, the barrel still shot up to 140 and then went back down when Trump did this ceasefire. So they're doing everything in their power to stabilize the markets. I think this ceasefire was strategically to just simply let the markets recover and bring the price down. Because if you guys notice, me and my brother have been calling this for you guys. What do we tell you? Anytime we hit around 120, guess what happens? They want to go ahead and start, the Trump starts doing erratic shit on through social, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So now it's now or nothing in regards to the Strait of Hormuz. He's got to do something to get it open. So he says, this is world extortion, and leaders of our countries, especially the United States of America, will never be extorted. I have also instructed our Navy to seek and interdict every vessel in international waters that has paid a toll to Iran. No one who pays an illegal toll will have safe passage on the high seas. We will also begin destroying the mines the Iranians laid in the straits. Any Iranian who fires at us or at peaceful vessels will be blown to hell. Iran knows better than anyone how to end the situation, which has already devastated their country. Okay, so this is from the first post that I was reading earlier while you were gone, but I'll continue. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their anti-aircraft and radars are useless. All right, that's arguably what shot down an F-15. Khomeini and most of their leaders are dead, all because of their nuclear ambition. The blockade will begin shortly, like I said, Monday, so actually very soon now. However, I don't know what time exactly. Other countries will be involved with this blockade. Iran will be allowed to profit off this illegal act of extortion. Will not be allowed, sorry. They want money, and more importantly, they want nuclear additionally, and at an appropriate moment, we are fully locked and loaded, and our military will finish up the little that is left of Iran, President Trump. So, I mean, he's planning on blocking the strait. Now, I believe Iran is like 7-ish hours ahead of us right now. We're Eastern time, so it's 10 a.m. for both of us and most of you watching. But right now in Iran, it's kind of the middle of the night, approaching the morning. And so I'm curious as to when the United States is going to start this operation in the Strait of Hormuz to block it in order to, I guess, remove a lot of these mines and then open it back up. But Trump is threatening that if Iran tries to interdict or get involved in this in any sort of way, try to intercept or stop these ships from blocking what's already blocked, by the way. This is already blockaded, so I'm not sure what he means by that. But, maintaining a presence or entering a presence into the strait. Huh? A block section.
Bro, it's like nigga, wait, hold on one sec. So it's like what kind of genius thought process, like, you know what, bro? Imagine niggas are in the Oval Office, right? He's there with Rubio and Hegseth and all these niggas, right? And he's like, how are we gonna figure this out? The talks aren't gonna work. What are we gonna do? And he's like, wait, I got it. We're gonna block the blockade. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, could you imagine niggas in the White House?
And you got Hegseth and Vance in the corner, like, bro. Like, probably like, yo, we're cooked.
Yo,
we need a new leader.
Yo, you know what? These niggas must have been, because if you look at Marco Rubio, bro was drunk at the UFC event.
Yeah, he was.
Right? His eyes were kind of glazed over. It was probably, President, I got the idea. We're gonna block the blockade.
He probably told him.
That's a good idea.
He probably told him
Let's
drunk too. Yeah, he probably told him drunk too. Yo, you're totally right. He's like, I have an idea. We're gonna block. Well, fuck that. We're gonna block Strait of Hormuz. Well, it's blocked. We're gonna double block it. And Trump said, you know what, Marco? I think that's a great idea. This is what, and you're the best Secretary of State, and that's why maybe you're gonna be president. Because are you not the greatest? Man, it's not gonna be Vance, it's gonna be you. They probably charged each other up watching niggas knock themselves out next to Dana White.
Hex says there too, drinking a fucking cold one, right? Pete Keg's breath. Mr. President, I think that's great. I think that's a great idea. We're going to be lethal. We're going to destroy them. We're going to block, and we're going to be lethal at blocking them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They will learn. The mullahs will learn after this, as he's fucking, drinking his fucking Budweisers. Like, yo,
Charging
these niggas
each
must have
other
been
up.
lit. Yeah, bro. Niggas on the
charging each
UFC
other.
fight. They said, fuck it. We're hype. You know what? We're going to block the blockade. Ooh.
It had to be Rubio's idea first, though. It had to be Rubio, because that's a drunk idea. That's you know what? Fuck it. We're going to block the Block Strait. That's a great idea. Fucking Dumb and Dumber over there. Ringside, watching niggas knock each other out. No, but, I mean, look, this is what I'm really concerned about. This is what this is funny. This is what I'm really concerned about. If the United States enters the Strait, which we will in the next few hours, is Iran just going to sit there and let that happen? I mean, if we take control of the Strait, well, then what other weapon do they have aside from the IRGC members on the ground? So, and of course their missiles program, but, that's really only going to be weaponized in a defensive fashion. If we hit their energy infrastructure, then they'll hit the Gulf countries. Because, the strikes that they're hitting on Dubai and, Abu Dhabi and everywhere else in the UAE, sure, that matters, but it's not as detrimental as if they were to hit a water desalination plant, right? Or an oil refinery, as they've hit in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, or even the pipelines that send the smaller amount of oil that the Gulf countries export anywhere else on the land instead of the Strait of Hormuz. So that's what I'm really concerned about is Iran's response, and I think they will respond. I don't think they're going to let the United States do it. Then again, Trump has been just saying a bunch of things and doing others. So who knows if we'll even go into the Strait. Maybe this is just to, again, relieve the market. Hey, we're going to do something in the Strait. Don't worry. We're going to fix this. We have this under control. We'll be there Monday to remove mines and then block so we can unblock. Maybe that's his method. Maybe this is just bluffing. I don't know. But I mean, do you see any intricate strategy here? Do you see the greater idea? Because
and the thing that's crazy is that I think this might just be posturing because as you guys know, they had to move the Gerald Ford out of there, right? Because of a laundry fire or a dryer fire.
More like a missile strike.
Yeah, I got some pretty credible information that from some people that it wasn't a fire. It was or a dryer fire, as they claim. They were hit more than likely with a drone. But they were hit by Iran is the point you guys need to know. They were absolutely hit by Iran, and that's what caused the fire, and that's why they left. Obviously, we're not going to tell the world that. We're just going to say, oh, there was a fire and we had to leave. But, the fact that they were fighting a fire from a dryer for like almost a day, it was like some wild number, like 28 hours or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Like that's not indicative of a fire on a aircraft carrier. That didn't make sense. So more than likely, I think probably not a missile either, but I think it probably was like a drone or some other type of, damage from Iran externally. So them pushing an aircraft carrier into that area will be a suicide mission. I mean, guys, don't forget, they had to move the aircraft carriers back.
Yeah, when they first got there.
When they first got there, they got close, and then once they actually launched the attack, within the first like 72 hours, whatever, they had to move those aircraft carriers back.
Yeah.
So they would not do that. Yeah, they would not do that if there wasn't like some actual real threat of Iran's capabilities of hitting the aircraft carriers. So, this again, I think is just more military posturing of like, because if they do, it's just, they could sink an aircraft carrier. Let's be explicitly clear about this. The Iranians can absolutely sink an aircraft carrier, bro. No problem.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
they can do it.
Very possible. And the issue is, right. And
thousands will die if they do that. Thousands will die. Like, well, how many people are on the aircraft? Like somewhere between 3,000 to 6,000 people are on the aircraft carrier.
I thought he has like 5,000.
Yeah.
Military personnel.
It's some wild numbers. So between 3,000 to 5,000 in there, man. Like that'd be, yeah.
And so that's the thing too is, but I'll go back here before we move on. The two, I guess, theories I have, how could you theorize with such a plan? But the two theories that I have here is either Trump is just maybe posturing or he's bluffing in order to relieve the oil market, or maybe he's serious and maybe we will do this and maybe this is our attempt to reopen the Strait. But that's just not going to happen without serious warfare, without serious fighting. And so could it be an entry for a ground invasion? Sure. But then again, there's an issue with that as well, because obviously the coastline of Iran is heavily fortified with launchers that are mobile. And so a lot of these aircraft carriers, as well as any other small boats that deploy from these aircraft carriers, or just Marines in general that try to get onto the ground, are going to have a hard time. Again, this is just all speculation. I don't know what the plan is, but I don't know if this is serious. Trump has been launching a bunch of empty threats for the last 6 weeks since this conflict has started. I don't know why I would believe him here, because if all of the things he said sounded crazy, this is paired along with it. This also sounds crazy. This does not sound like something that makes sense, but the troops are there, and they've been there for a while, and they're getting ready to mobilize. Maybe this is the moment. The talks failed. We didn't reach an agreement. JD Vance said, we left something on the table. We're waiting for a call back. They're probably not going to come to the table on whatever that is that he vaguely hinted at the end of his brief. So, to me, it seems like, all roads lead to Rome effectively, and maybe this is where the war enters its second stage, and that's why China seems to be arming up Iran. And I read that out of CNN. I don't know if you saw that, but a couple different outlets reported on it. And then somebody asked Trump about it, and he said, well, if China does that, it's going to be, quote, a big mistake. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know why
And
they're...
shout out to Alex with the big 45 gifted. Thank you, bro. Shout out to Alex. All you guys, all you brokies in the chat, better tell him thank you. And then Riyadh, this idiot in my chat says, you guys should move to Iran. We're still fucking Iran up. We have all the leverage. We're destroying Iran. We have all the power. Not them. Okay, Torta Pounder 387. Enjoy the Shadow Realm, because clearly you're a fucking idiot. Because if you actually think, like me and my brother have told you guys this a million times, we are winning this war militarily, but we are losing it strategically, diplomatically, and economically. And if you can't understand that winning a war militarily doesn't necessarily mean you're winning the war, if you can't understand that concept, then you, my friend, are a fucking smooth-brained retard and don't understand how asymmetric warfare works. Okay, like our barrier to victory is a lot higher than Iran's barrier to victory. Our barrier to victory is we need to effectuate regime change. Right, we're trying to scale it back and say no, it's not regime change, even though that's what it is. Their barrier to victory is simply just not getting out of power. Yeah. And what's easier for them to achieve? It's easier for them to stay in power than it is for us to come in and take them out of power, clearly. Because that would require a boots-on-ground operation that the U.S. public is simply not looking to support politically. So you're an idiot. Enjoy the fucking Shadow Realm. And me and my brother have been so fucking clear and explicit about this that we have been dominating them militarily. This is absolutely true. Yeah. But destroying shit doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to win the war, especially when your enemy is underground and we can't actually hurt their ability to attack us. Like, even if we take out missile cities, there's hundreds of them all across the country, bro. That's why they've been able to keep attacking Israel. Every day I open up Rerum, there's like new strikes coming at Tel Aviv, bro. Like, does that look like they've destroyed their like we've destroyed 90% of their capability to fight back? Like, it doesn't look like that to me.
Look, the entire IC, if you guys disagree with us, you disagree with the entire intelligence community. Everybody in the IC said this war is a horrible idea. Former CIA officials or former CIA officers like John Kiriakou, or even others like Joe Kent, regardless of how you feel about them. And by the way, Tulsi Gabbard had also expressed back in 2019.
Well, I'm going to give them proof right now for us. I'm going to give them proof right now. What you're saying. Keep going. I got you.
Tulsi Gabbard in 2019 said this was a terrible mistake and Trump is making a huge blunder by trying to start a war with Iran. So, I mean, across the board, anybody who actually has skin in the game inside of the U.S. government, inside of the CIA or anything else like that will tell you this war is a terrible idea, because if you have any sort of intel on Iran, you know it's not just any other country like Iraq might have been or anything like that. The terrain is actually harsh, and all of the things that we desperately want and Israel wants to seize or destroy is hundreds of feet underground in several different locations that's fortified by their missiles as well that protect the country. But go ahead.
Someone said Myron's blocking people for disagreeing. No, I'm getting rid of idiots that are spamming the chat with lies. Now, what you guys just heard from my brother? How about you guys hear from the intel community themselves?
Hey, Gavin.
Trump should have had ample warning that toppling the Iranian government was not going to happen. On March 7th, the Washington Post revealed that a classified report by the National Intelligence Council found that even a large-scale assault on Iran launched by the United States would be unlikely to oust the Islamic Republic's entrenched military and clerical establishment. The report was completed about a week before the United States and Israel initiated...
Oh, did you guys hear that? The report was completed when?
Report was completed about a week before the United States and Israel initiated the war. The intelligence concluded that Iran's clerical and military establishment would respond to the killing of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei by following protocols designed to preserve continuity of power. Further,
Oh, I wonder who told y'all niggas this months ago. Oh,
the prospect of Iran's fragmented opposition taking control of the country was described as, quote, unlikely.
oh, interesting. This is intel professionals that have more info than me and my brother, that have top secret SCIs, that have access to all the military intelligence.
The source of the report, the National Intelligence Council, is composed of veteran analysts who produce classified assessments meant to represent the collective wisdom of Washington's 18 intelligence agencies.
Oh, so me and my brother came to the same conclusion as 18 different intelligence agencies that have significantly higher clearances than us, have clearances, they know what's going on, and they all came to the same conclusion that killing Ali Khamenei more than likely won't lead to a regime change.
Yep.
One would think that if Congress had any...
And to make it better, they gave him this report 1 week before the attacks, and he still attacked anyway. And now look at the fucking political quagmire we're in now. You know, it's like people over here just thinking like, why did you guys just move to Iran then? You guys are RUGC sympathists. Bro, the intelligence community of America, who has a vested interest in protecting America, as we do too, assess the same exact thing that we gave you, which is this war is stupid. It's not going to lead to regime change. This is going to lead us to a regional war, and it's going to create an economic energy crisis. And guess what happened? Everything came to fruition that we predicted. Niggas want to sit here and say, oh, go to Iran. Bro, are you stupid? Intel analysts from the CIA are saying the same shit. You going to tell them to go to Iran too? Well, how do you sound? Oh, you know what? All those intel officials, why don't you guys go ahead and just live in Iran? Like what? Bro.
And here I have this as well.
Go ahead.
This is really good. However, this was some time ago, but this just shows you that we're not creating this idea out of thin air. And this is brutally straightforward, but again, I mean, I guess it's useful to the dummies. Here, just take yours off. Or actually, I'll be able to make this big screen. Can you see that?
I'll make it. Yep, I'll see it. They can see both.
So this is Tulsi Gabbard in 2019 or 2020, and she also was expressing condemnation for this war. Let's see, where's the volume at?
Been ill-advised.
Okay, there we go.
President Trump, your Iran strategy has been ill-advised and very short-sighted. You need to change course now and get back into the Iran nuclear agreement before it's too late. Set aside your pride. Set aside your political calculations for the good of our country. Just do the right thing. President Trump.
This is why so many people are kind of going at Tulsi now, because like she was very anti-Iran war.
Yeah.
And hell, even last year, right around this time, she went and testified and said Iran doesn't have a nuclear bomb and they're not intending to make one because of the fatwa that Ali Khamenei put in place. And, you know, he ignored her and bombed them anyway. And I think a big reason why he ignored her, to Trump's defense, because I am being charitable here, I think the Israelis threatened to nuke Iran.
Well,
and that's
what John Kiriakou said.
That's what, yeah, and I trust his opinion on that.
I do as well. And he's been on the ball with all the predictions in regards to this war. And he's the one who said that Benjamin Netanyahu has been begging the last like 10 U.S. presidents, being dramatic, like 4, to bomb Iran. And they all said, look, that's beyond the pale. I'll do whatever you need me to do, but I'm not going that far because that's a regional mess I'm not willing to deal with or try and clean up. And of course, Trump was the one to actually do it. So, I mean, it's increasingly obvious as this war goes on. If you don't want to believe us, just look at the Middle East right now and look what's happening. Look how difficult it is for the United States to actually cover any ground in this war. It's because the IC knew this was a bad idea. And Trump got the go-ahead and said, look, you want to do this, you can do it. It's not going to be 4 or 5 days, though. It's going to take a long time.
Yep.
So
that's kind of what it is, man. So like, you know, you guys over here talking shit saying like, oh yeah, this is like, you know, Iran propaganda. Bro, this comes from our own intelligence community.
Yeah.
like we're not just like telling you guys this shit to like just tell you guys this so we can like feel good. Like we're literally telling you what the intel community warned Trump about 1 week before the strikes. And then everything that we said has pretty much happened off the intel community. Like we're not geniuses. We just have common sense to understand geopolitics and, you know, how asymmetric warfare operates and how winning militarily doesn't matter. Guys, we lost Vietnam. We killed how many of them? Like 2 million, I think, died like that. We lost about almost 50 to 60,000 soldiers, and we lost the conflict. Like, we had to leave. We had to pull out. Even though we militarily destroyed them, that didn't matter. Same thing with Afghanistan and the Taliban. We militarily destroyed the Taliban. We won every single battle. But guess what happened? We ended up running out of there, and several of our service members got killed in the process. A very embarrassing flight out. And who's in power right now in Afghanistan? The Taliban. So it's like, regime change wars just don't work. They simply don't work. And we have a multitude of evidence to show it. At this point, I don't know what else. I mean, you're just a smooth brain moron. Sorry, we were, there's something you want to show, right?
Yeah.
For us to,
I'll show this as well.
win, we have to destroy the regime. We have to install a pro-American government, or maybe even a pro-American, pro-Israeli government, which is just beyond the pale. For the Iranians to win, they just have to survive. And they've been there for 5,000 years. We're going to have to occupy this country. Think of it this way, too. We had 170,000 troops in Iraq. That was at the height of the conflict, 170,000 troops. Iran is 3.8 times the size of Iraq, with more forbidding terrain. Iran is the size of the whole of Western Europe. Well, we only have but 50,000 troops in the region and 2 carrier attack groups. We can't occupy Iran and overthrow its government where things, to me, were especially egregious, and I can go on about this for some time, was that Netanyahu convinced the president that as soon as we fire that first rocket, the whole place is going to come down like a house of cards. And I guarantee to you,
And Patrick Bet David, and this is about to be really sweet, so you should pay attention to this, but Patrick Bet David on his show the other day, I don't know if you saw, I reacted to it on stream, he was saying, Benjamin Netanyahu likely told Trump that this would only be 3 or 4 days. We have all the intelligence gathered, and so if you strike the Iranians, it's wide open for regime change. The people want to change. Hey, and pretty much he sold the idea probably that last time in Washington before the strikes began that this wouldn't be longer than 2 weeks. And what Trump did, and what's obvious, is he gave Mossad and Israeli intelligence the upper position over his own intelligence back at home. Trump listened to the Israelis. He listened to Benjamin Netanyahu. He leaned on their prediction and said, this will be quick. I trust them. Venezuela was easy. How hard could this be? While at the same time, all of his intelligence assets, everybody who's on his side was probably saying, hey, it's actually a lot more complicated than he's making it out to be, that being Netanyahu. You should reconsider. And we're showing you with the entire IC, the entire intelligence community has said from the get-go, before this war and after this war, it's not a good idea, and it never will be. Never has it been. And then look what John Kiriakou says here.
Okay, the whole place is going to come down like a house of cards. And I guarantee to you, I base my reputation on it. No CIA analyst or State Department analyst or Defense Department analyst bought into that. Anybody who knows anything at all, the most basic, rudimentary information on Iran would tell you that they're not going to see us as liberators. They're going to see us as invaders and occupiers. And not just that, but the Israelis, the Iranians believe that the Israeli government came out of the fires of hell. They're not going to welcome them as liberators. And I don't care what these Iranian
That's facts, bro.
That's very true.
Americans in Beverly Hills say, because they're not mainstream Iranians with their Shah flags.
You mean Patrick Bet David?
I like Patrick. He's a nice guy, but he's...
Yo, Riyadh, I never saw this clip.
He's cooking here, huh?
Does this thing watch us, or what
I
the
know.
fuck?
He's cooking here.
Yo,
and by the way, I saw this clip for the first time. Wallahi, swear to God, I saw this clip for the first time 2 days ago. Never knew it existed. But he's saying exactly what we've been saying. I don't know if this is new or not, but I saw this and I was like, yeah, I got to play this on stream because he's saying everything we've been trying to tell people.
Bro said Beverly Hills Iranians. Like, yo.
The stupid secular Persians, bro.
Yo, this is like verbatim what we've been saying. Like, don't believe these fucking, these...
Well, they're not there. They're not there. They're not
Iranians.
at home. They're not in Iran suffering from the sanctions that are imposed on them by the United States, motivated by Israel. We have sanctions on Iran because Benjamin Netanyahu in 2018 told them, get rid of this nuclear deal and deem the IRGC a terrorist organization. And Mike Pompeo and Donald Trump did exactly that. So people at Iran, and this is like a disrespect. This is like a disservice to the intelligence of Iranian people. Oh, they want a new regime. Oh, they hate us. They scream death to America. Do you think they're that dumb? Do you think they don't understand the fact that the United States is controlled by Israel? And so both of us, being the United States and Israel, work in tandem to undermine and destroy that country. They know that. And so even if they don't like the regime, like I've said a million times, the greater evil will always be these Western powers like the United States and Israel. That's how they view us, especially the Israeli government. I can't harp on that enough. And I can go on about that ad nauseum. The Israeli government, not only to Iran, but to any Middle Eastern country, is literally demonic for all intents and purposes. No single one of these populist civilizations or any of these countries as a whole will ever concede to or ever disagree with that. And so you can always bet if it's arbitrary or nuanced with the United States, it's not with Israel. You know, we know what side that Israel falls on in regards to the opinion of the Arab nations and then, of course, the Persian nation of Iran. It's very true. And the way he worded it is exact, you know. So you don't listen to these people at home here in the United States. They don't know what they're saying.
Look at this, bro. This is a perfect example. This is how the Iranians feel about war, bro.
Today, to show our support to the oppressed people of Palestine and to against the Zionists.
That is psycho. That is absolutely psycho.
So, as we were doing it.
So if you think me and my brother and John Carrick are lying, there you go. Dudes got bombed. And what did they say? Praise God. And that's Israel. Like what?
Interviews in the International Quds Day rally. An attack just happened in the building right across the street. People are chanting slogans. They are not afraid. They are standing.
Someone said it's AI video. Yeah, you're a moron.
Right there, and they are chanting slogans against the Israeli regime. They're chanting Allahu Akbar and death to America and death to Israel.
Yo, how about this? Check this out. It's not just in Iran either. It's all across the Middle East. Look at this video. Have you seen this? Just watch. I don't even have to do any explaining. That's not funny. He did not fucking move.
Yo,
he literally acted like nothing happened. Could you imagine if that happened here in the United? I would be running, nigga. I would be running in no direction at all. I would just be getting as far away from that blast as I possibly can. Are you kidding me?
Look at this shit.
This is all these people deal with, bro.
Bro, look at this shit. Boom. Son gets bombed.
Wow.
And they walk towards it. What the fuck? Do you guys see why now, like a regime change is damn near impossible, bro? Like, I don't know how much more I have to show you guys. Like, you got the intel community telling you it's not going to happen. You got a former CIA guy telling you it's not going to happen. We're showing you clips of them getting bombed, saying, you know, praise God, you know, fuck these guys. Like, I don't know how much more proof I need to give you guys.
Yeah.
Like,
and this is not to just gloat or brag about how brave these people are. Sure, there's that element, but this is really just to show people that this is a formidable enemy. These are people that are willing and determined to die if it means making the U.S. really lose strategically. And that's what they've been doing. They're more than happy to fight for the cause. They're more than happy to take to the streets. You know, they blocked bridges during Trump's threat period. Do you remember when Trump had threatened to bomb bridges? They put themselves on the bridges and the power plants. So they said, you know, if you're going to strike these places, well, then strike us with it. And they called the U.S. bluff. So, I mean, these are a very motivated group of people. And the reason why this matters is because Trump was saying in the beginning of January and towards the beginning of February, before we actually struck, that the Iranian people will mobilize after we strike the government and they'll take back organically. You know, we won't have to do too much. All we got to do is just take out the key leadership. And then from there, it's easy as peasy. You know, it's easy. 1, 2, 3. These people will come into power. But look at them. These are the same people that are jumping on the same bridges the United States is promising to bomb in the next 6 or 7 hours.
Do you have clips of them at the bridge and shit? I could pull it up if you want me to, but
No, I do. I retweeted one of them actually here.
yeah, if you could, because people think we're kidding around when we say like these people. Look, I'm not sitting here telling you guys like, oh, they're so fearless, whatever. I'm just telling you guys that like us attacking them has made them unite with their government. Even people that would have disliked the government are now siding with the government because, bro, it's like 9/11. Remember when 9/11 happened, bro? And like we all rallied around the flag, right? And people that didn't like Bush were still supporting Bush. Bush had like fucking historic approval ratings. When you get hit by a foreign enemy, bro, it's one of the best ways to unite a country for a war.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I said that earlier. I said, imagine what was happening in Iran happened to the United States. Right and left would disappear right away. You know, people, like you said, that rally around the flag effect. And that's what you're seeing in Iran. I retweeted this. I said, Trump yesterday, this was when his address to the nation about a week and a half ago, you weren't live, but I reacted to it. He said in that address, quote, verbatim, he said, the Iranian people are begging me to continuously bomb their country, but really this is what the Iranian people are doing when we promise to bomb bridges. Look at this. All gathered along the bridge. And I had somebody chat this, or I had somebody respond on X. Of course I didn't respond. They said, the government's forcing them to do that. Like, yeah, that's my God. Mouth.
It said IRGC was forcing them to do that shit. Oh yeah, like IRGC is gonna, go above ground and tell niggas, you guys got to stand on this bridge to get bombed.
Like they have the time or the coordination effort to even do something like that. Hello, they're like manning missiles independently across 7 different provinces in the country, trying to fight back. They're gonna somehow coordinate people to stand on bridges as human shields. Otherwise, they're gonna kill them. They don't even have the bandwidth to exercise such a plan. You fucking idiot. And this is the whole human shield thing. It's like, give it a rest, bro. Just admit that the people don't like us. How hard is it? Yeah, that's the thing. When they admit that the people don't like us, the whole Hasbara propaganda train comes crashing. Once they realize, and you come to the realization that the Iranian people actually don't like the U.S. They actually don't want regime change. Maybe they don't like this regime. That doesn't mean they want an American leader installed. Then there's no real justification for this war. You can't use the moral thing anymore. What were you gonna say?
Yeah. No. I was gonna say, like they just because, and it's kind of easy if you understand Iran's history, you would see why they don't like us, and it's very simple. What have we done? All we've done is meddle in their foreign affairs since the 1950s, bro.
Bro, for like 7 years.
I don't think people understand. Yeah, bro. Like I don't think people understand like how much we fucked with their country, right? Yeah. Like they had a democratically elected leader. We overthrew that guy, put in a Shah. The Shah gave 50% of their oil revenue to England and the United States. They said, fuck that. That's what led to the revolution in 1979 because the Shah was basically undermining the people. And that's what led to the Ruhollah Khomeini, the first supreme leader, taking power. Then Ali Khamenei following after, and I think like 1989 he took power. So like, dude, this is like, we've been fucking with their foreign policy or fucking with their country with coups since the 50s, dude. Okay? That's why they don't like us. And they never liked us. And even if they don't like the government, right? Even the people that hate the government in that country, they're still going to rally behind the government because they look at it like, all right, we don't like y'all, but we don't like these other people more.
Yeah, not as
that's simple, dude.
That's how they look at
it.
100%.
And I tell people all the time, guys, let's imagine, right? Russia assassinated Donald Trump, right? And killed 50 of our top officials. Then they bombed the Golden State Bridge. Then they bombed the Empire State Building. Then they threatened to bomb our power plants. Yo, would you guys side with Putin and be like, yeah, I want to be liberated by Putin? Like, I guarantee you, even the biggest libs that hate Donald Trump will say, look, we don't like Donald Trump, but we don't like you even more. And they would fucking, take up arms and defend their country. Rightfully so, by the way. Right? Yeah. That's the exact same scenario that they're in with these guys.
Yep.
Right? It's just that simple. And it's like, it's crazy to me how people don't like understand this shit.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's straightforward, right? We really just have to harp on this for the dummies, unfortunately. But it's just really not that complicated. It never has been. And maybe before this war started, it would be a little bit more blurred, right, before everything kind of took place. But now I think everything has pieced itself together for people to see themselves. You don't really even have to do this deep political analyzation or go into geopolitics or even study the history. I'll go that far. If you just look at what's happening now, then it gives you a clear picture of what's happened in the past, why it doesn't work, why it never works when we try it, and why the people of that country that we're attacking or trying to effectuate regime change in are extremely unhappy with our actions. And then Trump is
Here's
now...
something, bro.
Go ahead.
I just got more receipts, bro. Yo.
No, keep going.
شما صحبت میکنم هدفمند داره عمل میکنه و ما شاهد اجتماع حضور مردم هستیم در میدان انقلاب ما نمیتونیم ما اینجا هستیم مردم اینجا حتی در مقابل پدافند در برابر موشک ها ایستادن مردم ایستادن اومدن بیعت کنن با امامشان با امام خامنه ای اومدن بیعت کنن و لبیک میگوین.
Do you see the fucking, you can see military guys, are they pointing the guns at these niggas saying cheer? Huh? like cheer niggas, y'all better go nowhere. like, come on, bro. Niggas got bombed and they're waving the flag saying God is great. Like, how many more clips? So let's go through this. You got the Intel Committee saying there's probably not going to be a regime change. 18 different agencies came to the conclusion. You got the report that was made by them. You got me and my brother telling you it's not going to happen. And then we show, on top of that, we show you guys 4 to 5 different pieces of footage showing that these guys are willing to stand on bridges, stand at power plants, get bombed, protest, get bombed while protesting and not leave and literally say, God is great. And we showed you guys all these clips. I mean, how much more proof do I need to show you guys that, like, this war is retarded? And that these people are they're not gonna rise up and overtake their government like we claim. Like, don't believe these dumbass Iranians that live in the United States and in California, like Kiriakou was saying. Like, bruh, this is what's going on in Iran. And we've shown you guys several videos now at this point. These dudes get bombed and say that is great.
Yeah, they're not in reality. It's easy to be on the outside and look at all the monstrosities and horrors and go, oh yeah, look, the regime is bad. And however, I mean, I'll concede to that, right? Like, they're not an innocent regime, but ultimately there's a greater foe. You know, there's a greater
we're not
foe.
saying that they're perfect, chat. Like, every government has its problems, but like what we've basically done is we've absolved the current regime from all their crimes. I don't know if y'all noticed that. We've actually absolved them of all their crimes and vindicated them because they've been telling the people we can't trust the United States and they don't care about you. And then as we continuously bomb them, right, and destroy infrastructure, all we're doing is proving the government right. So even the people that don't like the government can say, damn, they're kind of right when they say America and Israel are the enemy and they're trying to kill us. So we need to get behind our government. And then Trump says shit like, oh, we're going to send them back to the Stone Age. Oh, we're going to destroy their power plants. We're going to an entire civilization might be gone tonight. What do you guys think is going to happen? Like, how much more proof do me and my brother need to show y'all that a regime change is not going to work? They don't fuck with us. They don't like us. And they don't like us for fairly valid reasons. Like, we've been fucking with our country for a minute. Like, this is a war that we started. This war is completely unnecessary. It's wrong. We should have never did it. And we're not going to get the desired effect of a regime change at all.
And
Trump, he agrees.
Trump, Hegseth, and Rubio say these crazy Shia clerics, they always scream death to America, and so we have to destroy them. Do you think a conflict is as simple as one group of people saying death to America, and now we have to destroy these people or destroy the regime because the regime instills this motivation in them? Like, I mean, if you think it's that basic, if you think it's that ABC, well, then maybe just paying attention to the news is not for you. You should just never turn the TV on again. But they scream that, like my brother just said, because of the fact that we've been meddling in their foreign affairs or their really domestic affairs for the last 70 years. So they're sick and tired of us. And that's been a chant echoed across the entire Middle East because we're always militarily involved in the Middle East for the wrong reasons. I don't think that military involvement in the Middle East is inherently bad, right, per se, but for the reasons that we've been involved, more often than not, they are bad. Iraqi Freedom, Operation Iraqi Freedom was bad. That was not a good idea. All of our other operations in Syria, in Libya, not good ideas. But of course, there's a greater benefiter to these operations than us, and that's Israel. And of course, these people know that. They intimately know that. And they've been known that ever since, honestly, the 50s and the 60s. So, you know, it's not a matter of hating the West because of the fact that the West is Christian or the West has women that don't wear the veil or the burqa. maybe that's like 1% or 2% of where that actual anti-American rhetoric comes from. But the majority of it is that the Arab Muslim world hates the United States because we do Israel's bidding in that region and kill a lot of people in the process, unfortunately. That's where it all stems from. And it's the same thing with Iran. You can gloss over every single country. It's the same story written in a little bit of a different way. So, and that's very crucial if you want to understand foreign policy, and that's crucial so you cannot be victim to the hijacking of our country. You know, if you buy into the whole, well, they hate us and death to America, and you look at that at face value and you don't look at why they say those things, well, then you'll really never understand the way the world works. You'll never understand anything, and you won't know how to vote. You won't be informed, and you're just going to be in liability, really, not only to the government, but to the people as well. So it is, you know, something that we've harped about several times, but, you know, we always seem to still have people who say we're pro-IRGC members or we should go join the IRGC, and it's like, all right, bro.
Oh yeah, bro. Like, it's just like this low IQ. Okay, you can't attack the merit of my argument, so you know you have to say some dumb shit like that. I'll read some chats real quick. We got here. Maximus says, check out new Trump, new low. He made fun of the Pope. Okay, Aid Carter, subscribe, welcome. Soldier says he wants to sign up for a year. No, he's not allowed. Luca Max says, made an IG video short about you earlier. Could we watch it quickly? I don't know if we have time. Did you see Hinkle's latest video about China's latest infrastructure project, the bridge? China by far the most advanced country on the planet. Well, they build infrastructure, man. Black says, when they accept that you're going to share, do they ever track back and ask to be monogamous to them? No. Mehdi says, Riyadh is a halal version of Myron. Okay. One chest for all the fat people out there. Go ahead and, you know, work with him, guys. Don't be a fat POS. I'm going to drop his link in here if you guys want to work with One Chest, by the way. Peter Teal says, W Riyadh, okay. Six Miggy says, is it more important to watch the live streams or the old ones you streamed like a day or two days ago? I'd say watch the live, bro. Evil Johan Myron, that dumb 30-year-old Puerto Rican chick gave a disgust energy, was a complete dummy. Yeah, I know. Shadow Rum, that monkey. Okay, from Peter Teal. Evil Johan donated, thank you. Myron, how do you handle death threats online or empty threats throughout the years? It's just a part of the show, bro. I mean, just a part of, you know, what it is. I stay inside all day. Love the show, Myron. Have you heard of anything about the 4 missiles hitting Ben Gurion Airport Terminal, fuel depot, and runway? Info, I think, from Scott Ritter. When did that happen? Did you hear about that, Riyadh?
What was that?
They're saying apparently 4 missiles hit Ben Gurion Airport.
Let's see.
I don't know if that happened today. Yeah, if you could look it up. Chief Mac, how will the blockade be successful and how will markets react? It's not going to be successful, and it's going to create even more pressure. Yo, what's up, Myron and Riyadh? Not sure how true this is, but do you think the reason for this war is to pivot the rest of the world to buy U.S. Venezuela oil and gas to make the numbers one seller? I mean, that could kind of be an auxiliary thing, and that's how they're justifying it now. But it's still, that's
the best. That's the best set of reasoning you can use to justify it, but it's still just not good enough. It's micro in the face of several other macro factors that actually hurt the United States, and this war is to support the detriment of the United States more than our benefit for the long term. Because if that was the case, we had diplomacy figured out with Iran, and diplomacy is a much clearer path to gaining some sort of advantage in terms of petrodollar or kind of undermining BRICS or that part of the world. And, you know, that was tarnished. And obviously that was tarnished because the Israeli motivation is entire regime change. They don't care about the economic benefit. They want regime change so they can have security in the region and they can push their plan. Where the United States, if we wanted some sort of economic advantage there, Strait of Hormuz or anything like that, we had that. You know, we had that in 2016, 17, and then it was all destroyed in 2018. And so now to kind of get that would be diminishing returns, as well as the fact that I think Benjamin Netanyahu wants the Strait. I don't think we're going to have much to do with it. Let's say the IRGC completely falls. I think that Strait is just going to belong to Israel. So that's my prediction. By the way, Trump just really put up some crazy shit on Truth Social, but I'll let you finish your chats.
Okay. We'll go to it next. Yo, Myron, Riyadh can't pause the video when he wants to play. Okay. Can the ceasefire benefit those companies that are on the defense? Yeah, for sure it'll benefit them. Ronnie says, go like Riyadh's report. Absolutely, guys. Go make sure to like his video. Thanks, JD Vance, the clown. Okay. Hey, Myron, been catching up on streams. All the info has been helpful. Thanks for what you do. Also, you got to give your brother Barbara a call. Okay. Just clarifying, give him a call because he needs to sort out your hair. Okay, nigga. Dium says 18 gallons for premium. What is Riyadh driving? 18 gallons for premium. They want to know what you drive.
An Infiniti Q60. So it's 18 gallons and it takes premium fuel. So it totals out to around like 90, 95.
Minian says, why do you think Apple removed all the small villages and towns in Lebanon off the maps? I don't know.
Saw that. I saw that. That was weird. I saw that.
Yeah. Are you going to do the open mic debate at Penn State during the day? Yeah, I will at 12. April 15th tax deadline is due. Shall we pay over the money or risk potentially being drone struck? Okay, buddy. David Garcia, the U21 national Bosnian soccer team refused to do handshakes with Israel Epstein State, proving Israel is losing the public approval. They definitely are. Ibrahim, Israel official X account just took shots at Ye. Yeah, that's why you can't apologize to these niggas, bro. You know? The United States and Israel sound like a woman who goes to her job, breaks all the rules, but expects to pay raise. Exactly. Did someone burn down the Sam Altman house? I don't know about that. Big boss. Bro, did you see this chick, Christy Noam's husband, is a gross, cross-dresser? We know. I read surveys where outside of East Asia, Iranians have the highest IQs in the world. They're in the top 3 or 4, I think. Guerrero says, Soldier Boy, okay, whatever. Speedy, they say Middle Eastern Muslims scream death to America, but every Middle Eastern person I've met has been nothing but nice to me. Yep, it's the government. If so, where the money Monday? Fresh is gonna do it. Okay, Riyadh, how long do you think the war would last? And then Pepper Street Heat says y'all spend facts. Okay, we're caught up. Go ahead, bro. They're asking how much do you think the war is gonna last, or how long?
A long time, probably. I think this is a forever war. I mean, if there was any chance for it to end and be short-lived, it would have been yesterday. So yesterday in the talks failing was proof and testament that this will be long-winded. So Trump here, I'll read my chats very fast. I don't have too many. We'll go through these. Give me 1 second. Like the video, guys, if you're on my stream. Helps.
And Alejandro
appreciate it.
said Trump depicted himself as Jesus, and Mizam says people are now holding these Iranian diaspora account, creating such a destructive propaganda where it's to cost their own people. Exactly. Yeah. Don't believe these Iranians, bro. Like it's all propaganda for these guys. Go ahead, Riyadh. You had something?
Yeah. So really quick, chat say, oh wow. Okay. So Papa Big Flame, thank you for the $2. He says went from $60 to about $102 to fill my truck. Yep, sounds about right. MB34 says, how does the double blockade work? Yeah, we're trying to figure that out. 2 things, like I said, either it's just the setup for a second stage of the war and the United States is really trying to get in there, or it's just posturing or Trump bluffing to calm the oil market. That's the way I look at it. I think the latter is more likely. Beast says, shout out to my Sudanese bros all the way from down under, Khartoum, born and raised. I also paid $115 to fill up my work car 2 days ago. Usually pay $70. God damn, that's a big jump. Shout out to you, bro. Thank you for the super chat. Char Bing says, I'm assuming you guys know the acronym TACO, Trump always chickens out. It's a term referring to his constant. Yeah, we're familiar. We said that during the first stream when he chickened out from the strikes. Don't let intel get in the way of a good time for the little hats. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Thanks, Beer Bishid. IMZ says, I hear China's now helping with air defense. Yeah, they are. Thanks for the $2. Spence is here, $5. Much love from Oregon. Hey, that's cool. Maybe I'll visit one day. Jesus UCSB says, Byron, I think it's called me Byron. Have you seen this phenomenon? People call me Byron because I'm a black man. Byron, I'm a vet. No one speaks about the sleeper cells here ready to attack us, Shake Man. Thanks so much for the $5. Yeah, who knows? There's also that element as well. That's scary, right? So false flag, sleeper cell, right? All of it is bad, and this war makes its likelihood a lot higher. Sagno Sprite says, hi, Riyadh, hope you're well. Hey, what's up? Thank you for the super chat, and yes, I'm feeling a lot better. Okay, Trump we can react to the Pope thing too, but
we can react to the Pope thing, and then you want to do Dave Smith debate?
Yeah,
after?
Let's do that. 2 things here. Okay. So this was about 2 hours ago, actually, right when we started going live, I believe. So this is outside of Air Force One. Suleiman posted it, but he just put this on Truth Social.
Okay.
I don't know.
And then the last chat I'll read on the side.
Go ahead.
It says, what do you think about the Greater North America, Pete Hegseth unveiled? We'll talk about that too, about the Greater North. So yeah, Trump posted this, which is very blasphemous, I guess.
What is going on? Look, I just want to say this, man. I'm not even going to rip on him anymore. People always go, you're being too hard on Trump. You're being too hard on MAGA. You guys don't even sound like you're on the right anymore. You sound like Democrats. Nigga, how do I defend this nigga anymore? How do I defend him anymore? Trump is making it exceedingly difficult to actually defend his actions. What is this? Like, literally, what I don't know if he's depicting himself as Jesus healing the leper or the dead. I don't even know what's going on anymore. But
dude.
Willingly posted this 2 hours ago. And this is his statement to the Pope. And this was just a couple hours ago as well.
Filled up with oil.
Hang on. Let's increase the volume because I know a lot of you guys wanted to hear what he said about the Pope. or get a reaction to it.
And they're going to go back filled up with oil. Okay?
Why did you attack Pope Leo on Truth Social?
I don't think he's doing a very good job. He likes crime, I guess. He hit us. Think of it. He's worried about fear. What about the fear when the ministers and the priests and all of those great people that were arrested during COVID, and in many cases they're outside 10 feet apart and they were arrested. So we don't like it. We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our cities. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo. He's a very liberal person, and he's a man that doesn't believe in stopping crime. He's a man that doesn't think that we should be toying with a country that wants a nuclear weapon so they can blow up the world. I'm not a fan of Pope Leo.
He did this with his hand. Yeah, so that's his attack on Pope Leo, who is a newly installed pope. He's relatively new. And for you guys who are under a rock or never learned anything in school, the Pope is the religious leader for Catholics, or the religion of Catholicism, which is Christianity. But that's kind of crazy to take a shot at the Pope. But I mean, the Pope just wants world peace, man. And the Pope historically always condemned the attacks in Gaza, especially the attacks in Gaza had the Catholic Church being involved. There was a Catholic church that was destroyed. I think the oldest one, one of the oldest ones in the region. So the Pope was always expressed condemnation against Israel. And remember, with Catholicism, there's really none of this like binding, we must support Israel, we must support the Jewish people thing in their theology. Catholics and Orthodox people vehemently reject that. So the Pope kind of manifests that in his statements against Israel, or really his statements for world peace. You don't see this bias or this kind of support leaning into the state of Israel and their right to exist, that constant question, the whole memo or Israel's MO of, well, do we have the right to exist? You see evangelicals and, of course, Protestants leaning into that a little bit more, but for Catholics and stuff, there's none of that. So they don't have any vested interest or any obligation to support these senseless wars in the Middle East, and obviously that's not beneficial to the Trump administration. I think not only Trump, but, you know, Pete Hegseth also had a harsh choice of words for the Pope in his statements as well, but Pope is just saying the truth. You know, Iran has the right to exercise that power. They have the right to their own sovereignty, which has been threatened several times, and so they're only defending themselves. But that's Trump's attack against the Pope. He says, I don't like that guy. Pretty funny. He kept it actually pretty clean. It wasn't, I thought it'd be worse. I didn't get to see that until now, but yeah.
They made it, apparently he made a true social post that was offensive, if you could pull it up.
It's right
That's
here.
what they claim. Yeah, you have it.
So Pope Leo is weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. He talks about fear of the Trump administration, but doesn't mention the fear that the Catholic Church and all other Christian organizations had during COVID when they were arresting priests, ministers, and everybody else for holding church services, even when going outside and being 10 and even 20 feet apart. I like his brother Louis much better than I like him, because Louis is all MAGA. He gets it, and Leo doesn't. I don't want a pope who thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I don't want a pope who thinks it's terrible that America attacked Venezuela, a country that was sending massive amounts of drugs into the United States, and even worse, emptying their prisons, including murderers, drug dealers, and killers into our country. And I don't want a pope who criticizes the president of the United States because I'm doing exactly what I was elected in a landslide to do. No, you were not. That is not what you were elected to do. Setting record low numbers in crime, creating the greatest stock market in history. Wow, this is like crazy. Leo should be thankful because, as everyone knows, he was a shocking surprise. He wasn't on any list to be pope, and he was only put there by the church because he was an American, and they thought that would be the best way to deal with President Donald J. Trump. If I wasn't in the White House, Leo wouldn't be in the Vatican. Unfortunately, wow, this is crazy. Unfortunately, Leo's weak on crime, weak on nuclear weapons, does not sit well with me, nor does the fact that he meets with Obama sympathizers like David Axelrod, a loser from the left, who is one of those who wanted churchgoers and clerics to be arrested. Leo should get his act together as pope, use common sense, stop catering to the radical left, and focus on being a great pope, not a politician. It's hurting him very badly, and more importantly, it's hurting the Catholic Church, President Trump. All right, so Trump is...
and somebody actually made a good thing here. They said, what new credit card you suggest? It depends on what you're trying to do, bro. For 6 Miggy. Hey, Myron. Richard Medher says that what happened in Venezuela is what's happening in Iran, including all the Russian oil tankers being bombed as a strategy to chokehold Chinese energy. Yeah, but that's not the good way to go about it. Hassan says, if you want to analyze interesting, take this as the link. Okay, so, and then somebody else mentioned that Marandi, I got a video here of Professor Marandi talking about the talks. We can kind of, now we can get the Iranian side from him. Let me pull this up real quick.
Yeah, let's see what he said.
Yeah, let me share screen.
That's probably where the
fast.
statement came from. And then I have the debate ready for whenever you want.
Oh, you got the debate ready? Perfect.
I have it ready. Yeah.
The whole world is watching Pakistan, and they've been waiting for this moment for Iran and US to begin negotiating. What do you make of Pakistan's role in hosting these talks?
Well, obviously
Actually, you know what? This is him talking about Pakistan. This might be better right here. This is right after, I think.
Sir, how do you see the Islamabad talks held in Islamabad, and how you think that what will be the result of these talks?
Okay, his accent is horrible, but he says, what do you think is the results of these talks? So Randy speaks better English, thank God, than this fucking beat. But
the United States is the enemy of the Palestinian people. We have no illusions about the nature of the Trump regime. We have achieved enormous results on the battlefield, and that is why they want to speak with us, but we have preconditions. If those preconditions are not met, then progress will not be made. And we're not afraid of going back to war. And we have our missile capabilities, our drone capabilities, our defense capabilities, and our armed forces that will protect the people of Iran and the people of the region. And the axis of resistance is heroically fighting to help the people of Palestine. So we are prepared for any scenario.
So how do you see the role of mediator as a Pakistan's role of mediation?
Well, Pakistan and Oman are friends of Iran, and the people of Iran and the people of Pakistan have historic ties. The similarities and the friendship and the love that exists between.
And just so you guys know, Pakistan relies on Iran for energy quite a bit. So they are, and they're big. Both of them are big Muslim countries. So, and they share a border. So that is kind of why Pakistan was able to get in here. China was also involved in this. They don't talk about it as much, but obviously Pakistan and China made this meeting happen in the first place.
They broke
the people of these two countries is known to everyone. We're very comfortable here among our friends and sisters and brothers, but the United States is our enemy, and the United States is slaughtering the children of Gaza, and it is slaughtering the children of Lebanon, and they've slaughtered the children of Iran.
And
with the help
really
of
quick,
their regional province.
I don't mean to interrupt here, but this is important for people to understand. When Iranians see Israeli strikes in the Middle East, whether it's in southern Lebanon, Gaza, wherever it is, the annexation of the West Bank, the attempted annexation of southern Lebanon, honestly, since this war has started, they just view that as an American action because it's all funded by us, right? Those are our weapons primarily, or really majority-wise, those are our weapons. And we enable Israel to do such things. And we never voice condemnation. Remember, Washington did not even condemn the strikes after the ceasefire was announced by Trump on Truth Social, the 100 strikes the following morning, when Caroline Leavitt actually struggled to answer questions from the press. That's the White House press secretary. And so, like, there's never this condemnation.
Doing the press conference. That's the crazy part. Israel was literally bombing Beirut, guys, as she was doing a press conference at like 10 in the morning.
And so she doesn't even comment on it. I say all of this to really elucidate the idea. The Iranian people view any Israeli aggression as American aggression. They don't separate the two. And so that's why they find America to be such a violent enemy. You know, everything that's happening in Lebanon, everything that's happening in Gaza, even the school that was bombed in Iran when the war first started, it's all America, America, America to them, which understandably so, because we bolster Israel to even have the ability to launch these strikes without dealing with the retaliation. Because if we didn't support them, Israel would have never existed. Probably would have stopped existing very soon after their inception. So, or they would have never even existed from the beginning, you know? So they understand that, and they view us as really, any strike that comes from Israel is synonymous with the United States. It's very important to understand. It's not just, you know, Israel, that it's one entity to them.
And it's important to understand, I think you guys also should know that the reason why they made this, they refused to make the distinction, and I'll tell you why. If you guys remember during the 12-Day War, we were negotiating with them about their nuclear program, in the middle of negotiations, what happens? The Israelis attack them. So they look at it like, okay, the United States feigned diplomacy to create a fucking ruse so that the Israelis can attack. That's why this time around they said, look, if either of you attack us, we're going to look at it as both of you attacked us no matter what, and it hit both you guys back. And that's what prompted Marco Rubio to say, oh, we knew the Israelis were going to do the strike, blah, 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 so we had to get involved. So, like, they put U.S. on Israel in warning, and that's our fault that they did it to us that way because we were negotiating with them, and the Israelis did a sneak attack in the middle of negotiations.
Yeah,
that's why they have the views that they have, and no one ever talks about this in mainstream media. Like Fox News isn't going to tell you they're like, while we're in the middle of diplomacy and doing talks, like we struck them, I think, on a Friday or a Saturday. Dude, they were supposed to meet in Oman on Qatar on like Saturday or Sunday.
Week. Yeah, the following week. The beginning
like
of the
literally
following
it was
week.
like 48 hours. Like they had to meet within 24 to 48 hours, and we bombed them before that, or Israel did. And then we came in after the fact at the end of the 12 days and bombed their nuclear facilities. So this is why they look at us this way, and this is why they made this new rule in March, or sorry, in 2026, saying if Israel attacks us, we're going to attack both of you back, because they've realized, yo, you guys are coordinating strikes against us. One is feigning diplomacy while the other one is strategizing militarily. So that's kind of what it is, and I can't really be mad at them for that, because this is the second time now that we attacked them again on February 28th, while Witkoff and them had just met with the Omani ambassador, and the Omani guy even said, hey, we had a deal in place that would have been good, and they attacked anyway on the 28th, because it was never about a nuclear deal. It was always about attacking them no matter what. And the intel community gave him a report a week before. Hey, man, this might not be a good idea for regime change. And he did it anyway.
And that's why we stepped in the summer as well. And Iran sees that. Iran knows if they hit Israel, American retaliation is on its way. Because we defend them, right? They're like our little brother. So for them, it's like, if we're going to fight Israel, we're just going to make the United States feel it, because we know they're going to step in anyways, right? Like Operation Midnight Hammer, where Trump had to really seal everything and make it better. But ultimately, they look at us as one entity, and that's very important to understand, because a lot of people may think there's some separation there. There really isn't. And honestly, same thing here at the end of February. We were having talks, Geneva, Oman. The talks weren't necessarily over, right? We didn't hit this wall. We didn't hit this crossroads where we couldn't come to an agreement. The talks were allegedly ongoing, and there were some grounds made, and then we hit them Saturday morning. So we did it again, and that just adds to the already
everything the mainstream
distrust.
Media is about.
Hold on. So, okay, this is, someone sent me this. Okay. Sorry, where was I at? We'll finish going. Where was it?
I think
so. We have no illusions about the United States, and the only way forward is for the United States to submit to the Iranian demands that it has already agreed upon.
They're not going to do that.
If it
they're not gonna do
does
that.
not abide by its commitments, there's no reason for us to continue negotiating.
Sir, I want to take opportunity and ask one more question. That you are sitting here and watching the Jinnah Convention Center as a media center. How do you see the facilities of the government of Pakistan, especially the Ministry of Broadcasting?
Vanessa says, here's the video, Scott Ritter. Okay, I pulled it up. Pip Nates, I got that. Let's see here. Keep going.
Of Pakistan. How do you see the facilities they're giving us? Yeah.
Well, all I've seen is friendship and kindness and brotherhood and everything that I expected from Pakistan, I think is fulfilled. All of our Pakistani friends are with the resistance and with Iran.
And I think another reason too why Pakistan wants to get involved is because I think Pakistan knows that if Iran falls, that they're going to be targeted next by the Israelis.
Yep.
Because they're definitely not gonna they're absolutely not gonna stop at Iran. They're gonna go after Turkey, and they're gonna go after Pakistan after. And Huncho League, thank you for the 5 gifted. You want to get into the debate now with Dave?
Yeah, I have it here. You could play it. I know you have it as well.
And
And that's the last thing I'll say there. Go ahead.
Oh, good. No, go ahead. Say what you want to say, then I'm going to read a quick ad.
About Pakistan, the last thing I'll say is the Middle East is just becoming that much more multipolar. I know about 2 days ago, Saudi Arabia actually aided Pakistan in paying some debt over to the UAE that they owed. They owed them billions of dollars, and Saudi Arabia just covered it for them. And if you don't know, previously, for any of you watching, Saudi Arabia and Pakistan created this kind of pact where if one country's attacked, then the other is effectively attacked. And that was after Israel, out of nowhere, bombed Qatar during peace negotiations with Hamas officials. And so, you know, there's just, I know, crazy. Every time I say that, it's like, it just never loses its sting. That just sounds crazy. But,
insane.
You know, that's another concerning thing is now the Middle East is just gearing up and moving in different directions to avoid having to rely on U.S. dependency in terms of military firepower and or defense, air defense especially, because we proved that it's not as good as anybody would have thought it was. So really important, but that's, you know, a long-term effect that will trickle down and make the Middle East look a lot different, probably not in our favor in the next couple decades. You know, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Egypt, these are all very big countries. These are empires, really. If they gather up and they don't have the United States right with them at the top of such an Arab NATO alliance, if you will, well, then that really undermines our power structure in the Middle East as well. That's not even to add to the fact that Iran won't exist. What will Israel be doing? Lots of questions for the future.
Yeah. You can meet me if you need to. I'm going to read a quick ad on my side, and you can read your super chats. It'll take me like 1 or 2 minutes.
You're good. Go ahead. I don't mind.
Yeah. All right. So I'll quickly do this. So quick word, guys, from our sponsor. Okay, let me get this going for you ninjas real fast. All right, here's a little insight. Was it here? Hold on, chat. I don't know. Did I not do that? Okay, you know what? I think I know what I got to do. Give me 1 sec, ninjas.
What the?
Yeah, no, I had to black my stuff out.
You're still here.
Real quick.
Okay,
Sorry
go
about
for
that. Yeah. Hold on. No, man. Please don't tell me.
All right, chat. While he's doing his sponsor, let me see if I have any supers. I don't think I do. What's going on? How's everybody doing? If you did plan on sending a super chat right now, would probably be the best time.
Okay, so there's a little insight. Raiders are talking about.
But yeah, we'll react to the Dave Smith debate, which is, it was just funny. You've got to watch it again. And I mean, he cooked this guy just as bad as he cooked Adam, in my opinion. A little bit better. But on an off topic, Lebanon is going to have talks with the United States in Washington on Tuesday. Nawaf Salam, the prime minister, the prime minister of Lebanon, is going to try and work out some sort of ceasefire. I guess the United States is going to broker it, but you know, I'm doubtful about the results of such a talk because southern Lebanon is just a hot spot for quote unquote terrorism, according to the Israelis, right? Of course, Hezbollah exists there. And earlier today, I believe we killed 4 people in a couple different municipalities or provinces in southern Lebanon. I cannot remember the names. I think some of them actually being kids. So you have that as well. All good?
We're good. Yeah. So let's go ahead and go into the debate with Dave Smith now. Because this is definitely going to be interesting. I wanted to get into this the other day, but we didn't have time.
No, yeah, let's do it. It's still fresh. It's like 2 or 3 days old.
Yeah. And this is him with Ben Ferguson, right? Fox News guy?
Yes. Is he Fox?
I think he's like
I thought he had his own show.
I think he was on Fox first, then he like kind of did his own independent thing.
Okay. But he's another like Zio shill, if I'm not mistaken, from what I've read from
he
him.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
You have it or you want me to?
No, you can pull it up on your side.
All right.
Unless you want me to on my side.
No, I got it.
I do have it here ready if you want.
This is it, correct?
Yep. And it starts right around, I think, 132 or so.
Cruz, welcome to both of you.
132?
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah,
you're
right
actually
here.
good.
This is start.
There, yeah, because he's introducing them. Yeah, that's fine.
Ben, for stepping into the breach. First of all, Dave, I mean, welcome back, obviously, but, you know, Adam was going to come on for the rematch and then has suddenly found a serious...
Real quick, I like Dave Smith, but it's really annoying how Pierce brings no one else to debate against these Zionists except for Dave Smith.
He knows what he's doing. They're very, very tactful by Piers Morgan because he could just hide behind the fact that, but you know, Dave is liberalistic. Of course, Dave is Jewish, all these different things. So it's a lot more advantageous for him to use Dave Smith for these debates because anybody who tries to throw the anti-Semite card, he can easily just deflect it. But he's actually Jewish, so that's not true, you know?
Yeah, and it's kind of like annoying because it's like, no hate on Dave Smith, guys. Don't get it twisted, but it's very clear that like he's the guy all the big shows use to debate Zionists because it adds a layer of like kind of protection. And again, Dave is smart. really good at what he does.
Yeah, very good debater.
You know, like I'm not saying this to like, you know, insult him in any way, but I find it interesting how like every single big show only uses him and refrains from using anyone else on this topic, right?
But that's honestly, in a way, that's a good thing, right? Because that's a testament to how much control they have. That's a testament to censorship. And that's a testament to the fact that you have to be fearful talking about these things. You can't even freely have somebody like yourself come on and debate these things because they're afraid of the backlash they'll receive, regardless of the fact that you're actually telling the truth. So they have to like hide behind the shield of saying, well, he's also Jewish, so you can't say the anti-Semite. Like, this is a defense system by continuously using Dave. Again, no shade. He's amazing, and he's a really good debater, but it protects him from the whole anti-Semite claim, you know? Yeah. It's plausible deniability at its finest level.
Yeah, we have to be honest strategically why they use him as well, right? Because I like, look, I love Dave, but I kind of want to see other people do this. I'm not even saying this to like, oh, I should be doing, like, I'm not saying this saying like replace it with me. I'm just saying like it'd be nice for him to have like, he only uses Dave Smith, Cenk, and sometimes Anna Kasparian. That's it, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
super left leaning, or you got to be Jewish because he needs the plausible deniability for it.
Precisely.
You know, and, if more variety was introduced, then I think these debates will generate a little bit more hype, of course, right? By logical process of thought. But it's fine because Dave is really good, and of course everybody knows that. But that is funny. I never really gave that any thought, but it is true. They use that for their own good.
Yeah. He's not a right winger. He's like he's a libertarian, and then obviously Cenk and Anna Kasparian are progressive. So it's like he knows that this topic is kind of controversial, so he brings in people that are like safe. And there's a little bit of defense with them versus like he would never bring on like a right winger that's like critical of Israel. That would be really bad. I've never seen him do it.
That's the double whammy.
That's the double whammy. Exactly.
Yeah, that's the double whammy. That is like
you platform a Nazi and you let them talk shit about Israel. What the hell?
Yeah.
Like
right away, that's like neo-Nazi. That's like they're gonna hit you with all the buzzwords if you are. That's a dangerous combo. And honestly, for any of you guys watching, which actually probably it's most of you watching, be very careful about that. Don't be overzealous about the fact that you're a super right wing and you're also critical of the state of Israel. Not a good combination, to say the least.
Bad combo.
It's a bad combo. Front facingly for your job or anything like that, just refrain from really letting that be apparent in regards to your political views. It doesn't mean you have to shield or it's go ahead.
I was gonna say it's already risky being like critical of Israel as a progressive. As a right winger, you're cooked. Like as a progressive, you can make the argument, oh, genocide, blah, 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 human atrocities, fine, but they're still gonna come after you. But as a right winger, you're cooked.
Yeah.
Like
there's no way you're not getting away with it. You're not getting away with it. So you got to be very, very careful with that.
Call the Nazi, bro, 100%, and they're gonna call you Nazi no matter what. But like even more so if you like have any type of belief system that talks about that topic. Yeah. Here, can you enlarge it on your end or no?
I don't know why. Here I can actually, but I don't know why it like shows the tabs. I just have to.
That's weird. Yeah.
I don't know.
I think you got to enlarge it from your end first. It does. I think you got to enlarge it first, then start sharing screen.
Here.
That might be the move.
Okay.
Bear with us here, chat.
Found a series.
There you go.
And those of you guys just joining us from YouTube, I'm not gonna be on YouTube long. I'm only on here to let you guys know that we're on here. I'm doing this reaction with my bro. So get ready to switch over to Kick here soon and just go ahead.
Scheduling issues and conflicts, which from where I come could be probably best described as bottling it. What do you feel about
Piers, I just want you to know I cancel things to come on your show.
And I love that about you, Ben Ferguson. And I always say to my team,
I had something today, and then you said Dave and you.
In chat, peep the pin right here, pin of shame.
And I said, I'm here. I'm here for you, my friend.
You know what, Ben? Yep. You and I go back. Honestly, we go back to about 2010 doing this, and you've never bottled a debate in your life, and I love that about you. And thank you for stepping into the breach. But Dave, first of all, Adam's decision not to have the rematch. What is your view of that?
Did you know that? Adam ducked the rematch?
Yeah, I heard that he ducked the rematch. Honestly, see, here's the thing. If he did the rematch, he would have been forced to actually research and
he doesn't want to do that.
Debate the topic. And number one, he doesn't want to do it. And then number two, it's even if he does the research, like it's a very unwinnable position, bro. Like he's going to get demolished.
Uphill battle.
It's an uphill battle. Yeah. So like for him, there's almost no upside. He'd have to come in and win an almost unwinnable position against a very seasoned opponent. And we just know that that's not going to happen, unfortunately. Like,
And
there's no
Patrick,
upside for him.
Did you see PBD reprimand him like on air?
Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah, that definitely didn't add to the confidence either. So
yeah, because here's the problem. Like what I've realized with Adam, since the show's blown up, like because Adam abandoned doing all the girl show stuff or whatever, he just focused on doing the PBD pod.
Yeah.
Like since the pod like blew up, the ego has kind of went up alongside it. If you guys like look at his stuff from before the PBD podcast blew up and he was having girls on his show, whatever, he was a lot more down to earth. Now he's kind of like, a lot more ostentatious and, people can't stop me and very sure of himself or whatever, even though he doesn't know too much. And I think that kind of that came out in full display when he debated Dave. Yeah. Right. And that's like what made it look bad. And then like it was so bad optically that PBD had to kind of reprimand him publicly. And I think it's because, and he's done this before. He's actually like reprimanded him before for like swearing on air and everything else like that. And it's very obvious to me that he talks to him a lot behind the scenes. Like, yo, you got to stop doing X, Y, Z. He doesn't listen. And then he has to reprimand him on air.
Yeah.
So like, I guarantee you, he told him after the debate, like, dude, what the fuck? Like, this is retarded. Why would you do that? Blah, blah, blah. And then Adam probably didn't take the criticism positively. And he said, you know what? I got to put this guy on blast on air now. Yeah. And that's that, because you can see it came out of left field. Like they were supposed to talk about a whole other topic. And then he brought up that debate. Yeah. And I was like, oh, like, because I was watching it live, if I'm not mistaken. I think I was watching, like, I was up early or some shit, and I was like watching it live. And I was like, they were supposed to be talking about the war. And he opened up with that. And I was like, oh, shit. And, but yeah, it was embarrassing.
It was a little satisfying to watch. And look, Adam has been kind of hurting the credibility of PBD, even outside of the Israeli topic or this Iran war topic. He's always been like the oddball out. You look at the comments, everybody's frustrated with him. So it was a matter of time until I'm sure Patrick Bet-David was
like, they wouldn't care. Something. Like, it's because he's so arrogant that people get annoyed. That's what people just, he was more humble.
Thing if he had the respect of Dave Smith, but was like this Israel firster, then it would be a lot easier, or he'd be more palatable. But because of how conceited and aggressive he is, it's just difficult. And by the way, PBD's audience, I mean, what's left of it after this war started, because a lot of people stopped watching or disengaged, is like a part of that kind of conservative, right? Like Zio Shill demographic. They're not really too educated on the topic of what's going on in that region. And so
they believe the 40,000 K death. They believe the 40K kill thing. Like I told you,
they're running around with the propaganda and the Hasbara. So that's not a difficult audience to appease to if you are an Israel firster, which is a greater testament to how incompetent he is. Because you already have this Israel-friendly audience that hates you, and you're Jewish. Yeah, like that's crazy. So if that doesn't tell you that he really doesn't know what he's talking about, I don't know what will. But
they're just annoyed by him. But yeah, no, their viewership has definitely went down. I remember looking and they'd have like 50 to 70K watching live, and then like now it's like 20 to 30. And yeah, dude. I mean, look, you guys, a lot of you guys like bash PBD for this, but you guys got to understand that PBD's like he's running a business and they have a consulting business, right? That's where they get their money, is from the consulting. It's not actually from the podcast. The podcast, I guarantee probably is either barely profitable or maybe even slightly red, but that's not what matters. They use the podcast as a marketing tool to build credibility so that they have seminars, masterminds, that people book one-on-one consults with them with Menect, etc. It's all like the podcast is simply a credibility builder so that people go ahead and buy the other services that they have or the consulting. That's where they make the money. He has like a huge sales team that deals with this. So they have like, and it's very impressive operation that they have out there in Valley Tim. And he's talked about this. So I'm not disclosing anything that isn't already kind of out there. But people need to understand that that's where their money comes from. So since that's where their money comes from, they have to maintain certain relationships. Right. So like, for example, they did a mastermind recently at the Doral Hotel, at the Trump Hotel here in Miami. They're about 20 minutes from here, guys, in the town called Doral. There's a Trump has a hotel here. PBD hosted a seminar there. Right. So, and I guarantee you probably got a good rate, maybe even free or whatever, because of connections. So he's not going to go ahead and be critical of the Trump administration when he's hosting seminars that make him a bunch of money at Trump locations. So they have a vested interest in not being too critical of the president or whatever, or if they do, it's gonna, they're gonna pull back a lot of their punches, whatever. So that's what people need to understand. And of course, obviously this hurting the show a little bit, but he's looking at it like, who cares? Like the show's not profitable like that anyway. The goal here is to be consulting. So I'd rather have a smaller audience of people that are going to want to pay for the consulting service than lose connections because of political rhetoric.
And tell the truth online and that whole thing, because he just finds that to be a sinking ship. No, for sure. And he has a crazy
and then you also open yourself up to censorship. Then on top of that, right? Like you lose that potential clientele, then let's be 1,000. You also open yourself up now to censorship. Now YouTube is going to start targeting you. Now you could get demonetized. Now they might, certain locations will host you. They'll call you anti-Semite. So like he wants to make sure that he doesn't get put in this like, oh, this guy's an anti-Semite like box, because he actually runs a business outside of that. Yeah.
Very big audience.
So look, I'm you know, I know some of you guys are probably like, why are you making excuses for him, whatever. I'm just telling you guys why they're doing what they do. I don't agree with it. Like, I think like you should just tell the truth, like fuck a consulting business. But I can understand why they're doing it that way and why they're reluctant to have people on like me or Nick or whatever, you know, or have hosts, you know, bring people on that are critical of Israel in debate. It's just like not a good look for them business-wise, and might not necessarily be worth the lost clientele.
Well, no, a point like that is important to bring up too, because people get so charged up and angry, honestly, on people sometimes at his rhetoric. But when you understand the greater reason, not the better reason, not saying it's moral, not saying it's just, we disagree with it, but when you understand why he's doing it, then you go, whatever. You know what I mean? You kind of understand the science to it, versus if he's just doing it purely because he actually believes it and he doesn't care about it being a lucrative position, well, then, you know, that's different. So it's important to understand that.
Someone said Vinny used to tell the truth. Someone said here in my chat, Vinny used to tell the truth until he got reprimanded. Really? He did?
I feel like he used to be a little bit more Israel critical, and he's pulled back a lot.
Okay.
There's some, I believe that might be true. I believe.
Okay.
I'm not an avid PBD watcher, you know,
Yeah.
shocker, but I do believe that he was a little bit more Israel critical back then, and then things started to slowly shift after the ceasefire in Gaza, and then of course this war started. But if I'm not mistaken, I have seen clips from him being somewhat decent. And honestly, the crew as a whole, especially when Adam's not there, sometimes, I mean, the bar is really low, right? I mean, we're talking about the most minute criticisms, but they used to be somewhat kind of equitable and charitable in regards to that topic. But that might be true.
Yeah. Okay, let's get. Yeah, go ahead. My bad.
No, you're good. You're good.
I mean, I told your people when they reached out to mine to be like, hey, we want to do this. I go, I don't really think this makes sense to do this rematch. By the way, I agree with you. I love Patrick Bet David and Vinny and Tom. I got nothing but respect for those guys. I did think that was cool that they did it.
Yeah.
And I thought they did it in a cool way where they weren't like, you know, Pat was bending over backward to not throw Adam under the bus, but to try to kind of give him a chance to go, hey, you know, what'd you learn from that or whatever? And I was pretty annoyed by the fact that he just took that opportunity to take more shots at me. Look, I don't know what Adam was thinking.
During the whole debate, for those of you that didn't watch that dumpster fire, I'll summarize it for you in one sentence. All Adam did during the entire debate was talk about how Coleman Hughes beat Dave in the debate, which isn't true. If you watch the debate, Coleman Hughes didn't actually really beat Dave. Rather, anytime Dave brought up an argument, Coleman would basically be like, oh, well, what about this? Oh, well, what about that? Like, do they really have that much power? Like, he didn't actually refute any of his claims. Rather, he tried to, he didn't refute his claims with opposing facts. Rather, he asked questions of his claims to make it look less credible. Does that make sense, chat?
Yeah.
That's what Coleman did. And he tried this actually, if you guys watched the debate that he did with Glenn Greenwald, he tried it with Glenn Greenwald, and Glenn Greenwald absolutely fucking destroyed him. Like, he made him look stupid, right? So if you guys want to like watch those two debates, you can kind of see what I'm talking about. But he couldn't actually refute Dave's points. He just was trying to attack the credibility of his points. And then when he debated Glenn Greenwald, Glenn would he'd make a claim, and then Glenn would be, oh, really? Well, why is this? Why is this? Why is that? And it made Coleman look like
that's the Rogan method right there. When he wants to avert from a shaky topic, well, he's like, "Oh, I don't know if that's true." Jamie, can you check that? You know, like, so that is a method that they use when they try to shift away from what they know is inevitably true.
Yeah, because you can't really be pro-Israel with facts, so you have to kind of just question the credibility of the individual and like their claims, and try to
bank on them not knowing, bank on them being ignorant.
Precisely, that's what you really have to rely on. So, like, and Dave Smith, right? He's great, but a lot of his work comes from like, oh my God, from Scott Horton, right?
Yeah.
So like, he might not know all the intricate, like, you know, super granular details like a Scott Horton will, but that does not necessarily mean that he's still not correct, right? And guys like Coleman Hughes were trying to like get into the nitpicky, you know, the nitty gritty and get like, you know, certain details in. while using whataboutism. So what it does is it kind of like obfuscates your argument and tries to make it look less credible. But that's what they do. Like that, and he tried this when he tried it with Glenn Greenwald a couple of times. Like Glenn just smacked them back with like reality. And I really encourage you guys, if you guys want to like see like a pretty good discussion between, you know, someone who like debates in that fashion, like Coleman Hughes versus Glenn Greenwald, it's a good watch. I mean, hell, we could even react to it on this stream a little bit if you want. But
yeah,
we can go.
We definitely can.
Approaching the debate that way, I don't know why he thought that would go any other way than the way it did. In his defense, I will say, pretty good tune.
Well, he's not here. I wish he was here because we could have just put it to bed. I don't think it would have gone much better for him. I think the first debate revealed that he's not that good at it, if I'm honest. Like him personally, they've always been very good to me, that team. I think if Patrick had come on, or Vinny actually, it would have been probably a better tussle.
Hell no.
Ben Ferguson.
They're not jumping on.
Yeah.
Hell no, they're not jumping on.
Here's the thing.
Even you wouldn't be caught dead in a debate on this topic.
Patrick Bet-David is more than intelligent enough to only speak about what he knows he's qualified to speak about, which actually is a testament to his intelligence. He never steps outside of his own realm, right? He knows he's good maybe here, he's good here, but he knows the red lines. And that's what smart people who want to protect their credibility do, right? Even for me, like, people always say, oh, you're a little bit more religious than Myron, go have a religious debate. Okay, I'm not that good. Like, you know what I mean? That I know my place, right? But maybe somebody like Adam would think, oh yeah, I'll go do that religious debate. And then you look like an idiot on air because you may be equipped for some questions, but you don't know what they'll throw at you. You know, you got to be so educated or so versed in a topic. You're going to jump on Piers Morgan and debate something. You better know that shit like the back of your hand. And it better be muscle memory. You can't read it the night before. It's got to be like on go, speed dial. You've heard all of these claims before. You got to be confident. You know, that nervousness only should come from the fact that you're on air and not the fact that you're unequipped for that debate. You got to be prepared. Go ahead.
Yeah, like it's be guys to the point like you're so good where they're making claims and you're like writing down the counter arguments as they're fucking saying them.
Like I've heard
That's
this
how
before.
good you have to be at this shit. Like if you guys notice when I'm like sometimes if I'm like in a serious debate or whatever, I'll be writing down what the fuck they're saying. Like their claims as they're actively making them, and I'm already writing my rebuttals to what they're going to say. But you can only do that if you understand the topic at hand very well.
Yes.
Like if you guys watch my debate with Destiny, right? I did a debate with Destiny on who's the bigger obstacle to peace, the Palestinians or the Israelis. Like if you guys see, like if you guys watch that debate, go back in it. Like as he was making arguments, I was able to counter every single one of his arguments right away. Like because I had an intimate understanding of the Peel Commission, the UN resolutions, the Oslo Accords, the Camp David Accords. Like I knew all the different peace accords that have been put into place. So I was able to like refute whatever he made, any claims that he made. Like one of the big ones I made was he was saying like the Peel Commission was like, you know, Israel's attempt to make peace or whatever. But what I said was, no, the Peel Commission was created more to begin the process of justifying or rationalizing Israeli occupancy in the first place, because they were colonizing, they were taking the land, and they did the Peel Commission to get the foot in the door and be like, yo, look, this is official. And the plan was never to actually have some type of agreement with the Palestinians. Rather, it was about getting the paper, getting this on record and showing that this colonization process in the first place is legit. And then they started to take more land as time passed. And Ben Gurion admitted this to his father in memoirs back in October. Now, you guys are probably like, what the fuck are you talking about, Myron? I just gave you guys a very specific fact, right? That most people are not going to know, but might be used in the course of a debate of who is more, you know, at fault here when it comes to it. But the Peel Commission in 1937, right? Literally was Ben Gurion's attempt to, let's go ahead and get ahead of this colonization. Let's put it out into the international community. And then, you know, we're going to say we only want 20%, because I think the argument at the time was they only wanted like 20% of the land or some shit like that, even though they own none of it at that point. And then he said, we're slowly going to take more land as we progress. And he admitted this to his father in his private memoirs in October of 1937.
I remember that debate.
So facts like that are super fucking important to know, and this is how you like this. That's the depth of knowledge you have to have when you debate people on topics like this.
Yeah, because you can expect them to have that depth of knowledge in the other direction. You know, people can. If you're not as educated as you should be on these topics, somebody can make a good point for Israel not being the biggest blockade to peace. You know, somebody could actually make it look like they're winning.
Yeah.
So it's people think it's like, oh, I know that they're wrong and it's an indefensible position. It's like, no, you still got to have everything ready to go. You know, that comes from arrogance. That comes from being conceited. That's Adam's problem, you know? Go ahead.
And the other thing too is you kind of have to understand a lot of their arguments. So like one of the big arguments that Zionists always use is we gave the Palestinians every opportunity to make a peace deal. But what they never tell you is that every single one of those peace deals was bullshit. The Oslo Accords, the Peel Commission, the UN resolution, all of them were bullshit because they were asking for, like one of them, they wanted like 75% of the land when they only owned like 25% of it or some ridiculous number. I can't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but like shit like that. So I had to go, the Palestinians rejected every peace deal. I went through each peace deal and explained why the Palestinians rejected each one.
Yeah.
Line by line. And when you actually actually pull it out, they want like 80% of the land, but they only purchased about 6% of it. There we go. Thank you, Bluey Aguila. They wanted some like 50% of the land, somewhere between 50 to 80% of the land, but they only own 6% is what they wanted, which like no one would accept that. Like, wait, you guys just got here. You guys want half the land, and they also wanted all the good land, all the farming land, all the irrigation land. They wanted to give the Palestinians all the bullshit, like all the desert crappy stuff. So all of these things are extremely pertinent as to why, I argued that, like, yes, this is why the Palestinians rejected every deal. Every deal was retarded. And I gave the analogy, I remember when I was on debate, like, if someone broke into your house, right, after you let them in, or they started to take more and more of the house, like, would you let them get, 50% of the house when they own none of it? Like, how would you feel about that? And they're like, oh, okay, that kind of makes sense. So, like, I had to use that analogy, but you can only do that if you really understand the facts in the first place, because you can't use analogies if you don't understand what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, all those deals were made to seem front-facingly good faith and like they were trying to reach some sort of diplomacy, but the intricacies and every single detail in between, especially from the perspective of a Palestinian who's inhabiting the land, were ridiculous. They were ludicrous. And that was the whole goal, and that's how they slowly but surely seized every single piece of the land to what it's gotten to today.
Yeah, they slow rolled it, right?
Yeah.
The Oslo Accords, for example, another one. Those were supposed to stop the West Bank settlements for a period of time, right? But what happened? Yitzhak Rabin, like, he didn't even concede that much. All he really conceded was like, okay, we recognize the PLO as a representative of the Palestinian people, and we can have, talks future on. But what happened to Yitzhak Rabin? He got killed.
Yeah.
And the Oslo Accords died with him.
And then
because it was highly unpopular in Israel.
Then a more extreme level of diplomacy came in right after that.
Yep. So, okay, but we can keep going here.
No, it's good stuff, though.
Here, you've tussled with before. Ben, welcome back, as I said. Just one rule, because there aren't like 5 people on a panel here all squabbling.
Yeah, we can have a real conversation today.
Well, that's the point. And I think the one rule I'd like to try and keep to is let's not have too much interrupting. Let's let each other speak. Let's have a proper debate about what is actually a really interesting debate, I think. And it all stemmed from something that Dave Smith on this show said about the United States being, well, let's listen to it.
The IDF is the worst terrorist organization in the region. Let's get real. The United States of America is arguably the worst terrorist organization in the world. If you want to look over the last 25 years, how many innocent civilians we've slaughtered. You're getting us into the neocon. Yeah, that's right. You're getting us into the neocon 7th war, which they've been dying for the last 25 years.
Now, as a consequence of that, all hell.
I'll add in really quickly.
And then he said, oh, you should get rid of that flag behind you. Go ahead.
People don't like the whole, like, U.S. is a terrorist nation. I don't use that rhetoric as well, but it's an arguable position. And that's a position that a lot of people can 100% justifiably use in that region. And you just have to acknowledge that at the minimum. If you can't acknowledge that at the minimum, then you're being dishonest. It's an arguable position. It certainly is.
If you're going to call Hezbollah, Hamas, IRGC terrorist organizations, which I respect your right to do so, by the way, then we have to, I'm assuming that you're going to be using the definition of terrorism, which is the standard definition, which is the commission of acts of violence to further a political ideology. That's basically what it is. If you're going to go ahead and say that, right, that Hezbollah and these guys are terrorist organizations, then there's no way that you can't argue that the IDF in the United States don't also fit under that description. You can even make the argument that the IDF in the United States has killed more people than all these other organizations combined.
Yeah.
Right? So So that's kind of what it is. And then like if you go to the Middle East, they'll call the United States and the Zionist entity terrorists or criminals. So it's like it's really based on one person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter. But if me and you are being objective of this, what is the definition of terrorism? The committing acts of violence to further political ideology
behind it. Yeah.
Both the United States, the IDF, and all these other terrorist organizations in the Middle East, all of them have participated in the definition. So it's a moot point at that point, right? Because it's like okay, everyone is committing acts of violence to further an ideology. It just depends on perspective.
100%. Really quick, just because these have been sitting for a minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
Very quickly read through these super chats. Sorry guys, I didn't see these. Shady says, Riyadh, love your channel. Egypt is cucked beyond recovery. Yeah, CC is very cucked. It's in debt and it's ruled by a Zionist agent. Exactly. Thank you for the $5. Regime Talk W, Riyadh W Analysis. Thank you for the $20, my friend. Appreciate that. Soulless Fool says, God bless you from a Catholic. Thank you so much for the $2. May God bless you as well, my friend. Sagno Sprite. We love the Catholics. Do you think we'll ever repair our relationship with Iran? And how long do you think it will take once Trump is gone? Thank you for the $5. I said this actually on stream the other day. It's possible, but not under this administration. And that's why I'm very concerned about the war that's going to continue. Iran is not going to do any diplomacy with Trump being in office. Or JD Vance, Stephen Witkoff, Jared Kushner. That ship has sailed a long time ago. The only possibility of that happening is if another president steps in 28 and makes one of his promises during his campaigning events to create diplomacy with Iran. Because with Iran, it's the government. It's not the people. And they've said that. They say we don't hate the people. When we say death to America, we're talking about the government. Obviously, right? They're in control of the country. So if there is a chance for peace in the future, which I want to be optimistic, of course, you can't take that off the table. It won't happen for the next 2 years. Not until 2028, my prediction at least. And then YV Lit, I already shouted you out. But thanks for the sticker again. Thanks for the chats, guys. All right.
Wrote loose, obviously, online. And Ben Shapiro said about Dave, I'm sorry, but you hate the country if you say America is the worst terrorist organization in the world. You just do. And Dave has since responded to that on this show. But Ben, let's just get you to, because Dave's already explained what he meant about this.
Yeah.
And many people agree with it, right? And, just to prep you up for this, you're about to defend the charge that America is not the world's worst terrorist organization within hours of Donald Trump posting to the world that a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again, in the context.
Really bad. Yo, they probably agreed to this debate before Trump tweeted that. And the moment Trump tweeted that, Ben was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Way harder. That's the problem with debating real-time events, bro. Shit can change right away that goes against your position.
Yeah, that's actually a good point you made, bro. Like, yeah, literally, bro. Like, they could probably said, all right, well, I'll do this debate. And then that fucking Truth Social post breaks out.
The whole
he's
civilization is going to die tonight. Fucking really helped his case there. Yeah. I mean, you can't.
Go ahead. Keep going.
Trump is actually showing signs of like some sort of cognitive dissonance or just cognitive dysfunction, dementia maybe. I don't know, whatever you want to say. The whole like Jesus post and then like the Allahu Akbar and the praise be to Allah. It's kind of, all right, some of it is a little bit funny in a way, but it really is concerning, Ultimately, it is concerning. But yeah, it didn't help his case there.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, like, you read that True Social post, was punching the air like, fuck. Like, bro, seriously?
Yeah. Like, and Dave is right. Oh, he's about to use that crazy. He's about to weaponize that against him for the next probably 10 minutes.
Coming from the President of the United States. Quite hard to argue that is in itself. Those words are not the words you would normally associate with the leader of a terrorist organization.
Yeah, look, I think two things about what the president said there. He's clearly talking to leadership in Iran, and he's saying that you are going to destroy your people by not opening the Strait of Hormuz. I'm not screwing around. This goes back to FAFO. The president of the United States of America is using the same foreign policy that Hillary Clinton used, that Bill Clinton used, that Jimmy Carter used, and that Barack Obama used.
When did any of them threaten, Ben? When did any of them threaten?
Let me finish the point I'm going to make there real quick, because it's important. Right. This president, the only difference between his foreign policy with Iran and the other Democrats I mentioned was they all said that they couldn't get a nuclear weapon, and Donald Trump said, I am actually agreeing with you, and I'm going to do it. I'm going to stop them. And you cannot be a terrorist to the world while Donald Trump is the president of the United States of America, shut down shipping lanes you have no right to shut down, and expect that there be no consequences. The president doesn't bluff. And so when he puts that out, I think he's had about enough of this. I think he's had about enough of
the shipping lanes were open, my friend, before we attacked them. Okay? Like, he's acting as if like they just randomly closed the Strait of Hormuz for no reason. They closed it because we attacked them, and this is a war for their existence.
But they're pressuring the global oil market. I don't know. Maybe it's because we carpet bombed the shit out of them and killed 200 children on day one. Yeah. Maybe because it's their only weapon that they can use against the United States because they're outnumbered militarily, especially in the air. Like, what the fuck kind of stupid insinuation is that? All the problems that have arisen from this war are ones we created out of thin air that did not exist prior from the attack. It's basic logic. It really doesn't get more simple than that. I think I can even conceptualize that to like a 10-year-old.
Bro, insane that he's just talking about them closing the waterway as an isolated incident without like talking about why.
It always started in the middle. Always the story is started in the middle.
Yep.
Even after we go and kill their first level, their second level, their third level, and their fourth level of people, they're still not giving in. He's like, okay, you guys want to play this game?
They only killed the first level, really. They killed Ali Khamenei. Yes, they killed other military officials, but as far as like real leadership goes, of the military, which is going to be the supreme leader, the person in charge now is second line. And
he's more extreme.
Is the second line? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the second line of secession. Excuse me, which is his son.
And maybe the succession works in a way, like you got the first string quarterback, second string quarterback, and obviously further down you get, the worse they are. Maybe with Iran, the further down you get, the more extreme they are, and that's done intentionally.
That's
like,
exactly
look, we're going to put your father in power. We'll make the son the second line, so if the father's killed, the son's pissed. Okay? And then we'll have somebody else behind that to get even more pissed if Mujtaba is killed. And it's just like this ongoing, never-ending conundrum, this cycle of increased aggression via our assassinations. And that's like, again, that's like in of itself more mosaic defense. Like the more you hurt them, the more it actually just relinquishes your ability to exercise diplomacy, because we just tried to have those talks. And by the way, Mujtaba Khamenei, I guess the strike had severely disfigured his face, but he was on the phone for these talks, and he was talking to Abbas Araghchi and Mohammad Gharibaf, the delegation. As well as the others. Yeah, he was involved. And so his involvement may have had a lot of... Yes, he was talking to them, because the way the negotiations worked in the beginning, it was Pakistan passing the information back and forth. And then I read out of Tasneem News and a lot of other Pakistani media that it was front-facing. So they were at a table with one another. And I'm pretty sure that's verified. And allegedly, in the gaps, of course, there were breaks.
They probably got tired of doing the back and forth. They probably got tired. They probably started off with the back and forth bullshit. And just so that we got to tell the chat what we're talking about. Guys, when you have indirect talks, right, because they're in the middle of a war and they have such problems, and Iranians don't trust the United States, they do indirect, which is basically they don't sit in the same room. They sit in like either the U.S. delegation walks out, then they come in, and then they talk with Pakistan, and then they walk out, and then the U.S. comes in, or they just kind of go back and forth between rooms and pass notes. And that's basically what ended up happening was the Pakistanis hosted it, and then they would be the intermediary to pass the message, and then they would have discussion that way. But what you're saying is you think that broke down and they actually got face-to-face in a room and actually talked to each other.
That's what I read. That's what I read is that they were talking face-to-face at some point. They were having direct negotiations is what I read in the news. Sign. And I also had read in several different news outlets that the son of the former leader who was killed was calling in, speaking to either Abbas Araghchi or Mohammad Gharibaf, one of the two, and kind of speaking about like stipulations and of course his opinions.
Araghchi is the foreign minister. Sorry, he's the foreign affairs minister. Just so you guys know, Araghchi. He's like diplomat. Like he's the guy that actually he did the JCPOA. He was the face of the JCPOA. Yeah. And then the other guy you mentioned, he's the head of parliament, right?
Mohammad Gharibaf. Yeah, he's the head of the parliament speaker.
Would he be the equivalent of him in America? Just so would he be like the Speaker of the House?
Yeah, in a way, I suppose. Like with a little bit more power though.
Yeah. So like in the United States, it goes president, vice president, and speaker in the House. Speaker of the House is the third, line of succession in the United States. This guy right here, it would be the equivalent of like our Speaker of the House with a little bit more juice.
Yeah, it's a little bit more convoluted there though, because of course they have like the separation of like the IRGC and then of course the actual diplomatic facing government or diplomatic side of Iran. Yeah, exactly. So it's like two sides that, of course, they're conjoined, especially in a desperate time like now. But there does seem to be a little bit more of a separation versus like in the United States, you have Department of Defense under the executive branch that works directly with the president. But in Iran, they kind of like blur the lines a little bit. Maybe that's intentional.
But you know what, bro? This makes sense. Because just so you guys know, according to Iranian law, no one can stop the IRGC except for the supreme leader. So if Aragachi and the head of parliament, the two guys that are, were running the talks, if they told the IRGC to stop, the IRGC could tell them fuck off. Not even the president could tell the IRGC to stop.
Yeah.
So they could keep launching missiles as much as they want, unless the supreme leader, who would be a Muqtaba committee now, tells them to stop. So it's very important that you guys know that like the president, all these guys have no fucking power. And they did this on purpose, by the way, so that if, so even if the supreme leader is killed or whatever, his last standing order stands. Like they can operate without any type of leadership.
Yeah. Yep. But he was directly involved in those talks. He was on the phone with one of them. So
I did not know that. That's good to know.
Yeah.
So he's not unconscious anymore. We know he's alive, but they were saying that he was unconscious for a while.
They're saying he's stable, but he's severely injured. I hear that he's disfigured in the face. Again, it's the fog of war, lots of media contradictions and stuff, and so you got to be careful what you believe, but he's allegedly stable. And on April 7th, there were a bunch of reports that he's going to be involved in the talks and stuff. So
makes sense. He's the only one that can stop IRGC. He had to be involved.
Yeah. Yeah.
He had to be.
AFO, and I'm going to act, which is exactly.
He was definitely the one telling Vance no to all this shit.
Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know that, bro.
He had to be,
So where'd you get that reporting that that Mojtaba was actually talking to the Iranian delegation?
Mario said
okay.
It. Yeah, I saw Mario say it on Instagram. Twitter. I also got it out of Hamdan News. I got it at a couple different places, but it's common sense. It's common sense. It falls right in line. There's no way he wouldn't be directly involved, or at the least gave them a game plan or a set course of action. Like, this is our red line. This is where we can go. This is where we can't go. If they say this is what we do. But I mean, like Vance said, we called Trump half a dozen times during the 20 hours. I'm sure Abbas Araghchi and Mohammad Gharibaf stepped away and probably called Mojtaba or other high-ranking commanders in the IRGC for clarification, for advice, or really for the green light as to what the red lines were. Because the conversation was probably ever-changing, right? It's like, okay, we won't do that, we'll do this. Okay, if we do that, let me call him. It's complicated, so no way it was just those two. Of course, they're the representatives front-facingly, but if Mojtaba Khamenei actually showed up to those talks, well, wherever that talk would probably get nuked to shit, and Vance and the rest of the U.S. envoy wouldn't go. So, yeah, because he's the next target. They've been trying really hard to kill him.
Have been trying really, really hard to kill him, and he's the only one that can stop the IRGC. A lot of people don't know that. Yeah. And the IRGC only answers to him. The Artesh and all the other military components, he has power of them as well. But as far as the IRGC, only he can stop them. No, not even the president, bro, can do shit.
It's called Supreme Leader for a reason. Yeah, he has the ultimate authority and say.
The way why I voted for him.
But just before I go back to Dave to respond to that, explain to me the difference between the belief that Donald Trump has about Iran, that they want death to America, death to all Americans. That's why they want a nuclear weapon. And if they get one, they will kill millions of Americans, which is why America has to stop them. And the President of the United States saying he wants to wipe out an entire civilization in one night, which can only be done with nuclear weapons or weapons of that power. Look, as I say, look, I don't think he's going to do that. But he has said he's going to do that. Many people think he's already committed a war crime in signaling his intention to do that. But that's for another day. But my point is, what is the difference in terms of language between the head of Al-Qaeda, say Bin Laden, saying wanting to wipe out millions of Americans, or Iran wanting to do that, and America wanting to do that? I mean, that would be Dave's point, I'm sure, in a moment. But before we go to him, what is the difference?
Well, look, I think the president here is a guy that always pushes the limit on what he's saying, especially when he's dealing with bad guys, whether it was in Venezuela, whether it's narco-terrorists, or whether it's the Ayatollah and those that are in charge right now in Iran. Do I think he's going to indiscriminately kill a bunch of people? Of course not. Do I think that's the intent of the tweet? Of course not. If you've talked to the president and you know what he says here, you can either just try to hit him on that and score political points, or you can look at what the president has done so far. He has been incredibly surgical with the strikes that he's had. He's not been going after and just bombing.
Incredibly surgical. Day one, he killed 180 girls because of faulty intelligence, and he lied about it on Air Force One. Holy fucking cap.
I'll go to an example that I think Dave used on this show. He's saying Israel is just bombing all these buildings in Gaza, for example. That's not what the president's done here at all. The president has been very surgical in using our military. I have no doubt that that's what he's going to do here. And what he's saying is, if I go after your electrical grid, you literally are going back to the Stone Ages when there was no electricity. So if you want to hit the president political points to win a political argument, fine, do that. But what the president's saying in that tweet, I think, is directly to the leadership in Iran and telling them, I'm not screwing around. This is going to be very bad for you. open up the Strait of Hormuz and do it immediately. We can have a ceasefire. You guys have been talking to us for a while now. You know how to do stall and delay tactics. This is a deadline. This is a red line. By the way, other presidents have given red lines before. They just don't back them up. This president does. Barack Obama didn't back up his red line multiple times on foreign policy issues, including when chemical weapons were used.
Well, that is true. Yeah, that is true. But Dave Smith, let me come to you. I mean, my big problem with this is, like I say, this will be airing after that deadline has passed. And my guess is the Iranians will not concede in the way that Trump wants them to before this deadline. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe they will. I don't think they will. And therefore, they'll call his bluff to a degree, and Trump will not then go through with what he vowed to do, which is wipe out the entire Iranian population. And then he becomes, the emperor with no clothes to a degree, the boy who cried wolf. It's like there's a danger in that as well, in the president of the world's greatest military not doing what he says he would do if X, Y, Z doesn't happen.
Well, okay, so let me say, first of all, there's just this obvious contradiction in what Ben just said there, which is that on one hand, he's saying the president doesn't bluff. He draws a red line and he sticks to it. And then on the other hand, saying, that's just Donald Trump. He talks crazy like this. And you're just trying to win a cheap political argument if you look at what he's literally saying. It can't be both of those things now, can it? If he doesn't bluff, then Donald Trump has promised to send them back to the Stone Age, that it will be the end of the civilization, never to be recovered, and that presumably starting tonight is bridge and power plant days. Okay,
yes.
So if he doesn't, right. So remember the non-interrupting rule. So if he's either bluffing or he's not bluffing here. Now, obviously, it does bode well for this particular political argument that sparked off on your show a few weeks ago, that now Donald Trump is making these threats. But the position Ben's in here, it's almost like being the White House press secretary. If we were talking last week and I had said, Donald Trump's going to say this, you would have been like, no, he's not. No one's saying that. This is ridiculous. But now he's said it. So now you have to defend how he doesn't bluff, but also he doesn't really mean what he said. Look, Piers, I don't know. I hope you're right. But all the indications here are that tonight's 8 p.m. deadline is going to come and go without the Iranians capitulating. And so Donald Trump has really put all his chips in on the center of the table here.
Man, vindication.
Yeah, and he was right.
Here. Yeah.
Yeah, he called it. And then what? On the 11th hour, they ended up coming up with that ceasefire on their 10-point plan or their 15-point plan, whatever. Guys, I'm ending the YouTube stream here. Come on over, guys, to kick.com/Myron Gaines X. Also, open up a tab and watch my brother. I dropped the link for you guys. I'm ending the YouTube stream now, guys. Come on over. We're going to continue to react to this debate and then do some other, do some other coverage as well with the news. So, guys, come on over to kick.com/Myron Gaines X. End the YouTube stream now. Come on over. We are switching. Come to Kick and then open up a tab and also watch my brother on Riyadh's Report on YouTube, Ninja. So let's switch. All right. So, okay, let's keep going.
So to the dynamic you just laid out, he's now painted himself into this corner for absolutely no reason. He's painted himself into this corner where he's either got to do something huge or, as you said, be exposed as just being a complete bluffer.
Hang on, Ben. But my guess is he'll say, you know what, we're getting somewhere with the Iranians. The new leaders want to do a deal, so we're going to give them a bit more time, which is what he's been doing throughout this war. And Ben, the trouble with doing that is if you keep doing that, but the Iranians keep saying, no, we're not talking to you. What are you talking about? And they keep the Straits of Hormuz shut, and they carry on firing weapons at their Gulf neighbors, and they carry on exactly what they're doing. And then you have Pete Hegseth saying, we've got total air dominance, and right until one of our fighter planes gets shot down, and we have to send in $300 million worth of rescue mission to get the pilots out. That doesn't say to me that all these defenses have been destroyed, does it?
Piers, we have total air dominance over the country, and hitting one of our planes. Yeah, when you're throwing a lot of stuff up in the air, going after airplanes.
We don't have air dominance. We have what's called air superiority. Air dominance means you can't get shot down. They have no ability to shoot you down. We have air superiority. As a matter of fact, this fucking hubris is exactly what led to that F-15 getting shot down because they thought they had air dominance. We do not have air dominance. And real quick, so you guys understand, there's three main factors when it comes to air warfare. You got air parity, where we're basically equal, and neither party can really get over on the other too much because there's too much risk of being shot down, which, obviously any mission would be risky. There's air superiority, where you're able to conduct operations with a reasonable level of security and not necessarily, be too concerned with their ability to shoot you down. You have a clear advantage, which is what we had, obviously, during this conflict. And then you have air dominance, where they have no ability to shoot you down whatsoever. I think we were in the air at the higher end of the air superiority range. They thought we had crept into the air dominance range, got cocky, and they fucking shot them down. And when they shot them down, that's how we ended up with the fucking political quagmire, trying to recover that Wizzo, that Colonel Wizzo, who was attached to that CIA operation.
There is a very good chance you'll be able to get one. That's why it's called war. No one said that they would never touch one of our airplanes. Go find that quote. It doesn't exist. But the fact that we have total dominance over the airspace is proof. The fact that we were able to go in there with helicopters and do real search and rescue missions and bring them home. By the way, some of those helicopters also got shot at from the ground. Some of them with AK-47s.
Glorifying
This guy is so stupid. Okay, the helicopter. Oh my God, I didn't know this debate was this bad. I didn't watch this debate. The helicopters they're talking about, guys. Yes, they had some Blackhawks, whatever, but they also had little birds. And these little birds were there and being involved in the operation because they were there for to assault the Isfahan base. So, and those helicopters definitely did take damage. They definitely did get shot at. Some of the guys got injured. So that's not true. And like again, he's over here saying we had air dominance. We didn't have air dominance because a fighter jet got shot down, bro. What are you talking about? You're like refuting yourself. But anyway.
Yeah. And they glorified the rescue mission. Like that rescue mission existing was an L. But again, that's like the whole thing is they start everything in the middle. Like, we saved the pilot. Why? Why was he a colonel? And what technology did you use? Matter of fact, why was the CIA even involved? You know, it opens up so many more questions when you kind of look at the underlying circumstances that started that issue in the first place. You know, with the whole heartbeat sensor, finding him in the mountain. Like, why were you guys so aggressively desperate to go in and get him, despite some of the Joint Chiefs of Staff saying to Donald Trump, I don't recommend you actually go into this mission. A lot of people inside of the defense system said, Trump, this is not a good idea. And he did it anyways, of course, to protect himself politically, but also because there's, you know, some CIA involvement, some very high classified intel that may have been at, you know, risk for security breach.
From the ground.
I got another retard in my chat real quick. He says, you know, if you guys think we are doing this for Israel, you're retarded. Okay, you're stupid. And then he says, give it time, retards. Regime change doesn't happen overnight. And then he said, Myron just making sure.
Administration said it would though. But Trump said it would though. So what's your reason? What's your explanation to that? Regime change doesn't happen overnight. Yeah, we actually agree. That's why this is a terrible idea. Unless you're in favor of the Iraq War, retard.
Fucking dumbass. Like you're over here. Literally, you said give it time. Regime change doesn't happen overnight. Hey, retard. They did the attacks hoping it would happen overnight. Dummy. Yeah. We were supposed to be in there over a weekend.
This was supposed to be a Venezuela situation.
Bro, this dude's name is Dicker the Kicker. It should be dumb fuck the dumb fuck. Like, dude, you are so stupid. It's painful. Like, oh my God, dude. Like, and this is what I'm trying to say. Like, bro, a lot of you like guys that are like hardcore Trump fans. Like, you niggas are just idiots, man.
You can't win
like,
with
just
them.
Actually,
you cannot win with.
Can't win with Trump niggas, bro.
They're insufferable.
He's over here saying like, oh, these guys are Iranian propagandists, bro. It's the fucking truth. Like, there was absolutely a fucking clandestine operation going there. Yeah. Like, are you fucking stupid? Like, and here's the thing. Many military, like Larry Johnson said this, he worked for CIA. Anthony Aguilar, former Green Beret, agreed with this assessment. Colonel McGregor, Scott Ritter, lots of people that have experience and understand warfare agree that there was absolutely some type of other clandestine operation going on, right? And this rescue happened in the middle of that, which is why there was aircraft that was there that had nothing to do with the rescue mission. You don't use fucking little birds and MC-130s to recover somebody. So what the fuck were they doing over there, idiot? Yeah. So, like, it's so incredible how stupid some of you motherfuckers are. You know, it's actually, oh, regime change doesn't happen overnight. Yeah, well, your president thought it would, idiot, which is why we're in the quagmire we're in right now.
Yeah.
It's oh, my God.
It went from
man.
a few days like, to a couple weeks to just trust the plan. All right, just keep trusting MAGA then.
Like, and you know, and the reason why I'm embarrassing this guy so much is I got to give niggas reminders. There's a reason why we got people watching us and no one's watching you, idiot. There's a reason why people are listening to our political analysis and not yours, because you're a fucking retard, okay? So every now and then I like to engage with you idiots in the chat to let you know how stupid you are, because you are giving the same rhetoric of Fox News or whatever, and we dunk on y'all niggas every single time because we got the fucking truth on our side. There's a specific reason why people are coming to watch us over you. If they wanted to hear Fox News propaganda, they don't need to see some fucking retard on a kick chat say the same bullshit. This dude literally had the nerve to say a regime change doesn't happen overnight, as if our president didn't think it was going to happen overnight, which is why he agreed to do this strike in the first place, you fucking dumbass.
That's the whole idea that the Israelis sold to President Trump, which is why he undermined his own IC, his own intelligence community, for the intelligence coming from Israel. By the way, Benjamin Netanyahu knew this was going to be a long-winded conflict, but he also knew there would be no off-ramp. He also knew once it started, then it had a higher likelihood of actually finishing. So all he had to do was get it started, in which he effectively did, and he lied to Trump. You know, why do you think Benjamin Netanyahu went to Washington 7 times since this guy got into office inside of a year? I think less than a year.
Nuts.
It was the period of
Every other
time.
month.
He visited him in Mar-a-Lago in Washington, a combination of 7 times to hang out. No, because increasingly every single time, he probably sold the idea more and more that Iran is arming. They're getting missiles, Mr. President. They're getting more missiles. Their enrichment is almost finished. And you saw that being echoed, by the way, by some of the Middle Eastern envoy, some of the Jewish oligarchs. Who am I referring to? Mark Levin said, they're a week away from a bomb. Stephen Witkoff said, well, they actually have chemical weapons now. Like, the whole idea was circulating inside of the administration that Iran is getting closer to this detrimental plan or this weaponization against the West where they're going to destroy our civilization. And so that was the motivation that Trump bought into, instead of listening to his own intelligence community, like we just heard from John Kiriakou and others, Tulsi Gabbard, who was the National Director of Intelligence, by the way, who Joe Kent previously worked under, and he got the fuck off of the Trump train before that ship had sunk. And what is the rhetoric that they echo? Well, they say, we know going to war in Iran is a bad idea. It's 4 times the size of Iraq. The terrain is harsh. We're going to lose tons of troops. It's going to be a long-winded conflict. To get the uranium, we've got to put excavators in the ground. It's going to take forever. We have to have specialists handle the material because not anybody could just handle that, even our special forces, our special teams. And so it just top to bottom a situation that calls for an unnecessary amount of work, an unnecessary amount of finances for what? At the end of the day, by the way, to remove the Iranian regime that poses what threat to the United States in the first place? Of course, this is Israel's war. So, in you know, the amount of debunking that I have to do is tiring, not because it's me having to talk or go into the details. It's because how am I still fucking telling you this? Hello, it's day 40, what, 6? Day 45 of us being at conflict with Iran? You would think that the message is clear by itself, but no, I still have to word it out and spell it out for people. And X is even worse. The MAGA dick riding on X is disgusting.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous.
It's crazy. A couple chats here. I'll just read them.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Penn Money says, well, $5. Thank you so much. Good to see you enter the streaming world, brother. This dynamic is fire. Hey, God bless. Thanks so much, bro. Do you think China would hit us with a intercontinental missile or stop trade with? No, definitely not. Sagno Sprite, thank you for the $5. No, China's not going to attack us. China wants this to definitely end because a lot of their oil does come from the Gulf as well. It's not just Iran. People have that misconception thinking that the oil is only from Iran. Yeah, a lot of it now is probably from Iran, but there's a benefit to there being peace in the region. But as long as this continues, then China will strategically align with Iran. Of course, not the United States, because when it's all said and done with, they have a vested interest in the IRGC existing. They both work in tandem with one another. So no, China won't get directly involved militarily, but they'll support from the back end like they have been doing. Top 5 baller, $3. 1 month and almost at 20K. Insane growth, W Riyadh. Hey, thanks so much for the $3. Yeah, shout out to you guys. We're at almost 19,000 subs. So 20K before the end of the month, most likely. God bless you guys. Thank you. Been grinding, uploading videos. So the content don't stop. Thanks, guys.
Totally perfect. In Venezuela, we had total air superiority there. We also had one of the guys that was flying one of the helicopters get shot from the ground. It's called war. The idea that like people aren't going to get hit or things aren't going to get hit or equipment aren't going to get hit, that's a video game. That's absurd. That is not what the president's saying. That's not what the Pentagon is saying. When you have total air dominance, it means you can do and hit what you want to 99.9% of the time, and they're not coming back after you. They don't have radar systems. We've taken them out. We're able to pretty much fly freely.
Not true.
Over that country and hit targets that we want to hit. And so I think
they shot them down, dude.
So
that's how they shot F-35 down, and that's how they shot the F-15 down. It literally was because of radar, because the F-15 went up too high and it got caught on a radar, and that's how they shot a surface air missile at it and shot it down in the first place. What the fuck?
So look how this blows up in their face. People are saying, oh, China hasn't given them anything. Yes, they did. They gave them radar systems. Everybody knew that. Oh, Russia's not doing anything. Yes, they have. They gave them missiles. Oh, they don't have any missiles left. Yes, they do. And then all of that was debunked with that one event where the F-15 was hit. Like, it's just crazy. Like, all of those lies exploded or really got shot down, no pun intended, after the F-15 was hit out of the sky and the pilots had to eject and they went missing, or at least the second one did. So it's so funny how, like, all of these boastful claims are rejected by the fact that now I'm sure those same aircrafts are a little bit more hesitant, or at least the Wizzles are a little bit more hesitant in Iranian airspace. And what did Trump say? It was a lucky shot. They got lucky. Like, all right, bro. I don't know if it's all luck. You know, Strait of Hormuz is luck. Protests were luck. Not shutting down the protests were luck. Like, I don't know how long you're going to be able to bank on luck for. We're 40 days into what was supposed to be 5. So is it luck? No, I think it's us underestimating their abilities and you ignoring the intelligence go-aheads that this is a bad idea.
I think what you're saying is basically you're trying to make it a lot worse than it is. Dave said on the last show, and I was watching it earlier as I was prepping for this, that this is a quagmire. If you go, and this is the part where I say it's like rooting against America. The definition of a quagmire, if you ask social media, is a little different than if you actually look up the definition or you ask AI. A quagmire is years. A quagmire is 2+ years if you look at how they teach it in military schools. This isn't coming from me. This is if you go to West Point, they say if you are bogged down in a war and you are losing or stagnant, they use Vietnam as an example of that. They use the never-ending war in Afghanistan as another example. The word quagmire starts being used after years. We're talking weeks into this thing, like 2 months in. We're talking about the fact that we've taken out.
Yeah, but the writing is on the wall. Historically, we know what a quagmire looks like, and this is the direction in which this war is falling into. It's honestly worse than Iraq was in the beginning. So, yeah, just reading writing on the wall.
You say, well, the president's got a problem here, and they don't believe him. You've taken out their top leader, then their replacement, then their replacement, then their replacement. You've taken out their air superiority. You've taken out their Navy. Like, you guys, I'm sorry, like the idea that this is a quagmire or is not successful and, well, they won't believe the president if he bluffs on this one. Call the last 4 dead guys that were the leader of Iran and tell me they don't believe President Trump.
Why, if the United States has such incredible, overwhelming military success?
Last 4 dead guys? There's only been 2 supreme leaders in Iran's history. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like, there was Ruhollah Khomeini, and then there's Ali Khamenei, and now you got Mojtaba Khamenei.
Yeah.
Like, what? What is this nigga talking, bro? And Ruhollah wasn't killed by the United States, if I'm not mistaken. Let me double check how he died. I think he died of old age. What? Bruh. Yo, these guys really bank on you guys being stupid, bro. I'm just starting to realize this.
No, he was.
It's like,
he wasn't killed in a strike.
Bro, like they're telling you guys things that are like verifiably false. Yeah, Ruhollah Khomeini. Let me look here, and I'll show you guys kind of what I'm looking at. Here he is. He died 1989. Age 89, spending 11 days in a private hospital near his residency. He suffered 5 heart attacks in 10 days. That's what it was, heart failure, basically. So basically, old age. He died at 89. But sorry, we can keep going on with the.
In this war so far, why are the Straits of Hormuz still shut?
Because I think if you look at the issue there, number one, you're dealing with international issues there. And number two, you're also dealing with the fact that it is a waterway. And if you can't just like go in there and bomb the hell out of it and then expect the ships to come through. It has to be orderly. 3, if you talk to maritime individuals, specifically those that deal with insurance. I did about an 1.5-hour phone call saying, teach me everything. It has to be a safe place or you cannot get the insurance. The last thing you do is go in there militarily because then nobody will insure any of these boats at all. So therefore.
Oh! Well, what's Trump doing today, actually, dumbass? At least what's he making the threat of doing? Going into the Strait of Hormuz to blockade the blockade. So that argument blew up in his face as well. Time is beautiful, isn't it? Time just debunks these magatards. Did you hear what he said?
No, what did he say on that last one?
Here, play it back for you. Hey,
Or
if
they
you're
will not-
watching on stream as well, listen here.
It has to be a safe place or you cannot get the insurance. The last thing you do is go in there militarily because then nobody will insure any of these boats at all. So therefore, they will not come through the Strait of Hormuz because they can't get the insurance policy they need for the maritime movement.
So he's making the excuse that
There
the
you go,
United
yeah.
States has not gone into the Strait of Hormuz because it would exacerbate the issue, which, by the way, he's right, but that's exactly what Trump is planning on doing via his Truth Social post today.
Bruh.
Come on, bro.
Yo, what an idiot, dude.
Come on.
This aged very poorly, bro. This aged so poorly.
That's what happens
this is
when
why
you
I
lie,
stick
though.
up
When you
for
don't have the
wars
truth,
retarded.
time cooks you.
Yeah, time cooks you over time. Like, you know, and then you're also dealing with someone like unpredictable and erratic like Donald Trump. So like he's like changing his
Super
story, being
volatile. Yeah.
he's volatile as fuck. You know, and it's funny because he talked about the Iranian regime being volatile. It's like, bruh, you know.
No, it's you. It's you.
Yeah.
So that blew up in his face. And of course, people are going to say, oh, but he's just going into the strait to block it. He's not going in there militarily. Okay, idiot. If there's missile launch pads lined up across the entire coast of Iran, and Iran is still at war with the United States, we have to enter the strait militarily. That's their zone. We're going to go in there naked, dumbass. Yeah, we're going to go in there bearing arms, ready to fight, and we will, because Iran's not just going to sit there and let us do whatever our plan is there. And you could try to say it's 4D chess. It's really just retarded. Like, let's not overthink that.
Of those boats. Like, some of this is not that complicated. You just need to ask questions.
Okay, before I go to Dave, just be very clear with me in your head what victory looks like. At what point can the Americans, Donald Trump, claim victory and leave?
To me or Dave?
To you, before I go to Dave.
Oh, to me.
Yeah.
I think there's two different definitions here of victory. I think there's the clear victory, which Trump talked about from the very beginning, and all past Democratic presidents since 1979. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That is my first definition of victory. If we have Iran that has been pushed back to the Stone Ages and they're nowhere close to enriching their uranium at 60+%, and that we know that we are safe from a nuclear Iran and a dirty bomb, they've clearly said it over and over again, death to America. We know that's their intent. They've been saying it for 40+ years. That is my definition of victory. A bonus on top of that, a tier 2 victory, which I think the media has already made this the new standard, which I disagree with fundamentally, is that there is regime change. The president's made it clear he would love for there to be regime change. And by the way, there has been. We've killed their top 4 guys. So that's 4x regime change, in my opinion. If 4 people that were in charge are no longer in charge, that's pretty good.
Dave's gonna
Would I
cook
love
him.
for the
Dave's
people in
gonna
Iran to be
cook
able to take over and have genuine
We'll let
freedom?
Dave fry
Yes.
him.
Is that what I consider a victory? No. That is a bonus. All I care about is that Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon, and they're not killing more men and women in uniform. They've killed more men and women in uniform from America than any other country in my lifetime. I want that threat off the table. That's my definition of victory, no doubt about it.
Dave Smith, your response.
Well, I mean, again,
before he even responds, because I haven't seen this debate, so I'll tell you guys how to debunk all this shit. Number one, you had a chance to have the oversight of the nuclear program. It was the JCPOA. You forfeited that, whatever. Then fast forward to 2025, we allegedly blow up their nuclear program, right, and set it back years. So why now all of a sudden, the rush to go in there? Clearly, that shows that we didn't destroy it as much as Trump claims that we destroyed it. So he lied to us then, because he claimed that we were, over with it back then with Operation Midnight Hammer. So, which one is it, dude? And then also, like I said before, they've already negotiated and said that we will enrich uranium to 3% with oversight, but we're not going to give up enrichment. It's not about a nuclear bomb. It's that the United States wants them to not enrich uranium at all.
At all. Yeah.
At all. And that's what they're saying. No, we will not do that.
Yeah.
Right?
That gives them the ability to always easily access a nuclear bomb or really just make one right away. So that's the whole point is we don't even want them to have that last resort option, which, by the way, they're going to exercise an option like that at a time right now than any other time in history, because we started the war, so we put the pressure on them. This is how silly. And this is why people think I'm like anti-Trump. It's just, we're doing this is horrible strategic warfare. We attack a country and we bomb the shit out of it. We show them no mercy. And then we go, hey, can you give up your nuke? What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Why would they do that? Why would they do that? That's people say, you're IRGC, you're an Iran apologist. No, I'm just using my brain, nigga. I'm using my brain, nigga. Like, why would they do that?
Why would they?
If we asked
look at I was going to say Kim Jong-un, perfect example.
Yeah.
But keep going.
Yeah, no, if we asked before we struck, then potentially there's feasibility there. But how are we going to get out of a 40-day war, absolutely destroy their infrastructure, threaten to nuke them, threaten to eradicate their civilization, threaten to hit their power plants, kill millions of people as a result, or hundreds of thousands, and then the Gulf will get destroyed? We're doing all of this. We're creating this regional mess. And then we go, hey, can you give up your enrichment, though, please? Like what kind of asinine question is that? Of course they won't.
As is almost always the case with war propaganda, it's just the contradictions are just everywhere around. It's like my secondary. I was about to. My secondary goal is regime change, but there's already been regime change in this war. But it's not a war. But we've always been at war for 47 years. I mean, Piers. Okay, buddy. Yeah. Okay. Well, you say it's a war. The administration won't admit that because it's totally illegal if it is. Even Donald Trump himself said we can't call it a war for legal reasons. But yes, of course, it is a war. But I mean, Piers, if you just think about how many people, and I got to say, particularly, I'm stunned by the Iranian expat types, which I've debated a couple on your show before, because I always am a little bit more forgiving to them when they say something like, it's just how brutally repressive the mullah and the ayatollah's regime is, and how they want to liberate the people. But not one of them have jumped off board since Donald Trump has essentially announced total war against the civilian population. And here again, Ben repeats, send them back to the Stone Age. I'm sorry, did women have liberation in the Stone Age? Is that when
Stone
everyone
Age
gets
is
to
not
take
having
their blinkers
electricity.
off?
I said that
And then,
earlier. But Dave,
All right, based.
And not having electricity.
Yeah.
See, these people, it's never about liberating shit, dude. It was about it's all bullshit. And shout out to Mike Dixie, Uncle Lenk, all you guys for the gifted subs. Appreciate y'all. Uncle Lennox and Mike Dixie wrecked. We keep going.
Does that lead to?
Not
I know,
having
but that leads
electricity.
Right,
that has nothing to do with women's rights.
Yes, I understand.
Sorry, hang on.
We said we're not going to interrupt.
Let me just say on that point, Ben.
That's war against the civilian population.
Well, Dave, what Ben is doing is what I've noticed a lot of people on the right have been doing, who are still very pro-Trump in this war, is you're translating what Trump apparently meant when he said we're going to bomb you back to the Stone Ages. You have decided it means no electricity because it's the only way you can really justify it, right?
And so I've been talking Donald Trump
and I would say, Ben, I would say this: when you said victory, that's why it's interesting to get you to clarify what victory is. When you said it's stopping the Iranians from developing a nuclear weapon, a dirty bomb, but that's what we were told had been achieved last summer at the end of the 12-day war. Trump literally said,
"Piers, watching me, nigga." I literally said this like 2 streams ago. Trump said in June, we obliterated everything they've got. They're years away from getting a bomb again. And then in his address to the nation just 2 weeks ago, he goes, yeah, they're probably like 2 or 3 months away. What? You know,
Yeah,
so
dude, like,
all over the place, man. It's just lie after
he
lie
trapped
after
himself,
lie.
bro. He trapped himself because the whole justification with Midnight Hammer is that you sent them back years.
You did the job.
Now
we're good in Iran. No need to go back for years. We don't have to worry about them now because they've got no ability to create this nuclear bomb. Then we start a war just a few months later and say they got a bomb or they're going to make a bomb. They're a week away from a bomb. What the fuck? Like, come on. Yeah,
bro,
stupid
absolutely
goy to believe this shit. Crazy.
that we have stopped them developing a nuclear weapon.
This is kind of fucked up, though. This is a 2v1, but I'm here for it.
Mission accomplished. Here we are, less than a year later, 9 months later, and we're being told that victory will be if the United States and Israel stop the Iranians developing a nuclear weapon. But what's happened in 9 months?
Piers, great question. You have 60% enriched uranium that we know about that they still have. That's part of what we want to get out of the country. That is just taking data and looking at it and then saying, is this still a threat? How quickly can you get 60% to where it's military grade, to where you can get a dirty bomb? It's really damn close. So the president made another calculus here and said, okay, we hit those 2 facilities. They didn't stop what they were doing. They still have it way too close to military grade where they can do a dirty bomb. We know their intent is to kill innocent people and get a dirty
Okay, so Midnight Hammer was a failure. Thank you.
bomb. They've said it over and over again. So therefore, because of that information, we are going to go in yet again, and we're going to make sure that America is safe and the rest of the world is safe.
All right, so Ben, do you accept that if the Americans and Israelis do not get the enriched uranium out of Iran, this is not victory, it is a failure, the war will have been lost?
I think there's 2 ways you can look at that. And again, this is coming from a military mindset. Number one is I talk to people in the military, say, look, if they can't access it, right, if we bomb it in and we push it in and they can't access it anymore, that could be considered a victory from a military standpoint perspective. And again, this is way above my pay grade. That's why I ask other people questions that are experts. Would we love to get it out? Yes. But if we can't get it out and they can't get it out, that can be a victory. It depends on where it is. It depends on how much we bombed it. It depends on how secure it is if it stays in the ground there. So I don't say it's only one.
There's rumors that it's like in a mountain is what I've heard. Have you heard that too?
Yeah, and what the float around is that wherever this uranium is, it's fortified so heavily that we would have to precisely and nonstop, like for days, bomb those sites before they would not, quote unquote, have access to it anymore, which to me is unlikely. And who knows
Which is why
about,
they're going to have special ops go in.
Exactly. And that's the whole idea, right? That's what Mark Levin's been saying, Trump's best friend. You know, you got to get the soldiers in there underground and they have to seize the uranium, right? And you need specialists in there. It's a whole operation.
That's why that woman's ID was there.
Yeah, yeah. And it could take years, by the way, to just seize the uranium. And what happens because these are big operations. You know, this requires like heavy machinery, specialized people. That's what all the experts are saying. You don't just go in and take a couple tubes like people are thinking. Like, it's a big deal to do that while we're in the process of, you know, manhandling this delicate situation of extracting this uranium. What could be happening above ground? What could the IRGC be doing to interrupt that process? Militant groups, paramilitary organizations. This could be a fractured country if we've gotten so far to where we can get inside and actually take the uranium. So what does it look like on the ground? It's just like a shit show top to bottom. And remember, with Iraq, there was no like nuclear element, right? Obviously, that was the lie. War on terror, weapons of mass destruction, so on and so forth. But there really wasn't
nuclear.
Huh?
I don't remember them ever saying nuclear. Yeah. Mike Dixie appreciate you at the 10. WMD is what they used.
Yeah, WMDs. And so for Iraq, there was never like this underlying issue of we've got to go 100 feet into the ground and get this, and it's this whole process. And even that was a shit show, top to bottom. You add that to Iran, and then the terrain is worse, and then the military. It's just like, it's not feasible. It's not feasible. I don't care how strong you say the United States is. It's not feasible. If it is, it's going to be a grueling task that can last years. No doubt about it. You know, so.
And there was a woman's ID recovered, guys, at the site when they were when they bombed the the MC-130s, etc. And that woman is a nuclear specialist.
Yeah.
In the military. So they were absolutely gearing up to do an assault. And obviously you have to bring, train experts on, because handling uranium, highly enriched uranium, probably a nightmare. And there's probably a whole bunch of safety hazards that you have to deal with.
Yeah.
It's literally toxic. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's a whole process. And Iranian officials have said, if they mishandle that uranium, that could create a whole nother issue as well, So.
Yep.
The other
people
success
at
or failure,
risk, all that stuff.
it depends on the information on the ground.
400 kilos of that shit. It's heavy as hell.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You need
200 to 400
machines. You need several people. You need people to protect the operation. What could Iran be doing to try and mess that up or interject in the process of it?
And if it is in a place where they're like, no one's going to be able to get to this, we can't get to it, neither can they, it's now unusable, that's a success as well. But I'd love to get it out of there. Yes, I don't like Iranians having anything close to it or having it in their backyard.
The problem is,
if you put it in the ground, it's done, it's done.
Let me come back to Dave. I mean, the problem is, I've got increasingly limited confidence in the statements about the state of Iran's uranium and ability to build a bomb because of what happened last summer. I believed what I was told, that after the 12-day war, that was it. The threat had been neutralized. They couldn't build a nuclear weapon. That was it. And here we are in March. This was last summer. And in March now we're being told they've got all this enriched uranium. None of it got removed last time. It's still there. And how are we going to know whether we've removed it from their ability to use it or not? We're not going to know. So, unfortunately, that to me doesn't look like a very substantive victory claim to me. It's just going to muddy the waters again.
That's right. That's right. I mean, and look, the fact that the goalposts just get moved so much, and like you said, Piers, not that long ago, just last summer, where all the people who supported the 12-day war were boasting and demonizing anybody who opposed it as what a success this was because we obliterated their nuclear program. But like, if we have to go back and fight a whole new war right now over that nuclear threat, then that was wrong. Then you got to admit you were wrong.
Well, here is the quote from Trump. Here is the quote from Trump, Dave. This is last year, after the 12-day war. I don't think they'll ever do it again. They've had it. It was a complete obliteration. They were set back decades. Turned out decades was actually 9 months.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, this is just too ridiculous to stand. And if I could just go back to the last point there, because, seeing as how this whole thing started off of my claim of the U.S. regime being the biggest terrorist organization in the world, I mean, even if we are to accept Ben's interpretation of what Donald Trump was saying here, if you were just saying, like, no, the Stone Age means we take out all the bridges and all the electricity, like, okay, but what does that mean? Well, hey, Ben, listen, we said the one thing was we're not going to interrupt. You've interrupted every time I've spoke, and I haven't done it once to you. So let me finish making a point here. So what does that mean? What does it mean when you take out the electricity to a civilian population of 90+ million people? It means babies on incubators die. It means people have heart attacks in their homes and can't get to the hospital because the bridge has been taken out. It means like the worst, most brutal level of human suffering inflicted intentionally on a civilian population. And if you want to sit here and play all these games where like it's terrorism whenever any of them do it, but it's counterterrorism if America or the Israelis do it, I mean, fine. It's like you picking on me for saying Quagmire. Instead of Quagmire, does
Couple chats very quick. Riyadh Dickham Town says, Randy Fine. Wait, what the fuck is dude change his name? This guy is funny. Randy Fine ate my foreskin. I'm Riyadh now. All right, bro. Thanks for the $2. NHK, Riyadh, appreciate you and your brother really breaking this down and exposing the lies. Respect to you guys. Trump literally walked us into World War III. Yeah, he did. And walked us in, by the way. Totally optional. Unless there's blackmail, who knows?
Disaster, whatever word you want to use.
At
the end of the day, what you're talking about here is terroristic in nature.
A serious question. How do you do the calculus? And if we go with the premise that you just said about if you take out the electricity, by the way, you're assuming they have no generators at the hospital, which they do. You're assuming that ambulances can't run, they still can. But how do you do the calculus?
All the bridges, it makes it tougher.
But how do you do the calculus of Iran getting a nuclear weapon and then killing a whole lot of innocent people? Like you're not. I don't like war. Okay, I don't like innocent people.
Yeah, but the thing is, they could have gotten a nuclear weapon a long time ago and killed a bunch of people. They didn't, right? The whole idea is that they're just hedging close enough to where they can deter people like the United States and Israel from regime change. That's the whole point. They could have gotten a bomb. A lot of people never mention Iran could have been gotten a bomb.
Suffering. But when I look at a nuclear weapon in the hands of a terrorist regime that sponsors more terrorism than
No, keep going. You're good.
any other country in the world in my lifetime, who's killed more American soldiers than any other regime in my lifetime, that's a fact, and a country that declares over and over again they want to kill you. If they get a nuclear weapon, and we did appeasement, which is what Obama did and what Biden did, and you just stuck with that, and then one day they get the bomb, and then they put it out in the world, and they blow up a city. How do you do the math on that one? Because you keep acting like America's doing something evil here, when all we're doing is trusting the terrorists when they say they want to kill you, and they keep doing it, that if they get bigger weapons and they get ballistic missiles, they're going to use them, which, by the way, they already have.
I mean, there's just so many just ridiculous.
Use them defensively.
Presumptions built into that question.
Well,
and
then
again,
tell me what they
not,
are, because I want to know.
Again,
because if Iran says they're going to get a nuclear weapon, they're going to do it.
You literally ask a question, I get 3 words out to respond to it, and you're already
But you said there's so many ridiculous things I said. I asked you one question about a nuclear weapon. It's not a ridiculous list.
Yeah.
Look how fast he's talking. Look how high his voice is. Dave is relaxed. He's calm. You know, the body language says everything. This guy knows he's on the losing end of this argument.
Yes, it is. Do I get a chance to talk now, or do you just want to ask questions to yourself? Is this just pretend, or are you actually asking? Sure,
it's not
no
a hard
problem.
question, Dave. That's the point I'm making. How do you do a calculus on Iran getting a nuclear weapon? That is not a list of things.
This is why I didn't want to do it with Ben
can't
also,
answer
because this is just how he debates. It's just I can't answer, or you won't
I
shut
asked
up.
really
Which one
obvious
is it?
tough questions.
All right, Ben, you have given a solemn pledge
Ben,
not to interrupt.
This is just so ridiculous,
let
dude.
Dave respond.
Go ahead.
Just for the record, Ben, everyone can see through this.
Quick. They always filibuster like this because they know they're going to get cooked, bro. It's actually ridiculous how he's not really let him get anything out.
Yeah.
Absolutely nuts.
Yeah.
Just yapping.
And again, they bank on the ignorance, but Dave is not the guy. Dave is not the guy.
Exactly.
So he's going to systematically respond to everything he just said and make him look stupid.
Yep.
Tactic. Everyone can see through it. First of all, the intelligence going. There you go. Yeah. Every one of them can see through this bullshit.
Yeah, he's being a piece of shit. He's actually being so bad
dude,
faith.
shut the fuck up. Like, that's so annoying. Like, I'm not even debating and I'm already annoyed. Like, dude, shut the fuck up, bro. Wow.
It's because and again, it's like a psychological
he's
tell.
smiling too. He knows he's being an insufferable fucking bitch. Like, dude, seriously?
And in a debate, when you constantly interrupt and try to like add more to what you've already said, and you're just being redundant in your claim or your position, that's like a psychological tell. Like, you know you're losing, right? So it's like a compensation method. Like, I'm going to keep piling on, when really less is more. You know, and you can see Dave is slower, more relaxed.
So the intelligence that we had leading into the 12-day war, which was right there in the annual threat assessment, which Tulsi Gabbard testified under oath in Congress, was that Iran had not made the political decision to start developing nuclear weapons yet. And so now you've got it as if we do nothing, not only do they have deliverable nuclear weapons, but they've used them offensively, which no country, yes, you did, which no country in the history of the world.
I said they had it 60%. 60% is not a nuclear weapon, Dave. Go back and listen to what I said. 60% is not a nuclear weapon. That is not what I said. This is why I interrupt you, because you make up shit that I never said. I never said they had a nuclear weapon.
No, you said they were damn near. So you implied that they were a step away, which is effectively saying they're a nuclear power. This is bad faith. And that's the insinuation he made.
I used the word if and close.
Okay. Honestly, I'll just, if you want to let me speak, I will. Anyone can go back and listen to what you just said. I'm not claiming you said 60%
yes, please rewind it on YouTube.
Pierce, do you remember the part where he said, and then they detonate a nuclear bomb over a city? Do you remember that?
Said, Dave, everyone can rewind it on YouTube.
This is just so stupid, dude.
That was Switzerland.
Marco Rubio said.
That was Switzerland. Well done, Switzerland.
When Marco Rubio said, actually, the reason we preemptively attacked was because we'd heard the Israelis were going to go in, so we thought we'd better get in before the retaliation came. And the next day we were told that he hadn't said what we'd heard with his own mouth.
There you go, Ben. You just did it again. So anyway, the point is that, look, and as I've made this point before on your show here, Piers, I mean, this is just like, even the argument here. Look, we sat by the United States of America while Joseph Stalin developed nuclear weapons, and we knew he was doing it. While Mao Zedong developed nuclear weapons, and we knew that he was doing it. These are the most evil people who have ever lived. We didn't launch a war of aggression to stop them. Now, that doesn't mean you don't pursue diplomatic goals here, but to say Obama, and listen, Obama and Joe Biden had horrible foreign policies in a million different ways, but it's not true that appeasement didn't work. They had a deal. If 60% enriched uranium was the big concern, well, Iran was down to like 3% enriched uranium.
And Joe Biden tried very hard to revive that deal, by the way. Ken Rose, thank you for the $5.
Till Donald Trump tore it up. Now, there were sunset provisions in the JCPOA, and perhaps it would have been better to try to strengthen them, to try to come up with a better deal here. But instead, at the behest of the Israelis, Donald Trump insisted on these ridiculous negotiating strategies. This no enriched uranium at all, no civilian nuclear program, no intercontinental ballistic missiles, no supporting Hezbollah or Hamas or any of this. And this was never going to lead to a deal.
Support a terrorist organization.
Well, it's not,
you think we should allow that?
Great thing. It's not such a great thing when it leads to this. Now, is it?
Ben, the
It's
point I'm
leading to
about,
death and destruction.
Ben, the question I have for you is, Ben,
Oh,
if
that's
he
what you
just
got.
said that we should
allow Iran to sponsor terrorist organizations.
Ben, if
he
you're
just said we should allow them in the deal to like sponsor Hamas and Hezbollah.
Ben,
like what the hell world are we living in?
Ben, let me ask you a question. Ben, if your position, Ben, if your position,
I'm a terrorist.
Hang on, Ben, if your position is that if a nation espouses a desire to wipe out another country, then the country on the receiving end has an absolute right to not just defend itself, but attack the country threatening them, right? That's the defense for, right?
I think it also has to be based on, do they have the ability to do this?
So assuming ability.
Are they trying to get the ability to do it?
So when the president of a country says publicly that he is going to, well, I'll read it again. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want it to happen, but it probably will. When a president of a country says that, presumably by your definition, Iran would now be perfectly entitled to attack the United States.
I think Iran's already been attacking the United States of America. That's why we're in this conversation right now. They've killed more American soldiers than anybody else in the world.
If they wanted to attack mainland America, by your criteria, they would have an absolute moral justification. Because you have a nation in America...
I'm not going to say it's a moral justification. What I'm saying is, and I'll go back to what I said earlier, the President of the United States of America said to them, you need to make this deal and open up the Strait of Hormuz. This is all about land that's not actually theirs, and you're not going to hold the world hostage. And if you do, continue to hold us hostage. I am going to take out your bridges and your electricity, and that's on you. That is completely different than the scenario that you're asking. By the way, I wish you'd ask Dave the same question I asked him earlier. If they get a nuclear weapon and then detonated it somewhere in the world, how do you do that calculus?
Wait, hold on,
haven't answered the question yet.
That.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. No, I got to play that back. Guys, if you weren't paying attention, pay attention now.
That you're asking. By the way, I wish you'd ask Dave the same question I asked him earlier. If they get a nuclear weapon and then detonated it somewhere in the world, how do you do that calculus?
Wait, hold on,
you still haven't answered the question yet.
But you didn't say that they detonated.
Fucking idiot. He stood on business for like 10 days saying, I didn't say that they'd get a nuke and use it. Why are you putting words in my mouth? Then he used his own saying to justify his latter position. Bro, you will never win when you're lying. I think you're muted.
Oh shit! Sorry, no. I was saying that's fucking incredible. That's literally fucking incredible. Well,
Unreal.
This is the thing. There's a saying: you can never lie once. My friends, there you go.
Yeah.
You can never lie one time, dude.
Rewind it, everybody on YouTube, and you'll see exactly the question I asked.
Well, to be fair to Ben, he did say, what if they got a bomb and then used it to wipe out a city around the world?
Thank you. That's exactly what I said. Thank you, Piers.
That's what I was claiming that you said that you denied last time. You interrupted me when I said you were making that claim and said you never said that.
No, I said they didn't have the bomb. I said if they got the bomb, how do you make the calculus? And you haven't answered that question yet because you don't know how to answer it. Your foreign policy is fraud, Dave. Your foreign policy is bury your head in the sand, bother no one, and then no one bothers you. And when you're dealing with terrorists, that never works. 9/11 is a great example of that, by the way. We were literally burying our head in the sand, acting like Osama bin Laden was not a threat after he kept saying he wanted to take out America. He wanted to go after America. And every president...
Why is the key question neocon retards like this and others always avoid so they can sell this lie and bank on your ignorance to the American people. Why did Osama bin Laden want to strike? Not justifying it. I'm just saying
why.
Because if we can figure out their motivations as to why and we can diffuse that issue diplomatically, well, then we don't have to worry about quote unquote random acts of terrorism. So the question you must ask is why would Iran nuke a country for no reason? That's and that question by itself is.
And I got one of my guys just came to Andy. Andy's here. The chat knows who he is.
Go for it. Yeah. And that question by itself is, by the way, heretical. Oh, Iran is going to bomb a country. Yeah, only for a reason. So what's that reason? You understand? And I said this in one of my videos previously. The hotbed or the foundation to this idea that the IRGC has this terrorist network and there's terrorism out in the Middle East and we have to destroy the Middle East and regime change all the countries. This banks on your ignorance that Islamic terrorism is the underlying reason as to why there's distrust, as to why there's dysfunction in that region. Really, it's because Zionists and Israel want to undermine every single one of these countries because when they came in 1948 and even before 1948, their violence and their crimes against the Palestinians invoked anger around the region. And ever since then, there's always been that original reason that was birthed from the Palestine issue, but graduated to other things, eventually manifested into this hate for Israel, who's Israel's greatest ally, the United States. And so that's why there's attacks. In Osama's letter to America, he didn't say, we're going to attack you because you're Christian. We're going to attack you because you have democracy. We're going to attack you because your women don't cover up. No, his reasoning was, you are doing the bidding of Israel. You are destroying Palestine. The West Bank is not safe. Our holy mosque is there. If you don't stop, I will retaliate, as well as the fact that there were U.S. bases in Saudi Arabia, and the United States previously funded Osama bin Laden in the late 80s to fight back against the Soviets that were trying to take the land in Afghanistan, because the United States didn't want Soviet influence in a region they already were gaining control in, primarily with Saudi Arabia. And Osama bin Laden was used and abused by the CIA, gave him money, propped him up, then stabbed his back, went to Saudi Arabia for this military agreement between the United States and Saudi Arabia for the sake of oil. That's why he was mad. Not because he's this retarded caveman who woke up one day and said, I'm going to bomb the United States because I'm a towelhead. Yeah, that's easy to run away with, but when you look at the reasons behind, when you look at the foundation and the motivation, well, then it's a lot different. And then it makes you point the finger at somebody else. It makes you go, why is Israel doing that? Because they're charging up these Muslims who, by the way, when they destroyed those countries from our strikes, where do they migrate? Here. You don't want them here? Well, then we shouldn't be destroying where they originally live. Islamic terrorism, they're going to nuke a country. They're not going to nuke anybody except the country that threatens them with a nuke, which is Israel, by the way. The only country in the Middle East with a nuke is Israel, by the way. The only country that has not been verified in their nuke is Israel, by the way. Tons of issues there with that statement.
Did the same thing. They buried their hand in the sand, and they said, we're not going to deal with him right now. We'll leave him alone.
Okay,
we won't get wars in the Middle East.
This is so ridiculous and ahistorical. America was just not intervening. No, it's not, actually. We were not interventionist until 9/11. Yeah, right, please. We were bombing Iraq. We had a sanctions regime around Iraq. We had military bases in Saudi Arabia. And by the way, every one of the things that the terrorists subjected to were interventions.
Nothing.
No.
We were
Bill
doing
Clinton
nothing when 9/11 happened in the Middle East.
The UN,
we were not.
You don't know what you're talking about. The UN
were we invading a country in Iran on 9/11? No.
Can I finish
were we
a
at war
sentence,
with
or are you
anybody
just
in the
going to
Middle East during
interrupt?
9/11?
Okay.
The answer is no. We were asleep at the wheel on 9/11. There's a reason why John Ashcroft wrote a book called Never Again, because we were so asleep at the wheel that we realized afterwards we can never allow it to happen again.
Okay, well, Israel wasn't asleep at the wheel. They knew about it. They didn't tell us.
Madeleine Albright was asked about how the UN
so much for our greatest ally
had estimated that 500,000 children had died of starvation and malnutrition due to the Clinton blockade around Iraq. She said, and I quote, "That price is worth it." These were the non-interventionist years of peace.
And just so you guys know, Madeleine Albright also designated Hezbollah and Hamas as terrorist organizations when she was Secretary of State as well. And if you're wondering, yes, she's Jewish.
It's like what, 92?
Yeah, make this shit up, dude. She designated Hezbollah and Hamas as terrorist organizations back in 1997, like I think on the same day, actually. But yeah, that just goes to show you, oh yeah, we killed 1 million Iraqis. It's worth it. Like, what?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
93, 94, we're talking about 2001. That's a long ways off, bro. I said, what were we doing when 9/11 happened in the Middle East?
Try
9/11.
Try 1998.
Almost 2 decades earlier.
No, I'm talking about 3 years earlier. You don't know what you're talking about.
You said that Madeleine Albright said that in the early 90s. You just said 90s on the show.
I didn't
2001
say, I said
is when 9/11 happened. Am I wrong?
1998 is when she made the comment. It was all through the Clinton years. Bill Clinton stopped being president in the year 2000, 1 year before 9/11. Sorry,
so you're saying that the blockade of food is what caused 9/11 now?
No, I'm not saying it. Osama bin Laden himself listed it as one of his stated grievances, along with...
Oh, this guy's an idiot, bro.
Yeah.
This guy's an idiot. You know what, dude?
So much gaps.
He probably didn't even read the letter. So chat, what you guys, I don't know if you explained this to them.
I just did when you walked away. But go for
America?
it. Yes.
What? Yeah. The letter to America, since my brother already explained it, it's a list of every grievance he has against the West in general. And one of the chief things he complained about was the Iraqis dying from the sanctions and everything else in the 90s. That was one of his chief grievances against the United States and Israel.
Oh, maybe you're not able to see that. Can you see that? No, it doesn't.
He didn't care about Saddam Hussein. He cared about the Iraqi people, which he never liked Saddam Hussein. He cared about the Iraqi people, just to be clear as well.
Yeah. This is it. We don't have to read it, but it has all the listed reasons. So if you just type in "letter to America," it'll be the first thing that pops up. But I mean, at the end here,
it went viral, guys, in November of 2023. Yeah, like a month after the October 7th attacks, this letter resurfaced and went viral on TikTok.
Yeah.
And
this
a lot
is
of
when
people
the
don't even know.
real red pilling happened.
Yes.
Yeah,
like a lot of people didn't know about this letter. And back in 2001, they didn't release this letter strategically on purpose because they were afraid it was going to entice potential other attacks.
And I mean, just read the end here. You can kind of get the whole tonality of this message. He says, continue the war if you will. Justice is the strongest army, and security is the best way of life. But it slipped out of your deep grasp the day you made the Jews victorious in occupying our land and killing our brothers in Palestine. The path to security is for you to lift your oppression from us. So, very obvious what his clear stated motive was there. And by the way, people think Osama, and Osama was an evil man. Like, he was burning in hell. Like, and you're not supposed to say people are in hell. I'll say he's burning in hell. With that being said, he was not dumb. He's very smart. He's very educated. Like, he's from an affluent, rich family. Like, Osama's not just some cavehead retard. Actually, he fought willingly against the Soviets. You know, he did not have to do that. He went out of his way. You know, and he was incredibly rich.
Like the richest family in Saudi, pretty much. They made their money from construction, no oil. So his family guys responsible for a lot of the construction that you guys see in Saudi Arabia. That's how his family became like worth billions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like when this dude was doing terrorist attacks, he was making like $30 million a year, bro. That's how he was able to fund a lot of this shit.
Yeah. And funding he did.
Yep.
With the military
one of a
bases
list that was like the Unabomber's list.
That also involved the U.S. military bases on Holy Land in Saudi Arabia, and U.S. support for brutal regimes that oppress Muslims in the region, and U.S. support for the Israelis who have been occupying at that time for 30 plus years the Palestinian territory. Yes, this is basic history. You can say I'm a fraud, but you don't know any of this.
Hold on.
You don't know any of this.
So I'm correct in saying that your foreign policy is bury your head in the sand and hope that no one bothers you based on what you just said. Because you're saying.
Just what a dishonest oversimplification of what Dave just told you. No, that's not what he said.
Anytime we stand up for us in the world, that immediately it's going to be our fault when we get attacked. That is your foreign policy.
Instead of you saying it, why don't I just say what I actually believe? What I believe is that we don't launch wars of aggression, wars of choice, reckless wars against countries that don't pose a threat to us. I'm defending the just war theory of Christianity and the constitutional system that the framers laid out. If we do have to go to war, there should be a vote in Congress.
Okay, so here's my question. To every American that's watching that has lost a...
Yeah, Trump said, fuck that vote, nigga. We going to war when I say we going to war.
Love one at the hands of Iran.
That's why you're right. Even when Hegseth was like, I think Hegseth had to testify. He was reluctant to call it a war himself because he said, oh yeah, the lawyers are going to deal with that.
Conflict.
Blah. But yeah, I mean, he ran this as like a special operation, and now it's, it's kind of funny. That's exactly what Putin said. Special military operation. Bruh. Yeah. Like it's just so crazy, bro. Like it's just absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's honestly so unfortunate to see the way MAGA's gone, man. But what are you gonna do?
Bro called it a special military operation, just like Putin, man. But then we want to sit there and sanction Russia. Like that's just crazy, bro. Use the same phrase and everything.
Lost all bragging rights.
Let's be charitable. Let's assume that he thought it was just gonna be a weekend, but it didn't. It wasn't a weekend, right? He thought, let's bomb these guys.
That's what the IC told him, though. The IC told him, this is not Trump. This is for the simple gesture of it. I'll just tell you how it went. Trump said, I think I'm going to do this. And the IC, look, nigga, this is not going to be 2-3 days. Mr. President, this is a bad idea. Iran is a rough country with a martyrdom population, Shia Muslims. They have proxy networks throughout the region that they can mobilize as a result of this war. They can hit the Gulf countries. Maybe this is a long-winded conflict. We recommend you don't go into this just yet. This might be a bit hasty. No, I think Netanyahu is right. No, I think the Mossad I think their intelligence is better, quite frankly. Those guys are good, so I think we're going to bomb them. And look where we are. About day 50 at this point, right? So,
yep.
Iran, you're now telling them when they go to their graves on Memorial Day, that Iran was not a threat to the United States of America, as you just described it. And who gives a crap that those American soldiers were killed at the hands of Iran and the terrorist regimes that they aid, sponsor, support, and give free passage to?
Here's a good rule of thumb here, Ben. If I didn't say it and then you just say you're saying it, no, I'm not saying that.
What I'm saying is that we're going to get...
said no, I literally didn't say any of that. Yes, that's right. That part I said. Correct.
So
Iran
to the American
no
families,
to the United States
the
of
American
America.
families who've lost loved ones in a uniform who were killed at the hands of the Iranians and their terrorist proxies, Hamas and Hezbollah and ISIS and others they gave safe passage to. You're telling me that Iran was not involved in the murder of those American soldiers. They killed more American soldiers than any other regime in the world.
Ben, I'm sorry. I know I'm a fraud and I don't know a lot about foreign policy. Did you just say that ISIS is an Iranian proxy?
I said that they knew that ISIS was given safe passage to cross through at some points in the past. Yes, that's a fact.
They're
Go
a
look it up.
proxy of the Iranians.
I said proxies.
Wait, did he say that?
Did you just say that ISIS isn't
me and they're terrorist proxies, Hamas and Hezbollah and ISIS and others they gave safe passage to. You're telling
Oh, wow. Big blunder there. Yeah, ISIS is not an Iranian proxy whatsoever.
me that Iran was not involved in the murder of those Americans?
Actually, an Israeli proxy.
Yeah, they fought ISIS and they fought Al Qaeda. Interestingly enough, when he says that, Iran actually fought both of those entities in Syria. See, and this is the problem, right? Like a lot of these guys, like I call like people like Ben Ferguson, like retarded, good old boys. Like they think, okay, all Muslims are the same, they all are terrorists, etc.
Oh.
But what they don't realize that like there's different sects and different organizations and different ideologies, and to sit there and say, oh, they back ISIS is like comical and retarded. Like that, like this goes to show you have no credibility and you don't know what you're talking about.
Doesn't understand the topic at all. If you think that ISIS is a part of Iran, then that's a great way to show you know nothing. Yeah, you know nothing about nothing.
He just revealed himself that he's
Most
completely
basic fact.
unequipped to even have this discuss. Like, bro, you're over here saying that because here's the main talking point they always use. They're the number one backer of terrorism, blah blah blah. And then okay, well how? Oh, they support ISIS. What? That's a lie. That's not true.
Yeah.
Then they're gonna say, oh well, they back Hezbollah, Hamas, etc. and these groups. Okay, but why did they back them? To create terrorism against who? Oh, Israel. Okay, what's Israel doing? Oh, see, they don't want to have that conversation.
Yeah.
Right? Like if you go back and you actually like pull all the have a real discussion on top.
You have to why them to death. That's what you have to do.
Yeah. Actually, you just have to say why. Oh, why are they the biggest backer? Oh, because this. Okay, well, why are they terrorists? Oh, okay. Then it always goes back to Israel, and then you got to ask them. Okay, why are they? Do they have these grievances with Israel? And that's where they don't want to go.
And then when they say I don't know, then you tell them why they should know. You educate them. This is how you completely diffuse the Zionist propaganda talking points. You just have to keep saying, okay, why? Why is that group there? Because Islam is nope. You stopped it short. Keep going. Keep trying.
Right.
Right. And that's what I said. The whole idea of Islamic being this inherently terroristic religion. Sure, you can believe that if you want. I don't care. I don't care to get into the theology. The issue is you will never be able to see the underlying factors as to why there really is aggression against Israel and the United States from these Islamic groups, these proxies, ISIS, Al Qaeda, which are really a creation of the United States and ISIS, Israel for that matter. But yeah.
They killed more American soldiers than any other regime in the world.
Ben, I'm sorry. I know I'm a fraud and I don't know a lot about foreign policy. Did you just say that ISIS is an Iranian proxy?
I said that they knew that ISIS was given safe passage to cross through at some points in the past. Yes, that's a fact.
That's not what he said.
You have the Iranians,
I said proxies and including
yes, they get
places
along
like
so well. They get,
hey, Sneeko, thanks for the 5 gifted, bro. Appreciate you. Yeah. Are you live, bro? We love Sneeko. We love Sneeko. I don't think he's live. I just checked. Hey.
I see it. Yeah, I think he is live. I see here, but like he has a black screen on his thing.
Thanks, Sneeko. On Kick, right? That's what it showed me too.
Yeah, he's live on Kick, but it looks like it's a black screen. His mod needs to end the stream.
But no one in the chat is saying it's black. Are we Sneeko's tech support right now?
No, they're saying anybody. No, someone's saying, what the fuck? Elmaz, what the fuck?
Yeah, I think he's streaming by accident.
Yeah, he's streaming probably by accident. He has a black screen right now.
Yeah, there's no audio. So
you can hear us. You're live, bro, on Kick.
Yeah, you're live on Kick. However, there's no audio, so you're good.
Yeah, nobody can hear you or anything, thank God. But yeah, bro, you need to end your stream, bro.
We're trying to run up them hours.
His mods are fucking up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
W Sneeko, though, thanks for the 5 gifted, bro. Appreciate it. Thank you, my friend. And we love Sneeko. I tell you, that guy Sneeko, that guy Sneeko.
I'm going to go back to asking the simple question I asked you a second ago. If you are American and your loved one was killed at the hands of the Iranian regime and their terrorist proxies, you're telling me, and you want to look at those families in the face and say Iran is not a threat to the United States of America or our soldiers, even though their loved one died at the hands of the Iranian regime.
Okay, all I ask is that you allow me to answer that question since you've asked it now. Is that cool?
It's a yes or no, but go.
No, it's not a yes or no. I'll give you the answer.
Sure
my answer to all of those families would be if you had listened to people like me, people like Ron.
Yeah, no, what I was going to say was the Iranian regime is not responsible for those people, those service members that died. That's the Iraqis and Al Qaeda, okay, during Operation, Iraqi Freedom. He's gonna probably he's referring to the fucking
Hegseth fucking thing right here.
Yeah, he's doing
Hegseth's
bomb
favorite one-liner. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's not true. Those IEPs or IFPs that they IEDs, whatever, that they use to kill a bunch of U.S. soldiers, those were manufactured domestically by Iraqis. Those were not made by Iranians.
Yeah.
You know, roadside bombs is like kind of like, it's not like exclusive to the Iranians only, but yeah, we can go ahead. And also the Iranians had fought the Iraqis all throughout the 80s, dude. Like people don't ever talk about that either.
Yep.
We can hit play though. Fuck it.
Really quick, Sogno Sprite, $2. Do you like true crime stuff like Myron does? I do. I love to watch it, but I'm not qualified to give breakdown on it. But I think my brother's done like every true crime thing ever. Serial killer.
Yeah, a lot of them.
Bombing, whatever crazy historic event you could think of. If you go on his channel, Myron Gaines X, you go to his archive. I'm sure you have a playlist for it, right? For your true crime.
Yeah.
It's endless. It's literally better than BuzzFeed. So
lots of shit there.
Lots of stuff.
Paul, people like Pat Buchanan, our troops never would have been in Lebanon or in Iraq to begin with, and your loved ones would still be with you. But instead, you listen to the foreign policy of people like you, Ben, and that's why we were involved in those conflicts to begin with. Iran poses no threat to the United States of America, meaning the middle part of North America. Does Iran pose a threat to our ability to occupy Iraq? Well, actually, we were kind of on the side of the most Iran-linked militia groups at the time. But yeah, there was some fighting with some Shiites in there, too. It was another disastrous war that Piers Morgan was correct to oppose. And none of those boys would have been killed if they had listened to people like Piers.
So, Piers, let's be clear. Dave Smith's foreign policy is the only foreign policy in the world where American troops would never be killed. Glad we summed that up. Like, everybody go home.
No, if you're talking about the ones in Iraq, the ones...
Bro, he said they died because they were in a location they didn't have to be in the first place. That's why he's saying that. Like, yo, is this guy fucking stupid? Yo, what?
And I don't know what Dave's position is. I'm not a non-interventionist. It's just the Middle East is like, there's no reason for us to be there for the most part. In the last 2 decades, we had really little to no business there, you know, and that's all he's echoing, you know, and this guy is too dense and retarded to understand it. And he's oversimplifying Dave's positions. Dave is giving him very well thought out, you know, multifaceted issues, you know, complex, several parts, and then he's going, all right, so troops shouldn't be, no one's going to die. Like, that's not at all what he said, you know?
In Iraq, you just straw man every single thing I say and then claim I said something different.
Because you have Americans that died at the hands of the Iranians, and you're acting like it was their fault that they died.
One thing, let me just jump in. One thing's for sure, there will be more rewinding of this debate.
DPG, thank you so much, my friend. $50. 07 to you, bro. God bless. Thank you, bro.
Than in the history of Piers Morgan Uncensored. There's going to be frantic rewire every time one of you says, I didn't say that. There's going to be a million people going, hey,
get a counter and put it on social media.
Don't worry. The beauty of an uncensored YouTube channel is it's all there for posterity. Let me just, before we finish, I want to just bring up the fascinating kind of split that's going on the Republican side about this war. It's been bubbling away on other issues, but now it's really exploded here, Ben. And I want to play the clip from Tucker Carlson that he really delivered the most astonishing rebuke directly to Donald Trump. Let's listen to this.
No, this is a mockery not just of Islam, it's a mockery of Christianity. To send out a tweet with the F word on Easter morning promising the murder of civilians and then saying praise be to Allah without explaining any of it, you are mocking me and every other Christian because we're Christians.
All right, I was waiting to see if you would smile because I thought it was laughing.
Yeah, having him repeat it back like that is kind of crazy. It's funny as hell.
No, he's right. He's right. It's just like, you got to learn to laugh at Trump. You know, you can't take him serious. I mean, why would you take him serious? He's obviously kind of losing his mind, right? The whole Jesus post, now the praise be to Allah. Like, obviously the guy is just losing it, so he's on his way out. Might as well just laugh at him, you know, but that's funny. Tucker's right, though. You know, he's tweaking. He's tripping.
We can't support that. That is evil. That is an intentional desecration of beauty and truth, which is the definition of evil.
Now, I can remember a time, Ben Ferguson, when you would probably wholeheartedly endorse that statement, but you can't now because you do a podcast with Ted Cruz. He hates Tucker, says he's evil. And so you're trapped really between probably ideologically agreeing. I've never heard you use the F word on air. I don't think you would, right? I think you would agree that on Easter Sunday, saying what Trump said would be outrageous and disgraceful. But I'm not sure you're going to say it now, are you?
Now, I will tell you exactly why I think the president put out that tweet. I think he realized just how evil the Iranian regime is. He was really angry and upset that they went after 2 of our pilots, and he had to work so hard to get them back and put other people's lives at risk. He's in the Situation Room. He's seeing what's happening. He's watching how tough that was. He's also...
Once again, just like the Iraq War, we should have never been there in the first place.
Yeah, like what?
Never been there in the fucking first place. You can't invade a country and then get shot down when they're defending their country and then get mad. Like, bro, we should never been there.
Yeah.
This
we know,
war of aggression.
We know what that tactic echoes the remnants of, but it's like, we're in their territory. We just killed thousands of innocent civilians, 180 plus schoolgirls, and now 2 U.S. Wizzos, by the way, fighter pilots, people who are signing up for the military to die. They get shot out of the sky, they're saved, and Trump tries to demonize Iran, and you further use that talking point. This guy might be autistic.
Really pissed off that you had a leak, that there was a second pilot down that came from the U.S. that then put his life in danger. And if I was the president of the United States of America, Piers, in that moment, I'd probably drop an F-bomb too if we're being intellectually honest.
Why don't you repeat right now exactly what he said?
I'm not one to drop F-bomb just to drop F-bombs on TV. Like that's not who I am.
Let me start it, and you finish it.
That's not my guy.
No, you know what? You wouldn't say it, Ben. You wouldn't say it because I
have said when I was in a shooting, I said it.
And you certainly wouldn't have said it on Easter Sunday.
Piers, when I was in a shooting and I was the target of a gang initiation, and when I came home, you better believe I dropped the F-bomb for the very first time in front of my parents. I don't know. That day, probably.
I've never heard you do it on air.
I said it in court. I said it in court when I saw the guy for the first time, and they had to bang the gavel and said, you can't say that in court. If I'm the president of the United States of America in that moment, and I'm trying to get Americans back, I would hope the F-bomb would bubble up in your mind a little bit. I really do. It means he cares.
Piers, can I just
means
say,
he cares about the people he's trying to go get.
I listen, by the way, it's just such a juxtaposition here, like the irony that I'm just kind of like the shit-talking comedian and Ben's the suit and tie conservative guy.
You're muted. You're muted.
Oh, Chief Taro, thank you so much for the 25 gifted. Sorry. I got my guy Andy just walked in, helping out with some stuff. Chief Taro, thank you so much for the 25 gifted. Go, appreciate you greatly. Thank you.
Yeah, and shout out to everybody watching on my end. Like the stream if you have not already. Helps me out a bunch. And thank you to everybody who's been showing love with the super chats. Again, DPG, thank you so much, bro. Shout out DPG, man. God bless, bro. Appreciate the love.
And who, Ben, when he was supporting Ted Cruz in the 2016 primary, would have been just like all the other conservatives saying, like, Donald Trump is too vulgar and unserious and all of this stuff. And I'm telling you, as me, someone who will drop F-bombs on almost every podcast that I'm on, it's not even just a matter of will you say the word. Great. It's not a matter of will you say the word. The president of the United States of America on Easter, while he's talking about a war that innocent people are dying in, and then mocking Allah. I'm sorry, man. And I know, Ben, you're boxed in to just not say the obvious.
It's not boxed in. I gave you my explanation.
It's an embarrassment. No, you just took a little shot at me.
You just don't like the explanation. The president just got back 2 American soldiers
but the president on Easter.
See, I think to me, Ben, there's a middle ground. To me, Ben, there's a middle ground. You don't have to go full Tucker.
Hold on, did you just accuse Donald Trump of getting 2 pilots shot down?
Yes, by launching this stupid war.
Okay,
all of the death is on him.
Wow, this guy is so dense. Yeah, that's exactly what he meant. Yes, those pilots got shot down and almost killed or captured by Iranian asset or the IRGC, really, because we started this war. Dumb fuck. And also we lied about this war and said we had air dominance or complete air superiority. Then why did we get shot out of the fucking sky? By the missile launchers that didn't exist because we destroyed their infrastructure militarily. It's like all the lies they bubble up. They don't work after a while.
Why people, Dave, think you're an asshole for that right there.
What do you mean people think this?
You don't blame terrorists. You don't blame terrorists when they do things. You only blame...
No, because we started the war with the terrorists that weren't waging war with us in the first place, you dumbass. Even if they are terrorists. Let's just grant the fact that they're terrorists. Why are we bothering the terrorists when the terrorists are not bothering us? How about that? How about that?
Yeah. Oh, because they're going to bother our buddies, allegedly.
Exactly, and that's the truth you got to tell. Grandmaster, name is too long. Sorry, I can't read it. Grandmaster says, Ben Ferguson is so bad faith, I don't think anybody is buying this nonsense. Nobody. And I pray no one is. Thank you for the super chat, my friend. Appreciate that. Grandmaster Sub-Zero 3291. Yeah. Hey, this is slop, but unfortunately, people like this, they of course bank on the ignorant, right? So
the United States of America, which goes back to the point. I genuinely think you probably hate America, or you hate Donald Trump so much that you hate America by default. Like, you just blame the president for terrorists going after our guys.
Sure.
That's when they say you hate America. You actually hate America.
Hey, Ben, let me ask you a question. Let's say that our government did become something that you would consider a terrorist regime. Let's say like real Nazis took over the United States of America, okay? Hypothetically, thought experiment. And they started doing Nazi stuff. They were really terrorists, whatever you would define that to be, which you never really define it.
I'm in favor of the Second Amendment. I'm tracking with you.
Let's say, me too. Okay, so let's say they real terrorists take over the American government.
Whoa, huge super chat. Thank you so much, Chief Terror, for the $100. Don DeMarco, bro, thank you so much. He says, WStream 07 bros. 07 to you, my friend. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate the love. W's in the chat for DPG, Jeeve Tarot, Grandmaster. Thank you so much, guys, for the love. Appreciate all you guys. Love you guys, man. You make the show go on. You know, we're still in the Matrix. Appreciate that, guys. Means a lot. Thank you so much, man. Seriously. W's in the chat for Chief Tarot.
For a minute. Now the government's doing real terrorist stuff. If I were to call them terrorists, does that mean I hate America?
I think you're calling the American government a terrorist organization with facts. If you're talking about the way you are, that's with evidence.
Okay, so the debate,
that's with evidence.
right.
You're not.
Okay,
there's no
so the
evidence
debate,
here on what you just claimed that Donald Trump got them shot down. That's completely different
Donald
than
Trump
Nazis.
launched
You should
a
be
war
intellectually
of
honest enough to have that. No, those are two very different things. Is Donald Trump a Nazi now? Is that what you're saying? Is Donald Trump a Nazi? Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't think you can follow a logical analogy here.
It's one hell of an analogy, my friend. You're like, well, Donald Trump's the reason why they got shot down. Let's blame Donald Trump. I think that's anti-American. I think the president trying to keep us safe is pro-America. And I think the president going
No, what's pro-American is saying that what the United States is doing right now is actually a terrorist action. If you're pro-American, then that would be your sentiment, because the betterment of America means we're not actually involved in this war and we're worrying about domestic policy or domestic issues back home. And if intervention is needed, it benefits us and it would benefit the people there. But the Iranian people don't look at us as like, oh, you know, the United States is liberating us. They never have. The Iraqi people didn't. Afghanis didn't. The Libyans didn't. They never looked at us as liberators. They've always hated us, right? That sentiment has started from the 90s and so on. After the clean break and all these other things they were talking about in 96, they look at us as enemy invaders. And so if they hate the regime, they hate us more. And you can take that to the bank. So if you're pro-America, if you're America first, then the first thing you would do is admit this war is senseless. And the United States is, for all intensive purposes, this is terrorism. This is, you know, and it's not a popular thing to say. Sorry, but that's the truth. And it's, of course, not in our interest, but we are committing terrorism for our best friend over across the water, right?
The terrorist regime is always a good thing.
Again, I'll take the people with IQs above 90 who understand the logical analogy I was just making. But then
when you're losing an argument when you have to go through my IQ, which is above that,
keep
by the way.
interrupting.
But like,
okay,
come on.
Okay, keep interrupting. No, I didn't go after your IQ. I went to the IQ of the
above
people
a 90,
who
you were
would
implying
believe
mine
your
was below
argument.
90. I can figure that out because I have above a 90 IQ, bro.
No, actually, you can't, because I'm implying that only people with a 90 IQ would believe your line of bullshit. Nothing about your IQ was implied there, actually. But anyway, you want to say this is why the people think I'm an asshole? Okay, again, like I said with Adam, man, let's see what the response from the people is. This is why the people think you debate in a really dishonest way.
Okay,
let's see what people think more. That's the idea here.
That is a
people agree.
Perfect way to end, because we'll let the people decide. I got a feeling that Ben will fare a little better with the people than Adam.
Better than Adam, for sure. Yes.
The bar
that's
was
a low bar, by the way.
I don't know. I mean, he thought ISIS was an Iranian proxy. Not sure if that's better than Adam. He would have just been better off doing the ad hominem thing, honestly. He embarrassed himself.
It was extremely low.
Low bar, Piers. Let's raise that up a little bit.
The bar was very low, and you will get credit.
I mean,
you will get credit for filling the empty chair at the very least. So, look, I enjoyed that debate. Thank you both very much. I'm disappointed, Ben, in your coarse language of calling Dave an asshole after your moralistic position about the F word, but we can move on.
I said that's why people think he's an asshole. That's what I said. Okay, go back
I
said think. Yeah. I said think. Let's be clear what I said. I said this is why people think you're an asshole.
Guys, I got to...
As you've said, this is the hubris that gets our soldiers killed, right? So, gotta love it.
So, I'll go quickly through here. We could kind of cover real fast. What are your thoughts on Dan Bilzerian running for office, man? He's running for office. I'll show real quick.
Yeah. No, I mean, you guys, it's exciting. I think Sneeko just spoke to him.
So here's his.
He's got the X page up already.
Someone made a it says here fan account dedicated election. So yeah, I mean he's actually gonna run. He posted this meme which had me dead. With Randy. Yeah, I mean that shit is hilarious.
Randy Fine is a disgusting excuse for a human. So of course we love Dan Bilzerian and we want him to win over Randy Fine. So he's living in Florida. I thought he was living in Vegas.
I thought so too, but he probably has some type of residency here.
Okay, yeah.
I have a second home or some shit. I don't know, but yeah, dude, he's running against Randy Fine, which I think is great. I think this is the first step to taking our country back, man. Because if we can get people at the federal level, first representatives and eventually people in higher positions, we might be able to take our country back, man, and actually have a foreign policy that benefits the United States and not necessarily do everything for a foreign nation.
I mean, what are your thoughts? Look, you've got Fishback, you've got Mamdani, you've got Dan Bilzerian trying. Even Gavin Newsom, a few weeks ago when this war had first launched off, he said, well, I don't know what the hell we're doing. We shouldn't be in this war. And so, of course, you got to be careful because, of course, the Democrats can weaponize this in bad faith just to get into these positions that they're trying to fill
100%.
in the House and the Senate in November and then turn around and do the same shit that they were doing during Biden's administration. Exactly, right? And so they're going to weaponize this for their own gain. Who knows if they're actually serious about it? But there is a political shift. The tide is turning in the United States, and it's become mainstream now that even if you have the most relaxed position in regards to foreign policy or the state of Israel, whatever it is, you know at the tip of the iceberg that we shouldn't be in this war, or at least that we serve Israel's interests way too intricately, right? We're too involved. The things that we do for Israel help them, don't help us. Actually, they hurt us. They're a moral hazard. They get us into issues and create problems out of thin air that would have never been there had it not been for them in the first place. And so we always have to clean up after their mess. But a lot of politicians, a lot of congressional members, a lot of people running for Congress are now echoing this like America first anti-Israel sentiment. You know, Marjorie Taylor Greene stepping down and everybody else in between. So it's good to see. Look, there's a lot of ground to cover. It's just, like I said, the tip of the iceberg. But how it looks optically matters more than anything. So this is huge. And if things like this continue, in which they will, because this senseless war has motivated people more than anything has besides the Gaza conflict, well, then by the time I have kids, at least, I think that maybe we'll see a complete 50-50 split in the United States where there's a legitimate party that is anti-Israel and has legitimacy or a base that can fight against not only AIPAC, but Jewish funding as a whole. You know, that can be a reality maybe in the next 15, 20 years. Things can certainly change. I don't think for the near future, right? There's just way too much ground to cover.
Yeah, at least 2 election cycles.
Yeah. But I mean, even the senators of my state, Richard Blumenthal and Chris Murphy, if I'm remembering their names correctly, they, in the beginning of this war and on Twitter, have been super against everything Trump has been doing. They've been kind of echoing like some, what the hell is Israel doing sentiment, if you will, on their X pages and stuff. Those are the senators of Connecticut, for those of you who don't know. And so, we're seeing that, at least in the Democratic states. So for me, it's a positive outcome. And look, maybe Trump did something so evil in starting this war, but it was a necessary evil, and I know that's a little bit crude to say, but it was a necessary evil for that final push for people to really wake up. Because, I mean, look at Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Alex Jones have even come out and realized, like, whoa, maybe
Megyn Kelly is like shilled for Israel for a long time, just so people know.
That's remarkable.
She is shilled for Israel for a long-ass time. She's been a Zionist. She comes from, radio, all that bullshit.
Yeah, all of these guys are from mainstream media. However, Tucker and Candace got red-pilled a lot sooner than the others. And even Alex Jones, Alex Jones has always been a little bit hesitant, and not because he's scared, by the way. The guy's canceled to fuck after the Sandy Hook incident, but he's been a little bit hesitant or reluctant to really blame Israel. He's always, the Muslims taking over all, and the globalists and elites. He's never really said, like, Israel. And now he's become a little bit more vocal. So even the hard MAGA base, or even those that were really against the idea of entirely blaming Israel, have no choice now. Their hands are up and they go, fine, I give up, whatever. I cannot argue this anymore. It's, super clear that, we're serving the interests of another country that's undermining our own domestic and foreign policy. So it's good. It's good. And I Dan Bilzerian, of course, I'm sure everybody watching, me and you alike, he has our full endorsement. However, I think it'll be hard, right? There's no doubt that it's going to be tough for him, because Randy Fine, of course, has the money, right? And he has the tenure, and that's a big deal in congressional seats. And so that's one of the things that always puts the odds against him. But the fact that he's doing it, and the fact that he's going to have a lot of populist favor, is that in itself is a win for sure. And
this is going to be a fantastic litmus test to see if we can actually effectuate, because here's the thing people need to understand. This isn't going to work by us just being on Twitter saying fuck Israel. Like, we're going to have to actually go outside and fucking vote. Yeah. You know what I mean? And campaign, so this is going to be like a fantastic litmus test to see, how strong is the movement? Can we mobilize people? Can we get people out there to actually vote and everything? Can we use that popularity, right? That populism on this topic? Can we use that to actually translate it into votes, which means winning an election? And that's why I think this campaign is going to be super important and super big for Dan Bilzerian. Mamdani already showed that he can do it as a Democrat. Now we need to show that we can do it as Republicans. That's really the test here.
Precisely.
Because the Democrat Party, they already overwhelmingly kind of dislike what Israel's doing. Because let's be honest, everything about Israel is completely antithetical to the Democratic Party. It's an apartheid ethno-state.
Colonial, all that good stuff.
Colonial, You can argue imperialism, all the fucking buzzwords that progressives love to use: fascism, imperialism, genocide, apartheid, ethno-state. All these buzzwords, Israel pretty much aligns with. So it's very easy for Democrats to like kind of go at Israel because it's so antithetical to their worldviews, and then obviously all the humanitarian concerns as well, right? So, so for the Democrats, it's like it's a no-brainer. Now on the Republican side, that's where things get a little bit more different, where the Israel lobby still has a significant amount of representation, power, and influence in the Republican Party. So if Dan can win this, especially in Florida, which is, Florida, don't forget, has a huge Zionist population, right? All the rich New Yorkers come down to Miami and hang out, in South Florida. If we can go ahead and get Dan elected, that would be a huge testament and a sign of like, we can do this at a national level. If we can do it here in Florida.
Republican as a whole, really, even the non quote unquote Zionists, if you will, they're still pro-Zionist, if that makes sense. So it's going to be tough. And what is it? 6th congressional district in Florida. So
something like that, yeah.
Yeah. When is that actually going to start?
I think elections start maybe in August or November or something like that. Somewhere between August and November, I think.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm not sure exactly when it's going to start, but that'll be interesting to see. Yeah, I know that's when Fishbacks is around. But imagine Fishback and Blazarian win, like
that'd be crazy.
That would be wild, right? And then there would be we've got an anti-Semite problem in Florida. Oh no!
The only thing with Fishback, Trump is fucking endorsing what's his name,
Byron Donalds, and that's going to be very hard for Fishback.
That is going to be super hard.
But look, I mean, on the bright side, right? Trump's approval rating is the lowest it's ever been, and a lot of the MAGA base is turning their back on him without choice.
And Fishback is going to probably get anyone that goes and votes like under 30 is going to probably vote Fishback 100%.
Yeah, I saw a poll. 80% of people under 25 favor Fishback.
There you go.
If I'm not mistaken.
Boom.
Yeah. The Zoomers are with him. The Zoomers are with him. Yeah. So
Zoomers are with him.
Yeah. And Sneeko did the collab with him. Nick gave the endorsement indirectly or really directly, and so all the young kids are with him. So
I'm gonna try to get him on as well, bring him back, and we definitely this is gonna be
so it's
gonna have to be a grassroots thing. That's gonna have to be like because he's competing against Byron, who's like a well-funded legitimate politician that's been doing this for a minute with Trump backing and stuff like that. So the only way we can really combat that is you have to like mobilize the troops and like actually get out there and vote hardcore. But yeah, like if we can get like young men out there and voting, like they're not going to vote for fucking Byron Donalds. Anyone under 40 is not going to vote Byron. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe some millennials will vote for him that are still brainwashed Fox News people.
Plenty
but I would argue most
will, yeah.
under 40 years old like are kind of up on this and like understand like the problem with Israel. Someone sent me this video here, Riyadh, saying like we should react to it. The Petrogas Dollar secret U.S. strategy behind the Iran war.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you want to cover this real quick.
Yeah.
But go ahead and give me one second. I'm gonna take a quick whiz. I know you probably want to read some chats or something.
I'll read some chats very briefly, yeah, and then when you come back, we can roll it. Let's see. Just had a couple. Did I miss one? Sorry, guys. Did I miss one? Okay. Kicho Siemeni. I hope I'm reading that right. 20 pounds. W Brothers just turned on YouTube for you, man. Hey, thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that. W Brothers. What are you, from the UK? Riyadh and Myron should do a session analysis on how Pakistan got a nuclear weapon and how the Pakistan government jailed ex-Prime Minister Imran Khan. I wanted to do a whole thing on Imran Khan. It's just like, not that it's irrelevant right now, but I'll wait till things slow down so that there's a gap for me to do it. Here's the thing, guys. You got to wait, and by the way, that's Mooj. Thanks so much for the 5 pounds. Here's the thing with, I'm learning this. I'm new into the content creation space. As I hear you grifting the politics, you got to cover what's current if it's pressing, right? And then when there's no news or there's really nothing going on, then I'll do the Imran Khan. Then I'll do the atomic bomb. Then I'll do John F. Kennedy. Then I'll do the civil rights era. That's when I'll do all that good stuff because I really do want to get into that stuff. And I've been really into 1960s recently. I've been fascinated by it. And I've been wanting to do a video, and I could just, set up OBS and record or film a video, of course, but it's is that going to get views right now? Is anybody going to want to watch that? So I'm waiting for this whole conflict to slow down, and then I'm going to really branch out into several different directions based on what you guys want to see or what will be relevant. But You know, you got to be smart. I got to time the content. I can't drop out everything that's in my mind or on my mind at the same time while we have tons to cover here that's present with us. That wouldn't be smart. So me and my brother will definitely do all that good stuff soon. But a lot of that stuff has been covered by my brother, not Imran Khan, but a lot of these other things he's gone into it. So if you just check out Myron Gaines X and you go into the playlist, a lot of education, a lot of good stuff. But yeah, we'll watch this video by, what's his name? Richard. I've heard of this guy before. I believe he does good work. Richard Medhurst. And see what's going on. Yeah, everybody in the chat. Appreciate the love. Appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, Brillen Holland spoke on. Oh. Is Brillen Holland condemning Trump right now? All right, let's see what Brillen Holland had to say. Sorry to Myron's side. Maybe this won't be big screen, but you still should be able to see it. I'll confirm for you guys. Hang on. I'm pretty sure this guy was hardcore MAGA. Hey.
Yo.
Hey, bro. Brillen Holland is like a MAGA fuck, right?
Yeah, he's a retard.
Well, check this out. Look what he said. This is just a quick little 50-minute video, 50-second video.
All right, Trump just posted this, and I've got to admit I'm pretty frustrated. Faith is not a prop, and we shouldn't laugh at.
Don't. You know what? His turnaround is rejected. It took you way too long. He had to post a picture of being God for you to go, I'm pretty disappointed. Yeah. Come on, bro.
Yeah.
Come on. Let's hear him out, though. Let's hear him out. Let me be fair.
Being used as one. There's innocent humor, and then there's this. You don't need to portray yourself as a savior when your record should speak for itself. Comparing yourself, even jokingly, to Jesus, it undermines the very value that many of us hold dear. This hands easy ammunition to critics. Instead of dominating the news cycle tonight on substance, it shifts focus to something completely avoidable. The same God who saved Trump's life when he was centimeters away from death in that field in Butler. The same God who opened doors nobody saw possible for him to be president not once but twice is the same God who sent his son Jesus to die on the cross, not for memes, but for our sins. He died for Trump just as much as he died for you and I. And there's not enough tweets, executive orders, peace treaties that can get us to heaven. It's faith in Jesus Christ alone. All right, Trump.
Look at the MAGA base falling apart real time.
Yeah.
MAGA is just fracturing. Go ahead, pull up that video. That's funny.
Yeah, we could watch some of it because someone sent it to me. Let me read these chats here before I lose them. Here's my tip for your rent. All right, Lil Gliz. Oh, and what time do you got to go, bro? Because I know you got work tomorrow. I just realized. What's your cutoff time?
The Matrix. No, we could watch some of that video. We could watch some of it.
Okay. What's your cutoff, 2?
Let's go until 1:45. Another 20.
Okay. You know what? I'll read these chats after then. Let's kind of just get right into it. I can read these after you go.
Okay.
So let me go ahead and boom. Let's watch some of this.
Much larger than anyone seems to grasp. True, the United States are being humiliated on the battlefield by Iran, losing not just their F-35s and radars, but their military prestige. But in the background, the United States have quietly been carrying out an armed robbery of the world's oil and gas supply. In the last 3 months alone, the US have hit Russian tankers, refineries, crippled China's oil supply, captured the world's largest oil fields, and kidnapped and assassinated 2 heads of state. We are witnessing the transition of the United States from an empire into a pirate state, and the birth of what I call the petro-gas dollar or the LNG dollar. In the past, the United States were very sensitive to oil shocks. Something like the Strait of Hormuz being closed would be a catastrophe because the United States simply couldn't produce enough oil to meet demand. So if oil
That's why Trump campaigned on drill, baby, drill.
prices spiked, you would see the dollar crash and everyone run to gold.
It's unreal. Isn't this disgusting? Why doesn't anybody contact the president?
Today, the situation is completely reversed. Oil and gas prices are through the roof, yet the US dollar is surging and gold is suffering its worst crash in 40 years. See, the United States of 2026 is not the United States of 1973. Today, the US is the world's top producer of oil, gas, and refined products, and the world's largest exporter of liquefied natural gas, or LNG. They're completely self-sufficient.
Which, by the way, LNG, liquefied gas, that is the facility that was closed in Qatar that got destroyed. And that was responsible for 20% of the world's natural gas, and it was responsible for supplying the gas and energy needs of all of Western Europe, which had sanctioned Russia. efficient. As a matter of fact, they went ahead and did their entire sanctions plan against Russia based off of Qatar's ability to provide the liquefied gas.
Problem is, even if you're the #1 producer, you still need a market to sell to. And if you want a monopoly, you need to kill the competition.
The Russian economy is vulnerable. 80% of Russian exports are in oil, gas, and minerals. You want to depend
Hence why they got sanctioned to hell, and they're the most sanctioned country.
more on the North American energy platform.
Condoleezza Rice, aka one of the original neocons, architects of the Iraq War in 2003, man.
I was waiting for it.
Man.
That's an
one of the
right
OG
there.
neocons. Yeah, OG fucking Zionist neocons right here, bro.
The tremendous bounty of oil and
Her, Dick Cheney, John Bolton, Bill Kristol, George Bush, obviously. Oh man, Colin Powell.
Yo, bro, on an off note, thank God we depend on our own oil, Canadian oil. Dude, if we relied on the Middle East even a little bit, the gas prices would have been just that much worse, bro. You know?
Yeah.
And that's what
And
happened.
they're still
They were
high.
showing.
You know,
That's what happened in
crazy, bro. That it's still high, even though we make all this gas. That should tell you something. That it's still high, even though we make
bro.
all our own shit.
$100 for a tank. I'm walking to work, bro. It's crazy. And that's and those clips they were showing. Was that during the Yom Kippur War or '73 when King Faisal cut the oil? There was like an oil embargo on the United States after the Yom Kippur support, right? And
Yeah,
so
that was
and
a-
King
well, yeah.
Faisal led it, the king of Saudi Arabia. And there was like no gas. That's probably what that was.
Let me look it up here. But yeah, I think that was like an oil embargo or some shit like that. 1973.
The
oil
king of Saudi
crisis.
Arabia led it, and he was like the last real nigga to stand up to the United States.
So the Organization of Arab Petroleum Countries announced that it was implementing a total oil embargo against countries that had supported Israel anytime during the 1973 Yom Kippur War, which began after Egypt and Syria launched a large-scale surprise attack on them. And they were going to win that war, and then the U.S. actually came in and saved them. And yeah, they basically, their rebellion was, we're going to put an embargo on you guys. And this is actually what I think led to Nixon striking the petrodollar deal later on.
Yeah.
This set up the footing for that. So, yeah, he
And
requested
that was
$2.2
led by
billion.
King Faisal, if I'm not mistaken, the king of Saudi Arabia at the time. Last slide, kind of like.
Here we go. An emperor that was led by Faisal of Saudi. Yep, you're 100% right.
Yeah, real nigga of the Middle East.
The initial countries that OAPEC targeted were Canada, Japan, the Netherlands, the United Kingdom, and the United States. This list was later expanded to include Portugal, Rhodesia, and South Africa. These were countries that supported Israel during the Yom Kippur War.
Yeah.
So then in March 1974, they lifted the embargo, but the price of oil had risen by nearly 300% from US $3 per barrel to nearly $12 per barrel globally. Prices in the United States were significantly higher than the global average. After it was implemented, the embargo caused an oil crisis or shock with many short and long-term effects on the global economy as well as global politics. So, yeah.
that we're finding in North America. You want to have pipelines that don't go through Ukraine and Russia.
No one would buy expensive American gas as long as cheap Russian gas existed, so the United States
and Venezuelan as well
simply killed off the alternative to create a captive market.
There will be no longer a Nord Stream 2. We will bring an end to it.
Blowing up the Nord Stream pipelines, the US didn't just hurt Russia, it also turned Europe into a permanent US client. The cheap gas was gone forever, and Europe was now forced to buy American LNG at 10 times the price. This greatly benefited US corporations and helped secure the US dollar for the time being against BRICS, de-dollarization, and the multipolar world, as governments were now forced to get rid of their euros to the point they became more worthless for the first time in 20 years than US dollars.
Now, this is very important that you guys understand that, like, for us, right, reserve currency status is like literally the cornerstone of American power, because if we don't maintain reserve currency status, we are going to have to deal with the consequences of all the money we print. As you guys know, almost 50% of the money that's in circulation right now, right, was printed in the last 6 years during the COVID pandemic, right? So, if the world was to de-dollarize, which is like the United States' like worst enemy, and some other currency came in to challenge the US dollar as a reserve currency, that would put us in a big problem, and inflation would go through the roof, because now all those dollars that are in circulation that people need for use to purchase commodities and oil, they won't need it anymore, and it goes back into the market to us, and that would be bad. We were talking about like sky high inflation. A big reason why we have so much prosperity in the United States is because we have reserve currency status.
The US had successfully turned,
and we can stay in debt. Another important thing that you guys understand: look up something called the Triffin effect, right? So I'll show you guys this real quick. It's an economic term, or Triffin dilemma, right? And the Triffin dilemma, guys, is a conflict of interest arising when a country's national currency, like the US dollar, also acts as the primary global reserve currency. To provide global liquidity, the issuer must run persistent trade deficits, but these deficits eventually undermine confidence in the currency stability, threatening the system. And this is kind of the dilemma that we're in now. We have reserve currency status, so we could print money like however we want, but we also have trade deficits and a lot of debt, like as you guys can see now. But we're able to have that debt and these trade deficits because we have reserve currency status. So if we were to lose reserve currency status, we'd be absolutely cooked, really bad. So that's what this this economic term, the Triffin dilemma, is. And I've explained this on other shows before, but just a quick little refresher for you guys.
No, that's good. That's very good.
That situation.
And its closest ally into an energy colony, bleeding them dry to keep the dollar alive. The US went from supplying just 9% of Europe's energy before Ukraine to being Europe's #1 source of coal, oil, and LNG. Not just at Russia's expense, but eating half of Qatar's LNG share in the process. After the United States.
And now it's even more so because Qatar's LNG facility is closed.
Yep.
They had to stop. They couldn't fulfill any contracts.
Australia, closely followed by Qatar, are the world's largest suppliers of LNG and America's biggest competitors. But the US is now at full export capacity. They can't physically ship enough of their own gas to satisfy the market that they just cleared. The empire realized that they didn't actually need to build more infrastructure to win. They just needed to delete the competition. Again. Just as Washington used the cover of the Ukraine war, sanctions, and the Nord Stream bombings to force Russia out of Europe, they similarly used the cover of the Iran war to finish off Qatar's position as a global LNG player. By forcing Qatar to declare force majeure and then triggering the retaliation.
Which basically means force majeure, guys, means they can't fulfill their contracts and they have to, like, for reasons, you know, they're out of their control. And that's why they had to basically close down and they couldn't do it. And just so you guys know, let's say the war ended tomorrow, it would still take them a month to even begin the process of being able to, you know, produce natural gas again for export.
Yeah.
So, like, it's kind of evil because you think about it, Qatar is like our ally, right?
Yeah, they give us tons of money. I was just about to say
that. They invested a bunch of money into us, and now we have to kind of take their market share, which I guess you can make the argument, oh, well, we're going to make money. We're going to make money. Yeah, we're going to make money, but the world's economy is also going to kind of tank as well, because we sell gas at probably at a higher rate than they do. And then we obviously, just as he said, we can't fulfill the world's gas needs by ourselves. We can't. We simply can't. Right? Just because we're the #1 exporter, or we have a lot of it, and we're the #1 exporter, doesn't mean that we have enough to supply the world.
Retaliatory strikes on Ras Laffan. Washington took the world's largest gas field out of the picture, crippling Iran and sidelining Qatar in one fell swoop. There is no doubt the US and Israel provoked this, because they had spent, up until this point, 3 weeks bombing Iran, gauging their responses, and Iran had made it explicitly clear that it was now an eye for an eye.
Yep, and they said that they would destroy, if you destroy our energy, we're going to destroy your energy and your allies' energy. March 12, 1 week before strikes on South Pars gas field, he said we will immediately destroy all oil.
And by the way, it's not going to be like this whole, you know, all right, mobilize now, go. This is like automated. I believe Iran has this set in stone, ready to go. Like, if their energy infrastructure is hit, it's just one button, and every single country got a missile on its way. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So
and that's exactly what it is.
At the worst spots. And people don't realize that's why it's terrifying if Trump actually, we're not far from Trump really doing that, you know? And that means that if he does it, that happens, right? The Gulf countries are now jeopardized. They're hit. People don't have water, whatever humanitarian crisis comes of that. But really the global oil market will finish. What's worse is you know, it's bad now. You don't even know, right? We haven't even seen the worst of it. So,
yep. But
and by the way, prices in the United States are just high because of price shock. You know, we're not even the ones dealing with the global oil shortage. So imagine the countries that are dealing with the price shock, then the oil shortage itself. I mean, you know, we think we got it bad over here. It's probably tripled in some places in regards to gas, oil. So,
like Asia, India, like they're suffering.
اقتصادی و انرژی متعلق به شرکت‌های نفتی در سراسر منطقه
This move allowed the United States to hit 3 birds with one stone. By crippling, even partially, Qatar's LNG capacity, they forced them to cancel their cheap long-term contracts. While the US remains shielded, this sent LNG prices soaring, forcing Europe and Asia to bid on the spot market for US gas at exorbitant prices, and would position the US as seemingly the only reliable supplier of energy in an unstable world. This time...
Well, here's the thing. They can't do it themselves, though. That's why they had to lift sanctions on Russia and Iran, just so you guys know.
We don't have the means to do that, and we're not geostrategically located in a place where we can do that effectively either.
With pipelines and shit, exactly. Yeah. Like, we have to give that gas and energy via fucking slow-ass freighters.
Yeah.
Like with Russia, the beauty with Russia is, like, they had pipelines which would send the energy over immediately. But, like, with us, like, we have to send freighter ships and stuff. So, like, imagine you're Europe, and you're like, yo, we need this energy, but you got to pay more for it, and you got to get it in a slower, shittier fashion from the United States. Like,
is perfectly in line with the US-Israeli grab of the Levantine Basin. This is one of the largest gas fields in the world, right off the coast of Syria, Palestine, and Lebanon. Its proximity to Europe would allow Washington to keep selling their overpriced LNG by sea, while also replacing piped Russian gas entirely. In that vein, Israel and US company Chevron recently signed a $35 billion gas deal, for which they began laying the groundwork 2 years before the Gaza genocide.
To move away from Russia and diversify to trustworthy suppliers.
As the US began their global energy blitzkrieg in late 2025, they timed everything perfectly. First the Gaza ceasefire in October, then a month later the Board of Peace, and a month after that, the gas deal.
And that is hilarious. He started the Board of Peace, but bro got bored of the peace and started a war, man. Like, what the fuck? You know, like...
היקף העסקה עומד על 112 מיליארד שקלים. העסקה הזאת היא עם חברת שברון האמריקנית. יש לה שותפות ישראליות.
Chevron would handle the gas deals and extraction. Meanwhile, the Board of Peace would serve as the front organization for the takeover. This corporate body was railroaded through the United Nations Security Council to provide the legal cover for Washington's colonial plan. A plan which China and Russia dubiously and inexplicably let pass. A closer examination of Resolution 2803 reveals nothing more than a fleeting mention of, quote, water, electricity, and sewage, unquote. The word energy doesn't appear once in the entire document. Then, out of nowhere, at the first Board of Peace Summit, we see an oil and gas rig slapped right on the corporate advertisements of New Gaza. This, coupled with the timing of Israel's gas deal and the fact that only Chevron operate in this area, lead us to the only logical conclusion that they plan on robbing the gas fields in the Gaza Marine. In the meantime, the US...
And then creating a future city as well. That's the other thing they want to do.
Yep.
Plan to topple the Syrian government had
make it another Dubai.
Finally worked out. So Chevron wasted no time in moving on Syria's oil and gas, laying the groundwork for yet another energy deal in the Levantine Basin just 8 weeks after their takeover of Gaza's resources. This energy takeover in the Levantine Basin was formalized at the very same moment that Chevron were making off with Venezuela's oil on the other side of the planet and with the protection of the US Navy. And it was barely 3 years ago that Israel sent a massive FPSO ship to try and take Lebanon's gas from the Karish field, only retreating to diplomatic talks once the resistance threatened to sink the vessel. Now, controlling Europe and weakening Russia was just the first stage. The real target is China. China is too big and competitive to destroy. The goal is to control it. By cutting off their most vital fuel sources, the United States want to force...
And that is why, like, once they took Venezuela, I think that's why the Chinese are so supportive of the Iranians. They know, like, okay, they took Venezuela. We're not getting cheap oil from them anymore. Iran, who gives them a very good discount on oil because they're so heavily sanctioned, they can't let them fail strategically, right, from an energy perspective.
China to buy American oil and gas. This guarantees the dollar's survival and makes China dependent on Washington. This also makes it more difficult in the long term to fully de-dollarize, and it weakens BRICS, the Belt and Road Initiative, and the...
And that is the US's, you know, chief nemesis. If you try to de-dollarize, we're going to come after you. Gaddafi learned that the hard way.
Idea of a multipolar world. China receives around 1/3 of its oil from Venezuela, Russia, and Iran combined. Beijing considers these countries not just to be sources of oil, but strategic partners. In the last 90 days alone,
they signed a 25-year deal with the Iranians, guys, back in, I think, in like 2021, 2022-ish, for that strategic partnership, which, you know, obviously has to do with energy, energy deal as well as military support.
The United States proceeded to target all three of those lifelines with increasing escalation. First, the United States deployed a fleet to the Caribbean under the pretext of fighting narcotics. They then kidnapped President Maduro and seized Venezuela's oil, the largest.
And that's a big reason why they designated him. If you guys remember, when Trump came in, one of the first things he did was designate Tren de Araguas as a narco-terrorist organization and Maduro's a narco-terrorist. The reason why they did that is because if you do that, what you're able to do is really leverage the Department of Defense and use military assets to stop that individual, because now they went from a drug trafficker to a terrorist. And when you use a terrorist, now you can use targeted strikes, you can invade the country, you could really start to use military assets.
Oil fields in the world.
Between Venezuela and us, we have 62% of the world's oil.
80% of Venezuela's oil exports used to go to China. This accounted for 4% of China's oil imports, specifically the heavy crude that China's teapot refineries require in order to make the diesel that is used for China's high-tech industries. Russia provides 17% of China's total oil imports. While some of it is piped, most of it reaches China by sea. This includes the heavy medium Urals blend that China's teapot refineries...
They're making money on right now. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Russia's making a bunch more now.
A bunch of money right now.
And just let me know when you got to go, bro, because if you got to go.
No, let's go. I have some more chats and then we'll go for like another 10 minutes. Drew Diamond says, yo, Riyadh, love the content. Where are you from in Connecticut? I live in Weston. I'm close to you. VWAP deadass. Okay, thanks. Do you think that's why Israel keeps bombing Iran, because they know Iran will destroy Dubai? Do you think that's why Israel keeps bombing Iran because they know? No. Since they plan on building a new tourist strip in Gaza? I don't think so, no. I mean, look, Israel and the UAE have a strategic alliance, but Israel wants Iran gone because Iran is responsible for the axis of resistance. They pose the biggest threat to Israel historically ever. So that's just really the essence of it. I suppose that can be a supplementary reason, but that's with like super advanced foregoing thinking, right? Gaza has still not been ethnically cleansed, and that's a big step that's going to take, you know, a lot more effort in their bombing campaign and their genocide.
Despite the extensive pipe network on land, most of this is shipped via Russia's western ports in the Baltic Sea. The US knew that China would immediately look to Russia to replace that oil. So they moved that same fleet to the North Atlantic in order to cut them off. As a matter of fact, during the last months, the United States and their allies began systematically hunting down Russian oil and gas ships, not just in the North Atlantic, but across the entire planet. Particularly after the war in Iran began, we've seen an uptick in Russian tankers and LNG ships being blown up or pirated all the way from the Caribbean to the North Atlantic, to the Mediterranean, to the Black Sea, Baltic Sea. This explains why Donald Trump wants Greenland and Canada so much, and why the Royal Navy deployed a carrier strike group just last month to the Greenland, Iceland, UK corridor.
Right. It's also important too. Another reason why he wants Greenland is because Greenland is rich in this rare earth metal called dysprosium. Yeah. And dysprosium, show you guys this real quick. So dysprosium is a critical silvery white rare earth metal, essential for high temperature permanent magnets in electric vehicle motors and wind turbines. It's primarily mined from ion adsorption clays in China, creating high supply risk. So basically, this thing is abundant in Greenland, and we don't want to have to rely upon China to get this thing. And this is what's used in fighter jets, guys. Okay? So as you guys can see from a national security perspective, it's very important that we have access to this stuff so that we can continue to field a lot of our military assets, especially our fighter jets, which, you know, American military infrastructure is built around air power, right? So this is another big reason why Trump was, you know, talking about going to Greenland.
Greenland
Of course, he's never going to admit that. Why? That's a big part of the reason.
is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland.
The goal is to target Russian tankers and fuel ships and corner them in the Baltic and the Arctic corridor before they're even able to leave. During the last weeks, we haven't just seen the largest amount of attacks on Russian ships, but also on Russian refineries and export hubs, including Russia's 3 primary Western export hubs and several of their top refineries. As a result, around 40% of Russia's seaborne oil export capacity had been disabled. That's the most severe oil disruption in modern Russian history. While these strikes were officially claimed by Ukraine, they could have only been carried out with US backing, permission, and equipment. The United States are clearly establishing a massive global oil blockade against Russia and China.
And they're trying to do another one with the Strait of Hormuz bullshit.
The reason the
and here's the funny part: they're doing all this, but it doesn't do anything.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. Sorry. This very good point, and this is a great breakdown. And of course, strategically, this is the benefit for the United States. I will never negate that. But on paper, this seems so much better for the United States than it is when it's, actually effectuated in person, as we can see. But the biggest thing really is for the United States to gain this leverage or really get all or reserve all of the fruits from this set out plan. The war has to end, and there has to be an end to conflict, because so long as there's a threatened conflict, well, then oil will always be shocked and volatile. And also, if we want to be the global hegemon in regards to oil or oil export, really it's just to undermine China and Russia. That's not going to work if we have to simultaneously relieve the pressure that our economy is suffering from by giving them a bolster in their money that they're making from their oil, like what China's making right now, or really what Russia's making right now from giving oil to China, and then what Iran is making from giving oil to China as well. As we still know, we've got confirmed reports from U.S. intelligence that Iran is still supplying oil to China. So it's like, yeah, we're taking the first few steps, but they have not actually given us the goals we want. And ultimately, are these goals worth it if this is a long-winded conflict that gives Israel hegemony in a region that we've gained a benefit from by being able to tip our finger on the scale? So my brother's working out some studio things. But, ultimately, this is, look, and I've always said I'm not an anti-interventionist. Right? Like what we did in Venezuela, I don't really care. I don't think it was a bad thing because Maduro was actually evil. He was not favorited among the people, and that's actually the truth, contrary to the Iran situation, right? People try to say the same thing. No, it's two different things. And Hugo Chavez, the person prior to him, Maduro was a successor of the same issues that he was hated for. But I will say that, you could argue was beneficial for the United States, and it was quick. It was one night. This is not. And so what are the other effects? And also our goals are uranium seizing. We're seizing or seizure of uranium, regime change. It's like, hey, is this for oil? You know what I mean? So that's another thing that you have to ask yourself. Our goals on the ground are not going to translate well into what we want out of this war as an end result. We want regime change, everything. That region will be destabilized for decades to come. And Iran is one of the biggest countries in the Middle East. So if not the biggest, I think they're bigger than Saudi Arabia, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so Saudi Arabia is huge, though. Yeah.
It's precisely because the United States imposed an oil embargo on them. Russia and China are much more powerful than Japan was at the time, so I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss the possibility of this potentially turning into an actual world war if it continues to escalate. Now, Iran export around 60% of the oil they produce, and like Russia and Venezuela, they export most of it to China at a discount. Iran may
because of sanctions.
Oh, okay, quick fact check. Saudi Arabia is a little bigger by a small margin.
Than Iran.
Yeah, they're huge, bro. Saudi Arabia is a big fat country. Yeah.
I know that. Okay.
Of China's seaborne crude imports. Since President Maduro was kidnapped, China have sought to replace the loss of Venezuelan crude with higher volumes of Russian and Iranian imports, making a reliable, steady supply all the more critical. As Iran controls.
And that is why they're so involved in supporting Iran. They already lost Venezuela.
And they're about to give them, they're going to arm them up now. If they never were, like I said, now that this stage is kind of graduating or we're getting into the second part of the war.
Trump's 50% tariffs on anyone that arms Iran.
Yeah. And he came out and condemned them. I had the tweet up. I forgot to pull it up, but.
Which is basically China.
They're making a big mistake if they get involved, but that's exactly what China's going to do.
Yeah, they can't afford to lose Iran now too.
No,
Oh, the
the
Strait
Gulf
of
countries are
Hormuz.
already hurting
These-
them. You know, the Gulf. Richard said that earlier. The Gulf countries being closed off for the most part is screwing China bad. You know, Iran cannot fall. Iran cannot fall.
Yep. And they're getting. Keep in mind, they're getting the goal here isn't just to get energy; it's to get cheap energy.
Yeah.
That's the key. They're getting super discounted oil
Because of
from
the
Iran.
U.S. sanctions, by the way.
Exactly.
So if anybody tries to make the argument that, well, China is going to suffer from this war because they won't be able to exploit Iran for cheap oil. No, they exploit Iran for cheap oil because we sanction them to fucking death. If we didn't sanction them to fucking death and their inflation wasn't through the roof, they'd actually be able to charge China a reasonable amount. Then we could finagle diplomatically, or then at least China would not be able to undermine Iran, and we can get inside and figure something out. So again, you can make the argument about China and oil. But you can see there's a greater good to diplomacy, and there's also a greater good to bolstering Iran economically. But the negative is, of course, Israel will suffer from the proxy being bolstered around them. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
Moral hazard. You know, we always got to worry about that extra tail end in the Middle East.
Ships shouldn't usually have any problems getting through and would in fact be prioritized as China is a strategic partner. However, the very nature of a war ensures chaos. Iran's experimental toll system, like all infrastructure, is being systematically disrupted by the US-Israeli attack, resulting in a crippling backlog. Moreover, in dealing with a pirate state, the threat level from Washington has reached irrational and unprecedented levels, as evidenced by the assassination of Khamenei and the torpedoing of the Iris Dina.
Death and destruction from the sky all day long.
The US are now operating as a pirate.
I'm pretty sure this
state.
guy is like, he's giving socialist vibes, but I mean, you can't say that shit, bro. You can't.
Yeah.
Like, what are you saying, man? And that's what's lacking with this administration. You know, this administration would have got so much more approval for this war if they were just a little bit less abrasive in the way they talk to the media. Like, death and destruction from the sky, Stone Age, end of civilization, praise be to Allah on Easter. It's like, you know, choice words from an already unpopular war. You should be a little bit more professional, or at least politically correct. And I know that has its place. Now is the place for that. Now is the time.
Yeah.
That'd fit real well right now. Not death and destruction from the sky.
For a very unfavorable war.
Yeah, like
they
bad
needn't
thing.
even enter
Fucking stupid.
the Strait of Hormuz and can simply lie in wait near Diego Garcia or across the Indian Ocean to ambush commercial vessels at will. Ultimately,
Iranian Parliament Speaker Mohammad Gharibaf says, "Enjoy the current gas prices. Soon you'll be nostalgic for $4 to $5 gas." Yeah. Well, that's nice to hear.
That's gonna help. Let's go ahead and take a look at the OSS report real quick, and let's see. You click here. We're sitting at 101 right now for crude. Brent crude is sitting at right around 101.99. Oh, just went to 102. So, and then WTI is sitting at 104. Man,
Not a good place to hover.
We're still in the middle of this ceasefire, and it's already shot up to over 100.
Yeah. Wait till we actually enter the Strait if Trump is serious. Which I'll be honest, I think is an empty threat. But if he's serious, oh yeah, we've seen nothing.
That's not going to help at all.
Pricing cargo in UN achieves nothing if the cargo keeps getting sunk by an irrational actor. For the time being, this means that all three strategic suppliers of Chinese oil are either out of action, under attack, or threatened by the United States. This is especially critical because the type of crude oil that China normally received from Iran, Russia, and Venezuela was a mix of heavy and medium blends. China's teapot refineries are designed with this kind of oil in mind, as they're able to break down the heavy, thick sludge.
Yeah, another thing that's important for you guys to realize is, like, it's not just important to have oil or get oil. You need to get oil that your refinery can deal with.
Yeah.
Right? So you need to have a compatible refining system that aligns with the crude that you're importing.
And turn it into the diesel.
That's why it's called crude oil, because it's literally like, it's not refined. It's like sludgy and weird and shit, like, and you have to refine it. Then it turns into, you know, the gas that you need for your for everyday activities and moving the world.
That powers China's high-tech industries. Russian and Iranian oil are chemically different from Venezuelan crude and easier to refine, but China receives them at such a discount that it actually makes it worth their while to refine them using the teapots. While China can recover in the long term and their energy consumption is diverse, solar and coal alone can't power their industrial base to its absolute potential.
And just so you guys know, China, if I'm not mistaken, I think China controls all the ships being made nowadays. Like, we don't make ships anymore in America. The Chinese do that. I'm going to double check. But I think most ships nowadays are built in Asia. I'm going to double check that.
Even with massive reserves, these cannot compare in the long run with the impact of having a pirate state attack their three most valued energy partners in the span of 90 days. This oil is considered even more valuable when you take into consideration that it is sold to China at a discount, or in the case of Venezuela, as a form of debt repayment. Replacing this specific kind of oil at the same competitive price is practically impossible. This creates a cascade effect of
Okay, so China literally makes about 54 to 56% of global ships. China's been number one for over 15 years, dominates the volume, bulk carriers, tankers, and container ships. Then South Korea comes next at 28%, and then Japan 12 to 15%. So pretty much the majority of ships are built, like 80%, it looks like. No, over 80, almost 100% is built in Asia.
Oh,
damn.
Do you remember me talking about how the Houthis were mobilized in the Bab el-Mandeb Strait? In the Red Sea? So if we go into the Strait of Hormuz, I said that if we go into the Strait of Hormuz, then the Houthis will mobilize. Well, I guess Suleiman posted this, but it says, Iran says if Trump moves against Strait of Hormuz, he will also lose the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. So the Houthis are still waiting, man. They haven't really activated fully yet. That's just something to realize as well. It's something kind of everybody's forgetting about, but that might be coming.
And that's
reality as well.
Another like 10 or 15%, right? If I'm not mistaken, of the world's energy going through that.
That'll be 32% of the world's oil being jeopardized now instead of just 20.
Okay.
Sabotage on China's economy, of which the United States is undoubtedly acutely aware of. To add insult to injury, the US has rerouted this heavy crude to its own Gulf of Mexico refineries, increasing its own profit margin, and then compounding further on its profits by exporting the light shale oil that the United States normally produces at wartime prices to Europe and Asia. Furthermore, the US are now using their control of the world's largest oil fields.
Yeah, this is where Cuba comes in, because you take out Venezuela, who's supporting all their energy. Now that has Cuba literally buckled, and they have huge energy crisis going on. As you guys can see, like their power's always out. People are dying. Like, it's absolutely nuts what we're doing in Cuba.
And we threaten any country that gives them oil, by the way, Mexico being the main one. So we're obviously trying to starve these countries of energy.
To threaten Cuba with regime change. Half of Cuba's energy grid was dependent on oil from Venezuela. Immediately after kidnapping Maduro and taking control of the oil,
they went down quick.
The United States cut Cuba off, plunging its power grid into darkness. This shows that capturing Venezuela's oil wasn't merely about corporate greed, but for strategic geopolitical purposes, as a leverage, as a weapon to use for regime change.
Turns out, but Cuba and us, we are talking. In the meantime, there's an embargo. There's no oil, there's no money, there's no anything.
Taking Cuba, I mean, whether I free it, take it, I think I can do anything I want with it. You want to know?
Bruh.
The truth.
While the United States...
That's wild to say to the press, but hey, man.
States allowed a single Russian tanker to reach Cuba and issued a 30-day reprieve for Iranian and Russian oil. These shouldn't be mistaken for signs of de-escalation. They are only meant as pressure valves designed to stabilize the US dollar and global markets just enough in order to prevent a world war while Washington complete the hostile takeover. Following the strikes on the Ras Laffan refinery, the planet lost 20% of its LNG supply, which came from Qatar. Then, by some astronomical stroke of luck, Australia, the planet's second largest LNG supplier, is hit by a cyclone, taking half its hubs offline with shutdowns expected to last seveul weeks.
So by the way,
whether one buys that story or
just
not,
really quickly, UK, Australia, France, and several other European countries are like verbalizing that they will not be aiding the United States in blockading the existing blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. It feels silly saying that, but hey, you can just see this like global alliance against our endeavors.
Yeah, they're like,
so
yeah, this is a bad idea.
It's a good touch. Really quick, some chats. Thoughtic says, we need Myron to cover your rent for 3 months so that you can quit. LOL, would you be sustainable? No. I'm good. Yeah. I mean, thanks for the super chat. No, bro, I'm good. Trust me. God forbid that happen, but, you know, we're in a good position, thank God. But we're doing the show. Jethro Afro says, hey, I have a quote. Wonder what you think. Quote, so Iran is the only place on earth that can save the world from the Jays. And what I mean is sacrifice to wake up the whole world. And yes, mainly America. Yeah, I mean, Iran is kind of, if I'm understanding your question or your quote correctly, yeah, Iran is fighting for, you know, kind of the entire world to not be controlled by Israel, because of, look how much, just look at it this way. Look how pivotal this strait is. Look how pivotal these passageways are that the global oil market depends on. If Iran falls, then coincidentally, of course, and it's not a coincidence, but Israel is going to take control of likely half, if not all of that, because Oman only ever controlled at the most 20% of that strait, and now they won't control anything. So if they have control of such a pivotal strait, you know, this is a country or a nation that constantly betrays us. What are they going to do when they have all that oil leverage? I don't want to know the answer to that. So certainly, it's a quote. Who said that? Is that a quote or is that something you're saying? Yeah, that's true. All right, yo, I'm gonna move everybody over to your side. So
You're gonna
Yeah,
okay.
I'm gonna jump off.
Yeah.
Everybody, go check out Myron. He's on Kick right now. You're only on Kick, correct?
I'm on YouTube too, but I'm gonna get off that shit too. I'm getting off.
I'm not even gonna bother putting the YouTube. Go check Myron out on. Thoughtic says Allah will sustain you, inshallah. Yeah, I mean, bro, I agree, bro. Thank you so much for the $5. Myron's chat. Okay, Myron's stream is pinned in the chat, so go check him out. Jump out of here because I'm gonna hop off. Pause, and then I will be back. I don't know, whenever the news is pressing, but if nothing really crazy comes up, then I'll join you back on Wednesday or Thursday. But until then, Myron will probably be live every day this week. Of course, he'll end short tomorrow for after hours, right? You guys got after hours 3 times this week?
Yeah. So no, we're gonna go to Pennsylvania for Penn State. I think Tuesday. So we'll be there the 15th, but we'll probably give them an after hours tomorrow and then one on Friday.
Okay, so I'll do a show on the 15th to fill in, and then we'll see what comes about after that. But all right, guys, I'm gonna hop off. Shout out to all of you. Thank you for all the super chats. I think I caught everything. Jump over to Kick, like I said. Go check out Myron. I'm sure he'll be live for a little while longer. I'm saying go check out Myron, as if you guys didn't just jump over from Myron shit to watch me. So just go back home, and then I'll be back on likely Wednesday when Myron is in Pennsylvania for the Fresh and Fit debate. So that'll be fun too, and I'm sure they'll drop that on like Saturday or something. But all right, bro.
Absolutely.
All
right, man. I'll see you. Close it out, and then I'll see you probably because I'll probably do another show tomorrow. So we'll figure something out.
Yeah, either.
I don't think I'm gonna leave
until when?
I don't think we're gonna leave until Tuesday.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Sounds
good. All right, man. I'll see you, bro. Later.
All right, bro. Peace.
And guys, I'm gonna end my YouTube stream here as well.
All right. All right, people. That's the end of the stream. Nice long stream. Informational. Always fun. Anything I have to say? Here, I'll plug in. I should have did this while I'm stupid. Hang on, people. Go follow the gram. Okay, this is my clips page. Almost at 1,400 followers. This is Riyadh Pilled. Go follow my personals here, but really just follow this clips page. It's been doing well. Farm and Sneeko. And yeah, that's really it. Follow me on X, Riyadh's Report. All my social links are in my YouTube bio, so you should be able to find it very easily, or it's in the link section, whatever that is on the mobile phone, because I'm sure that's where most of you are watching from. But until next time, guys, peace out. W stream. Let me make sure I have no lingering chats before I close out here. Okay, Allah will sustain you, inshallah. Yeah, I appreciate that, bro. God bless, bro. Inshallah. Ameen, bro. All right, jump over to Myron's stream, people. Love you, and until next time, have a good night. Get to rest. It's late.